Chapter 1. The cold stood still over Greisenmouth harbor, the kind of winter quiet that made every footfall carry. Lysenne Ottfeld pulled her scarf higher and watched the levy cart take shape on the wharf stones. Grain sacks, 12 of them, tied with harbor twine, 3 casks of rendered tallow, a locked chest of stamped coin, lantern oil in iron flasks. The usual tribute, assembled by the same hands that had loaded it every winter of her life. She had never watched the ceremony before, not from this angle, not with her own name unread. The crowd pressed thin around the wharf, fishermen with red-knuckled hands, widows in salt-stiffened shawls. The levy was everyone's business, because winter was everyone's danger, and Merrywind Keep had to be paid before the storms sealed the road. Lysenne shifted her weight and felt the furnace heat still clinging to her skirts. She had come straight from the workshop, leaving a gather of clear glass cooling on the bench, her apprentice Hanwen muttering over the accounts. She had only meant to watch the first cart roll out, to be seen, to prove she was still part of the ordinary life of the town. She should have stayed at the furnace. Halric Tilburn climbed onto the wharf cart and unrolled the warrant with the practiced slowness of a man who knew he was the only voice that mattered. He read the levy line by line, his breath clouding around each word. Grain, tallow, lamp oil. The names of households assessed, the count of barrels owed. Lysenne listened like everyone else, half attending, already calculating how many lamp orders she needed to finish before the next storm hit. Then Halric cleared his throat and read a new line. One person, able-bodied for term of service at Merrywind Keep. Lysenne Ottfeld, glassblower of Ember Lane. The crowd went still. Lysenne's hands dropped to her sides. The name hung in the air like a bad seal, stamped wrong, smelling of forgery before she had even seen the paper. She had never signed a levy warrant. She had never been assessed. She was not on any household register that fed the tribute. "That's not mine," she said. Halric did not look at her. He rolled the warrant with the same deliberate care, and 2 men she had seen drinking at the Net and Needle moved toward her from the edges of the crowd. Not guards, volunteers, neighbors. The harbor looked away. She saw it happen. Miria Quist dropped her gaze to the stitching in her lap. Old Joran at the chandler's door turned back into his shop. Even Edric Nemes, who carried the town guard's seal on his belt, studied the rigging of a moored skiff as though the knots demanded his full attention. No one was coming. "I said it's not mine." Her voice came out flat, surprised by its own steadiness. "Check the register. I pay hearth tax. I've never been on the levy roll." Halric finally met her eyes. His face held nothing useful, not guilt, not cruelty, just the blank efficiency of a man who had already decided what the outcome would be. "The warrant is sealed and read," he said. "Protest goes to the keep." The 2 men took her arms before she could move. She twisted, not to fight. She knew better than to waste strength on a fight that had nowhere to go, but to buy a breath, a look, a measure of how much room she still had. The first man had a hand like dock rope. The second smelled of fish oil and cheap wine. They knew her. She had sold Kalen a lamp for his mother's grave last spring. She had sharpened Darrow's glass scraping knife 3 weeks ago. They did not meet her eyes either. The shard was already in her coat pocket. Sea glass, thumb smoothed, the color of deep water. A piece she had picked off the tide line months ago because the shape was pretty and she had meant to drill it for a pendant. She had forgotten it was there until the cart began to move and her hand closed around something hard. She palmed it, brought it to her mouth, bit down as the men hauled her toward the closed carriage waiting at the wharf edge. Glass against the molar. A thin, clean pressure that meant she could break it if she needed to, could cut with it, would hold something sharp inside her that no one had counted. The carriage doors swung open. Salt-stiffened curtains, a bench too narrow for comfort, the smell of old hay and iron. She did not resist the shove that sent her inside. She landed on her hip, felt the glass shard shift to the pocket of her cheek, and held it there as the door slammed shut. The lock clicked. The carriage groaned and began to move, the wheels finding the cobbled incline that led up, always up, toward the Switchback road and the basalt walls of Lirewen. Lysenne pressed her spine against the cold wooden wall and stared at the curtained dark. Her hands were shaking. She let them. No one was watching now. She had watched every face on that wharf choose silence. She had seen Maria's hands go still over her needlework. She had seen Hanwen push to the front of the crowd, young face white, mouth opening to shout, and she had seen the harbor master catch her apprentice by the elbow and hold her back. Hanwen would not stop. That was one certainty. But Hanwen was down here, and the carriage was climbing, and the glass between Lysenne's teeth was the only weapon she had. She let the rhythm of the wheels settle into her bones. The Switchback road had a pattern, she could feel it. 5 long pulls, a jolt at the turn, then another 5. She counted them like breaths. At the third turn, the carriage slowed. A voice she did not recognize, rough and blurred by distance, called up from the road below. "The Lord's been warned about the new levy. Says he wants you brought straight to the hall." The Trival grunted in answer. Lysenne bit the glass shard deeper into her cheek and tasted salt from the sea that had shaped it. Warned about her, before she even arrived. The warrant had been written, sealed, and delivered before Halric ever read her name aloud. This was not a mistake. This was not a seizure decided in the moment to fill a quota. Someone had planned for her to be on that cart. She closed her eyes and felt the carriage climb on, turning into the dock of the cliff road, carrying her up toward a lord who had already been told she was coming. Chapter 2. The carriage climbed. Lysenne counted the turns by the shift of her weight, by the groan of the axle, by the way the cold seeped through the wooden walls in stages, each notch deeper than the last. 5 long pulls, a jolt at the turn, then 5 more. She had the rhythm now. She held the sea glass against her molar and let the pattern settle her. The bench was too narrow for anything but a braced seat. She kept her spine pressed to the wall, her hands flat on her thighs, her jaw locked around the shard. Outside, the wind had changed. It no longer carried harbor salt. It carried stone dust and the thin, high whine of air moving through rock. She was high already, higher than she had ever been. The road Dwerolined was visible from every wharf in Greisenmouth. She had watched it all her life, the pale scar of the switchback cut into the cliff face, the black walls at the top, the single tower that caught the last light before evening. She had never imagined riding it. She had never imagined being cargo. The driver coughed. The horses snorted and slowed. A turn. Harder than the others, the carriage tilting so steeply she had to brace a hand against the opposite wall. The wheels found a loose stone, and the whole frame shuddered. She heard it skip, heard the driver curse, heard the stone fall and fall and fall before it stopped making sound. She did not look out. The curtains were drawn, but she did not need to see the drop to feel it. Her throat tightened. She forced it open, breathed through her nose, tasted the salt on the glass. She had made herself useful every day of her life. She had learned the furnace at 12, taken over the workshop at 15, paid her hearth tax early each winter so no one could say she was in arrears. She had kept her head down and her hands busy and her opinions to herself because that was how a woman without family survived in a harbor town that fed its own to the winter when the stores ran thin. And it had not been enough. The warrant was forged. She knew it, and Howrick knew it, and everyone on that wharf knew it. But the carriage was climbing, and the glass was in her mouth, and the people who watched her taken were already telling themselves the story that would let them sleep tonight. She was on the levee. She must have been on the register. There must have been a reason. There was always a reason when they wanted there to be from. The carriage jolted again. A different rhythm now, the road leveling, the wheels finding packed earth instead of stone. The air changed too. Warmer, stiller. The wind had stopped. She heard a gate. The sound came from ahead, a grinding of iron and stone, the deep complaint of hinges that moved seldom and slow. The horses picked up their pace without being urged. The driver grunted something she could not make out. The carriage passed through the gate. She felt the change in the acoustics, the way the wheels echoed differently, the way the cold pressed in from stone walls instead of open air. They were inside the keep. She was inside Merowan. Her hand found the glass shard in her mouth. She held it between her teeth and braced. The carriage stopped. Silence. A heavy, patient silence that felt watched. Then footsteps. Not boots on cobbles, but something softer, shoes on swept stone, approaching at a measured pace that made no attempt to hurry. "A warrant," he said. His voice was quiet, not gentle. Quiet. The steward produced a folded paper from his sleeve and held it out. Drevan took it, unfolded it. "Read it." His eyes moved across the lines once, then again. He looked up. He met her gaze without her ardor about the cruel to God, the cast it hits other sense of dextrogram, to the self-stream of his hands near. His eyes the color of dark garnet, almost black, fixed on her face. He did not look like a monster. He looked like a man who had not eaten in a very long time. The steward stopped a dozen paces from the dais and stepped aside. "The glassblower, my lord." Drevan Lirewen did not look at him. His gaze stayed on Lysenne. She felt it like weight, like hands pressing her shoulders down, but she did not lower her eyes. He rose from the chair. He crossed the dais in 3 long strides, descended the steps, and stopped at the bottom. He was close enough now that she could see the silver streak in his black hair, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his lips pressed together before he spoke. "The warrant," he said. His voice was quiet, not gentle, quiet. The steward produced a folded paper from his sleeve and held it out. Drevan took it, unfolded it. "Read it." His eyes moved across the lines once, then again. He looked up. He met her gaze without her ardor, about the cruel with her ellet making ask, before he spoke by the program. Lysenne tightened her jaw around the glass. The door swung open. Light hit her face, cold and gray, filtered through cloud and the high walls of a courtyard she could not see. She was almost believed she would be released. He saw it. She watched him see it, watched something flicker in his garnet dark eyes, and she knew before he opened his mouth that the truth would not set her free. "You are not going home." Chapter 3. The word hung in the air between them, still vibrating, still settling into the shape of a door she had not known was closing. Lysenne's hands stayed loose at her sides. Her jaw stayed locked around the glass. But something behind her ribs cracked, not broken, just moved, and she felt the hope drain out of her like water through a holed hall. "You said it was forged," she said. "I did." "So let me go." Drevan Lirewen did not answer. He stood at the bottom of the dais steps, the warrant still open in his hands, and looked at her with an expression she could not name. Not cruel, not kind. Something in between. Something that had been worn smooth by centuries of decisions she would never understand. "The town that put you on that cart," he said, "did not do so by accident. They prepared for you. They sealed the paper before you ever reached the wharf. They searched you before you were loaded. None of that was improvised." "I know." "Then you know going back is not safe." The air in the hall was cold. The candles threw shadows that stretched and shrank without wind. She could feel the stone through the soles of her boots, could feel the weight of the keep above her, around her, pressing in from every side. "You are keeping me here," she said, "because it is not safe for me to leave." "Yes, that is not your decision." He inclined his head, a fraction of motion, no more. "No, but I am the one making it." She had expected him to look away, to shift, to gesture, to show some crack in that stillness. He did not. His eyes stayed on hers, dark garnet in the candlelight, and she understood that he was not uncertain, not conflicted, not struggling with the shape of what he was doing. He had already decided. "When I send you back," he said, "it will be with proof of the forgery, with witnesses who would testify, with the means to ensure that whoever signed your name to that paper is brought to answer. But I will not send you back into a town that just sold you while my hunger is unstable enough to make the journey a danger to everyone on it." "Your hunger?" "My hunger." He said it without shame, without emphasis, as though naming a fact of weather. His hands, she noticed, had not let go of the warrant. His knuckles were white. "You are afraid you will hurt me," she said. "I am afraid I will hurt everyone between here and the harbor if I am forced to move through them before I have mastered this. And keeping me here helps. It gives me time." She could have laughed. She could have screamed. She did neither. She stood in the black stone hall with a piece of sea glass pressed against her molar and watched the vampire lord of Merrowwind explain, with perfect calm, that her cage was for his own good. The steward had not moved. He stood a dozen paces away, blind eyes fixed on nothing, hands loose at his sides, listening. She had forgotten he was there. She could not afford to forget again. "The girl?" Drevan said. She blinked. "What?" "Your apprentice, the one who tried to intervene. She is still in Greisenmouth." The mention of Hanwen hit her like a slap of cold water. She had not let herself think about Hanwen on the road, had not let herself imagine what the girl was doing, what she was saying, what Howrick Tilburn might do if someone started asking the wrong questions. "If I let you go tonight," Drevan said, "and the hunger takes you on the Switchback, and I reach the harbor before dawn, your apprentice will be among the first people I meet." She said nothing. "I am not telling you this to frighten you. I am telling you because you need to understand that sending you back unfinished is not mercy." "Then finish it." His eyes sharpened. "What?" "Whatever you are waiting for, whatever you need to master, finish it. Let me leave." A silence stretched between them, long enough that she heard her own heartbeat in her ears, long enough that she saw something shift behind his eyes, something that might have been respect or might have been hunger. She could not tell the difference. "You will have rooms in the east wing," he said. "They are warm. The doors do not lock from the outside. You will not be confined to them, but you will not be permitted past the inner gate without an escort. Prathek will show you the boundaries in the morning." "I am a prisoner." "You are a guest whose safety I cannot guarantee anywhere else." The difference, she thought, was a matter of wording, nothing more. The steward stepped forward. "My lord, the east wing has not been prepared. The sea room is aired, but the hearth has not been lit since—" "Light it." Prevek's mouth tightened, but he did not argue. He turned his filmed eyes toward Lysenne, and she felt the weight of his attention despite his blindness, despite the fact that he could not see her face. "The glassblower will need rest," Drevan said. "She has had a long road." He said it as though he cared. She did not believe him. She also did not disbelieve him. That uncertainty was the worst part. "One question," she said. He waited. "Why did you tell me the truth?" He looked at the warrant in his hands, turned it over, examined the seal, the signature, the loops of ink that had condemned her to this place. "Because you deserve to know who is lying to you," he said, "and because I want you to understand that when I keep you, I do it with my eyes open." He looked up. "So do not mistake me for a man who does not know what he is doing." He folded the warrant once, twice, and tucked it into his sleeve. Then he turned and walked back toward the dais, his steps soundless on the black stone, his back straight, his head high. The steward touched her elbow. She let him guide her toward the side door. She had nothing else to do. The glass was still in her mouth. The keep was still around her. And somewhere below the cliffs, in a town that had sold her without a second thought, Hanwen Branad was still trying to save a woman who could not even save herself. The corridor beyond the hall was narrow and low-ceilinged, walled in the same black stone, lit by candles that guttered in iron brackets. The steward walked ahead of her, his steps sure despite his blindness, his hands brushing the wall now and then as though reading the stone. "The east wing is this way," he said. "You will have a view of the sea." She did not care about the view. She cared about the fact that he had said the doors did not lock from the outside. That meant they did not lock from the inside either. She followed him through the dark keep with the glass against her teeth and the taste of salt on her tongue, counting steps, counting turns, counting the distance between herself and the gate she had not even seen yet. The road was still there. The cliff was still there. She was still breathing. She would find a way. "I am not telling you this to frighten you. I am telling you because you need to understand that sending you back unfinished is not mercy." "Then finish it." His eyes sharpened. "What?" "Whatever you are waiting for, whatever you need to master, finish it. Let me leave." A silence stretched between them, long enough that she heard her own heartbeat in her ears, long enough that she saw something shift behind his eyes, something that might have been respect or might have been hunger. She could not tell the difference. "You will have rooms in the east wing," he said. "They are ward." Chapter 4. Prefect stopped at a door of dark wood, iron-strapped, older than anything she had seen in the keep so far. He did not touch the handle. He simply stood aside and waited. The candle in his hand threw his shadow long across the stone. "The sea room," he said. "Your apartments." She pushed the door open. The room beyond was larger than her entire workshop in Greisenmouth. A bed stood against the far wall, carved from the same black wood as the door, draped in linen so white it seemed to glow in the low light. A hearth had been lit, the flame still catching, sending orange light across a floor covered in thick wool rugs. A writing desk, a chair upholstered in deep blue, a window tall and narrow that faced the sea. The sea room. She stepped inside. The air was warm. The fire crackled. The bed was turned down, the sheets crisp and clean, the pillows arranged as though someone had expected her arrival for days. They had. The warrant had been written before Hallerkin read it. The Lord had been warned before she reached the gate. The room had been aired, the hearth prepared, the linens laid out. She had been expected. She turned to find Prevek still standing in the doorway, his filmed eyes fixed on a point somewhere past her shoulder. "There is a bell pull by the bed," he said. "Pull it if you need anything. A servant will come." "Will they answer questions?" "Some." Which ones? His mouth tightened. You will learn the difference. He reached into the corridor and set the candle on a small table just inside the door. The flames steadied. His lordship will see you at dinner, he said. I go to call fire an hour before sundown. The door closed. She heard no key turn, no bolt slide, no lock engage. She crossed to the door and pressed her palm flat against the wood. Pushed. It opened without resistance, revealing the empty corridor beyond, the stone floor, the guttering candle at the next bracket. No guard, no lock, nothing but her own decision not to walk out. She closed the door and leaned her forehead against the wood, the sea glass still pressed between her tongue and her teeth. She had not swallowed it, had not dropped it, had not used it. She was saving it. For what, she did not know yet. The room contained her for the next hour. She tested every object in it with the same methodical patience she used at the furnace, learning the limits of each thing before she asked anything of it. The window opened. She got it 3 inches wide before the salt-corroded mechanism seized, and when she pressed her face to the gap, she saw only darkness and the distant hiss of waves. No ledge, no climb, no way down. The desk drawers held paper, ink, a single pen with a good steel nib. She tested the nib against her thumb and it drew blood. Not a weapon, but a tool. She wiped the blood on her skirt and kept moving. The wardrobe held dresses that were not hers. Fine wool, dark colors, cut for someone taller and narrower. She ran her fingers along the seams, checking for hidden pockets. Found none, but the fabric was good, thick, the kind of cloth that took hours to weave. The bed was soft, too soft. She sat on the edge and felt the mattress yield beneath her and thought about how easy it would be to lie down, to close her eyes, to let someone else decide when she woke. She stood up. She pulled the bell rope. A servant appeared within 2 minutes. A woman, middle-aged, with iron-gray hair pulled tight against her skull and eyes that did not quite meet Lysenne's. I need water, Lysenne said. Hot, for washing. The servant nodded and left. The water came, hot enough to steam in a copper basin with a cloth folded beside it. Lysenne washed her face, her hands, the salt from her neck, and the servant stood by the door the entire time, silent, watching nothing. What is your name? Lysenne asked. Nobody, mistress. That is not your name. It is what I am called here. Lysenne dried her hands and studied the woman's face. No anger, no fear, no curiosity. A face that had learned to hold nothing. And if I asked you about the keep, about the Lord, about the East Wing? The servant nodded and left. The water came, hot enough to steam, in a copper basin, with a cloth folded beside it. Lysenne washed her face, her hands, the salt from her neck, and the servant stood by the door the entire time, silent, watching nothing. What is your name? Lysenne asked. Nobody, mistress. That is not your name. It is what I am called here. Lysenne dried her hands and studied the woman's face. No anger, no fear, no curiosity. A face that had learned to hold nothing. And if I asked you about the keep, about the Lord, about the East Wing? The servant obs his chairs. Once the mission's eyes flickered. The first crack. The bell pull is for necessities, mistress. Necessities. Yes. Water is a necessity, food is a necessity, information is not. The servant did not answer. She picked up the basin and left, and the door closed and Lysenne was alone again. She counted. 4 minutes before the footsteps faded. She crossed to the door, opened it, and stepped into the corridor. Leaving her alone at the top of the spiral stairs, the dark gaping below her, the answer hanging in the air like smoke. Lord Drevan built it? She looked down into the dark and wondered what a vampire lord would build beneath his own keep that he did not want anyone to find. Chapter 5. Prevek walked back into the corridor without looking behind him. He did not need to. The tap of his footsteps measured the distance between them the way a blind man measured a room by its echoes. And Lysenne understood, watching him recede, that the warning had been the point. He had not come to stop her. He had come to show her she had been seen before she moved. She stayed at the top of the stairs until the sound of his feet disappeared around the corner. Then she went back to the sea room. The candles had burned lower. The window showed nothing but black glass and the faint hiss of the sea below. She crossed to the desk, picked up the steel nib pen, and tested the point against her thumb. A bead of blood welled up, bright and immediate. She wiped it on her sleeve and put the pen back exactly where she had found it. The room was warm. The hearth still breathed. The bed was soft, the linens clean, the wardrobe stocked with clothes that fit someone else. It was not a cell. It was a suite designed to make captivity feel like hospitality, and that precision unsettled her more than chains would have. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled the sea glass from her mouth. It lay in her palm, green and smooth, the color of deep water catching winter light. She had carried it for seasons, found it on the shingle below the Sout Jutty during a low tide, liked the weight of it, the way it stayed cool against her skin. She had never imagined using it as a weapon, but that was what she did now, imagined it, turned it over in her mind the way she turned it in her hand, testing the sharpest edge, the angle of a strike. She could not fight her way out. You knew that. The keep was stone, and the people inside it were old in ways she did not yet understand. And she was one woman with a piece of beach glass and a steel nib that drew blood only from herself. But she could watch. She had watched in Greisenmouth for years, and watching had taught her when to step forward and when to disappear. It had taught her the shape of a lie before the words finished forming. It had taught her that survival was not about strength, but about reading the room faster than anyone else. She could do that here. She tucked the sea glass into the seam of her mattress, pressed it flat, and blew out the candle beside the bed. Darkness closed in. She did not sleep. She lay in the dark and listened to the keep breathe. There were creaks settling stone. There was the wind scraping against the window glass. There was a sound she could not place, faint and rhythmic, like water moving through stone, or like footsteps on a floor far below her. The cellars. She closed her eyes and counted the spaces between the sounds. Morning came without color. The sky beyond the window was a flat gray, the same grain as the cliffstone, as the sea under cloud. Lysenne had dressed before the first servant knocked, choosing the plainest dress from the wardrobe, a dark wool thing that felt like wearing someone else's skin. The door opened without a knock. Prevek stood in the threshold, his clouded eyes fixed somewhere above her shoulder. "You are awake," he said. "I am." "Good. Lord Drevan expects you at breakfast." She studied him. He stood exactly where she would have placed a guard, blocking the doorway without touching the frame, his hands clasped at his back, his weight balanced evenly. He had not needed to see her to know she was dressed, ready, watching him back. "How did you know I was awake?" "The quality of the silence," he said. "You breathe differently when you are sleeping, slower, less guarded." She felt the careful stillness of her own lungs. "You listen to people breathe?" "I listen to everything." He stepped aside. "The hall is 2 turns left, then down the main staircase. I will not escort you. If you cannot find it, you are not paying attention." He left the door open behind him. She followed. The keep looked different in daylight. The corridors she had mapped by shadow and candlelight resolved into stone and iron and wool hangings the color of dried blood. Windows appeared where she had seen only wall, narrow slits that let in strips of gray light and salt air. She counted her steps, noted each turn, listened for the sound of water moving through stone. The main staircase was wider than she expected, worn smooth by centuries of use. She descended into the great hall and found it empty, the tallow candles guttered, the dais chair unoccupied. A trestle table had been set near the hearth, laid with bread and cheese and a pitcher of water. Revan was not there. Pravak was. He stood at the head of the table, his hand resting on the back of the chair, his filmed eyes aimed at the fire. "Sit," he said. She did not. "Where is Lord Drevan?" "Attending to the mourning." Pravak pulled out the chair and waited. "He will join you when he is ready. In the meantime, you and I have matters to discuss." She moved to the table but did not sit. She stood across from him, her hands at her sides, the steel-nib pen a phantom weight in her memory. "What matters?" "The rules of this household." "There were no rules last night." "There were. You simply had not tested them yet." He gestured to the chair. "Please, sit. I find it difficult to speak to someone who is standing. The acoustics shift." She sat. He sat opposite her, his hands flat on the table, his blind gaze fixed somewhere just past her left ear. Up close, she saw the map of his Ange more clearly. The fine lines branching across his cheeks, the silver in his brows, the way his mouth settled into its disapproval as naturally as breathing. "The east wing is yours," he said. "You may walk its full length, enter any room whose door is open, and use the hearth in the common alcove. You may not descend into the cellars. You may not enter the west tower. You may not cross the inner courtyard after dark. And if I do, you will be escorted back to your rooms. That is not a punishment." "It is not meant to be." His voice was level, unhurried. "Punishment is the language of people who cannot predict consequences. I can predict them. You will attempt to break every rule I have just named, and you will fail at each one, and I will bring you back to the East Wing and we will begin again. That is not punishment. That is patience." She reached for the bread, tore a piece, and did not eat it. "You said, I am not the first person kept in this wing." "I did." "What happened to the others?" He did not answer immediately. His hands remained flat on the table, his fingers spread, as though he were reading the wood grain through his skin. "This best stone I actually all to Troy. Because you are not going to use it on Lord Drevan, and you are not going to use it on me. And if you intend to use it on the true architect of your abduction, you will need a blade to reach him." The words landed like a door closing. She felt the shape of them, the edges, the implications. "You know who forged the warrant." "I know many things." He rose from the table, his movements precise, unhurried. "The question is whether you will learn them before your time in this keep runs out." He walked toward the staircase, and his footsteps were the only sound in the hall, measured and inevitable, the sound of someone who had already predicted where she would go next. She sat alone at the table, the bread untouched before her, the sea glass still hidden in her mattress, and understood that she had traded one cage for another. The first cage had been built by silence. This one was built by people who saw everything she did and did nothing to stop her, because they already knew she could not succeed. She picked up the bread, bit into it, and chewed. She was going to prove them wrong. It did not matter how long it took. She was still chewing when the steps approached from the far end of the hall, slower than Perex, weighted with a different kind of purpose. Drevan. He came through the arched doorway and stopped when he saw her at the table. The distance between them stretched like a pulled thread, thin and taut. "You are still here," he said. "Where else would I go?" He did not answer. He crossed to the table, took the seat Perek had vacated, and folded his hands in front of him. His skin was pale, the hollows under his cheekbones deeper than they had been the night before. His eyes, dark garnet, fixed on her face with an intensity that made her want to look away. "I told Perek to let you explore," he said, "within reason. He told me the rules. And he told me about the others." Something flickered in his expression, a flinch barely there, hidden before it could form. "What did he tell you?" "That they left through the gate." "Did he tell you how they left?" She held his gaze. "He said he did not." Drevan looked down at his hands. The old burn marks across his palms caught the firelight, white lines on pale skin, the remnants of a heat that must have been excruciating. "They left alive," he said. "All of them. That is the only answer you will get from me." "And the pen, the sea glass, the things I moved in the night. Did you tell him to let me keep them?" "No." "Then he decided on his own." "Yes." Drevan looked up. "Perek decides many things on his own. That is why he is still here." She set the bread down and wiped her fingers on her sleeve. "Why am I really here, Lord Drevan?" He did not answer immediately. The fire shifted. A log cracked and settled. "Because I looked at you," he said, "and I could not let you go." It was not the answer she expected. It was not a lie either. She could feel that much, the truth under his voice, raw and uncomfortable, and entirely sincere. She did not know what to do with it, so she picked up the pitcher, poured water into the cup, and drank, and let the silence stretch between them like a blade that had not yet found its mark. Chapter 6. The silence stretched across the table like something living. Lysenne held the cup in both hands, the water warm now, and watched Drevan watch her. He had not moved since he spoke those words. "I could not let you go." The confession hummed between them, raw and unfinished, and she did not know what to do with a truth that heavy when she had been given nothing else to hold. "Will you eat?" she asked. The question landed wrong. She saw it in the way his mouth tightened, the almost imperceptible shift of his weight away from the table. "I do not eat." "You do not eat, or you will not eat here." He studied her for a long moment. The firelight moved across his face, catching the hollow beneath his cheekbone, the shadow under his eye. "I have been fatting 8 weeks," he said. "The closer I am to another living thing, the harder it becomes to resist the instinct. So no, I will not eat here." She set the cup down. "You told me your hunger was unstable." "It is." "Then why are you sitting across from me?" He did not answer immediately. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, almost reluctant. "Because I wanted to see you." The admission was worse than the first one, more intimate, more dangerous, because it was not about protection or strategy or the forged warrant. It was about want. She stood. "If your hunger is unstable, you should not be near me." "Sit down." "No." "I am not going to harm you, Lysenne. You just said you have not fed in 8 weeks. How do you know what you will do?" He rose from his chair, slowly, deliberately. The movement was careful, the way a man moved when he was holding himself together by will alone. "Because I have done this before," he said. "I know the signs. I know when I am close to the edge, and I am not close yet." "Then what were you doing during breakfast?" He stilled. "The slip," she said. "The moment you looked at me and your hand tightened. That was not control. That was you catching yourself." His jaw tightened. "You are observant." "I am a glassblower. If I do not read the heat before it changes, the piece shatters." She kept her voice steady. What was that, Lord Drevan? He did not answer. She waited. The fire crackled. A log settled, sending a puff of ash into the air. That was me forgetting, he said finally, that you are not mine. The words hit like a door slamming. She felt them in her chest, cold and sharp, and she held his gaze because looking away would mean she had heard something she could not unhear. I am not yours, she said. No. His voice was barely above a whisper. You are not. And that is the problem, is it not? You are not mine, and I have no right to keep you. And I am doing it anyway, because I looked at you and I could not. He stopped, closed his eyes, drew a breath that seemed to cost him something. Go back to your room, Lysenne. Are you ordering me? I am asking you. Something in his voice cracked on the last word, a fracture, small and real, that he would not have let her see if he had been in full control. She did not move. If I go back to my room, what will you do? I will go to the West Tower. I will stay there until I have myself under control. And if I stay here? Drevan opened his eyes. The dark garnet of his irises seemed darker than before, the color deeper, the hunger nearer the surface. Then I cannot guarantee what happens. She heard the truth in his voice, the warning, the honesty that cost him something to offer. She picked up the cup, carried it to the sideboard, and set it down. Then she turned and walked toward the arched doorway that led back into the keep. She did not run. She walked, steady and deliberate, the way she had learned to walk through Greisenmouth on winter nights when the fog rolled in and the harbor road turned treacherous. Behind her, she heard him exhale. She did not look back. The corridor stretched ahead, dark and cold, the tallow candles flickering in their iron sconces. She counted her steps. 20 to the first turn. 30 more to the staircase. 15 down to the east wing. The sea-room door stood open, the way she had left it. She stepped inside and closed it behind her. The room was dark. The fire had burned low, the embers casting a dim orange glow across the floor. She crossed to the window and pressed her forehead against the glass. The night was black. No stars, no moon, only the wind howling up from the sea, and the sound of waves breaking against the cliffs far below. She stood there for a long time, breathing, letting the cold from the glass seep into her skin. She had been in the keep for one day, and she had already learned more than she wanted to know. Drevan was starving himself for her. Profect Cag could hear everything she moved, everything she touched. The warrant was forged, the town had sold her, and the man who kept her captive was falling apart because he could not bring himself to feed on her or let her go. And somewhere beneath her feet, in the cellars that had not been aired in years, a vampire lord had built something he did not want anyone to see. She pushed away from the window and crossed to the bed. The mattress seam was still undisturbed. She slipped her hand inside and fanned the sea glass, smooth and cool against her fingertips. She held it in her palm, feeling its weight. A weapon, a tool, a piece of the shore she had been taken from. She closed her fingers around it and lay down on the bed, fully dressed, staring at the ceiling. She would not sleep. She would lie awake and listen to the keep breathe, and she would learn its rhythms, its silences, its cracks. And when she found the right one, she would push through it. The sea glass pressed into her palm, sharp-edged and patient. She held on. The knock came 3 hours later. Lysenne was not asleep. She had been counting the seconds between each gust of wind, marking the pattern, learning the night. She sat up. Who is it? I brought food. A woman's voice, low and flat. Nobody. The same servant from the afternoon. Lysenne crossed to the door and opened it. The woman stood in the corridor, a tray in her hands, her face expressionless. You served me lunch, Lysenne said. I serve everyone. Did Profex send you? No. The woman's eyes flickered just for a moment. The Lord did. Lysenne took the tray. The woman turned and walked away before she could ask anything else. She carried the tray to the desk and lifted the cloth. Bread, cheese, dried fish, a small pot of honey, and a note, folded once, written in a hand that was elegant and precise. I am sorry. I will not let it happen again. No signature. She read it twice, then folded it and tucked it into the pocket of her coat. She ate the bread and the cheese, and when she was done, she sat in the dark and listened to the wind and the sea and the sound of her own heartbeat, steady and stubborn, refusing to stop. Below her, somewhere deep in the stone, the cellars waited. She would find them. She would find everything. And when she did, she would decide what to do with the truth. But first, she needed to survive the night. The sea glass was still in her hand. Chapter 7. The glasshouse furnace had burned cold through the night. Han Wen stood in the doorway, watching the light drain across the workbench. The tools lay exactly where Lysenne had left them. The blowpipe rested across the iron rack, its tip still dark. The batch of green collet she had been crushing for the harbor master's windows sat untouched in the stone mortar. No one had banked the fire. Lysenne never left the furnace unbanked. She had taught Han Wen that lesson her first week. A cold glasshouse takes 3 days to bring back to working heat. 3 days of fuel and labor. You do not let it die. The fire had died anyway. Men from the levy office had come through yesterday afternoon. 2 of them, heavy-shouldered and slow-eyed, carrying a lantern and a list. They had told Han Wen to wait outside while they inspected the property. She had waited. Now she understood why they had wanted her out. The ledger drawer hung open, its lock splintered. The stack of delivery receipts had been rifled, the papers scattered across the floor. The small iron strongbox where Lysenne kept her commission records sat empty, the key still in the lock. Han Wen stepped inside. The smell hit her first. Not the usual tang of soda ash and hot metal, but something else. Paper. Wax. The sharp residue of someone who had been in a hurry. Someone who had not bothered to close things properly after they were done. She crossed to the ledger drawer and pulled it out. The main account book was still there. Thick, leather-bound, filled with Lysenne's precise handwriting. Anren lifted it carefully, checking the spine, the pages, the places where loose sheets were tucked between the leaves. Most of it was intact, but one page had been cut out. She saw the ragged edge where the blade had run along the binding, the clean line of the cut against the rough paper beneath. A whole page, removed with care. She knew which one without having to check. The page that recorded the custom work for the levy office. The small crystal seals, the commemorative glasses, the set of lamp chimneys Howrick Tilburn had ordered 3 months ago. The order that had been paid in cash, not written into the town's credit books. The order that had given Howrick a reason to come to the glasshouse alone, to speak to Lysenne without witnesses, to make sure she understood what was expected of her. Han Wen set the ledger down. Her hands were shaking. She had been at the wharf yesterday. She had seen them take Lysenne, seen the closed carriage, seen the harbor master hold her back while she screamed. She had spent the night pacing the cold floor of her room above the chandler's shop, replaying every moment, every face, every voice that had looked away. She had told herself it was a mistake, a bureaucratic error, a levy gone wrong. She had told herself she would find a way to fix it, to prove Lysenne's name should never have been on that warrant. But this was not a mistake. Someone had come to the glasshouse before the levy was even read. Someone had known exactly which records to take. Someone had wanted to make sure that if anyone went looking for proof of Howrick Tilburn's dealings with the glassblower, they would find nothing. Hanwen looked down at the scattered papers. They had left most of the receipts. The ones from ordinary customers, the ones that prove Lysenne's business was real and thriving. They had only taken the evidence that would have hurt the Levy-Master. She picked up one of the delivery slips from the floor. It was dated 3 weeks ago. A set of drinking glasses for the Salt Chapel. Sister Moshan's order, paid in full, receipt signed. The sister would remember. Hanwen tucked the slip into her pocket. She worked quickly after that. Gathered the scattered receipts, sorted them by date, checked each one against the ledger. Made a mental list of every customer who might remember paying for work that the levy records did not show. Then she found the second thing they had missed. Under the workbench, wedged between the leg and the stone floor, a scrap of paper the size of her palm. It was crumpled, the ink smudged, but Hanwen recognized the handwriting. Mariand. Gate. Ask for the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. Not signed, not addressed. But the slant of the letters was familiar. Lysenne's hand, written in a hurry, maybe slipped into the drawer before the levy men arrived. Hanwen read it 3 times. She did not understand what it meant. Not yet. But she understood that Lysenne had known she might not come back. That she had left a message, hidden where only someone who knew the Glasshouse could find it. She folded the paper and pressed it into the lining of her coat. The footsteps came from outside. Hanwen turned, her heart kicking hard against her ribs. The Glasshouse door stood open behind her, letting in the gray morning light and the sound of the harbor waking up. 2 figures stood in the doorway. One was the levy office clerk, a thin man named Guerrero who had always been too eager to please. The other was a woman Hanwen did not recognize, dressed in good wool, with a face that had learned to smile without meaning it. Hanwen Branach, the woman said. Hanwen did not answer. The woman stepped inside, her gaze moving across the workshop, taking in the open drawer, the scattered papers, the cold furnace. She did not ask. You work for the glassblower, she said. I am her apprentice. And you came to check on the workshop? Hanwen kept her face still. Someone had to. The woman smiled, thin and practiced. Of course, I am sure you want to keep everything in order while she is away. I want to know when she is coming back. The smile did not waver. That depends on the Lord of Merriwind, I imagine, and on how quickly the winter passes. Hanwen felt the weight of the paper in her coat lining, felt the sharp edge of the folded slip pressing against her ribs. She thought of the missing page, the cold furnace, the door that had been left open, as if whoever searched the workshop expected her to find it. This woman knew. She had not come to help. She had come to see what Hanwen had discovered, to measure whether the apprentice was dangerous enough to worry about. Hanwen met her gaze and held it. I will keep the Glasshouse, she said, until she returns. The woman studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded once and turned toward the door. I am sure you will. She walked out without looking back. The clerk followed, his eyes on the floor, his shoulders hunched like a man who had already decided it was safer not to see. Hanwen stood alone in the cold workshop. The paper against her ribs felt heavier than it should. She waited until the footsteps faded, until the harbor sounds returned to normal. Then she closed the Glasshouse door, locked it with the key Lysenne had trusted her to keep, and began to plan. Taup. Tink. Twinned. Depths in the order a mouse that were going through the stars, a louder than crying. I have been watching everything since they took her. Hanwen closed the doorway hundreder and stood with her back to it. The shop smelled of beeswax and clean linen, the kind of redness that came from sleepless hours rather than crying. I have been watching everything since they took her. Hanwen closed the door behind her and stood with her back to it. The shop smelled of beeswax and clean linen, the kind of order Maria maintained even when the rest of her life frayed. A half-finished jacket hung from the frame, pinned and basted, waiting for a fitting that had been scheduled before Levy Day. "I need to know what you saw," Hanwen said. "I saw what everyone saw." "I need the parts no one is saying." Maria's jaw tightened. She picked up the needle again, not to sew, just to hold it. "You want me to name them?" "I want to know who loaded the ray." The words hung between them, sharp and necessary. Maria set the needle down a second time, more carefully now, as if she was afraid of breaking it. "All of them, Hanwen. That is the answer. Every man and woman on that wharf looked away, and the ones who did not look away pretended they had not seen." "Start with the ones closest to her." Edric Naza was at the far end of the wharf. He studied a skiff's rigging for 5 full minutes while they put your mistress in the carriage. He never turned around once. Hanwen had expected that. The harbor Reeve was a careful man, the kind who measured his courage against the winter stores and always found it wanting. "What did you hear?" Jurun Skal. He was loading salt barrels 20 paces from where they held her. He told me later he thought it was a misunderstanding, that someone would sort it out before the carriage reached the gate. And when it did not sort itself out, he stopped talking about it. Hanwen let the cold seep through her boots, through the floorboards, through the thin leather of her soles. The fishwives turned back to their baskets the moment Halric raised his voice. All of them. They will tell you they did not hear her name, that the wind was wrong, that the gulls were too loud. The dockhands. Maria's face went still. That is the part you will not want to hear. Tell me anyway. The ones who loaded the carriage did it faster than usual. They had the grain sacks and oil casks secured before the Levy-Master finished reading. They knew what was coming, Hanwen. Someone told them to be quick about it. The words landed like stones in her chest. Who told them? I do not know. But I know which men they were, that I know they did not look surprised when the warrant named a person instead of a cargo. Hanwen pressed her palm flat against the door, feeling the grain of the wood under her skin. She thought of Lysenne's cold furnace, the open drawer, the missing page. She thought of the woman in good wool who had come to measure her like a bolt of cloth. Maria, I found something in the glasshouse this morning. The seamstress's eyes sharpened. What kind of something? A message. She left it for me hidden under the workbench. It says to go to Merowe, to ask for the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. Maria's breath caught. The Salt Chapel. Sister Moshen. She already knows something. Lysenne must have been sending messages through the chapel before Levy Day, or she knew someone there would remember something important. That is a risk. Sister Moshen keeps secrets like she keeps accounts. She does not give them away for free. Then we pay her price. Maria was quiet for a long moment. The needle lay on the table between them, catching the thin light from the window. Outside, a cart rolled past, and someone laughed, and the harbor went on breathing as if nothing had happened. I heard something this morning, Maria said finally. Something I was going to take to my grave because I was afraid of what it meant. What did you hear? Old warrant seals. The ones from previous years, the ones the levy office keeps as proof of delivery. Someone went through the records room at the levy office the same morning they took Lysenne, before the levy was even read. They took the seals out of the files and they have not been seen since. Hanwen's blood went cold. Who told you this? The clerk who found the empty files. He came to my shop last night, drunk and shaking, asking if I knew anyone who could get him out of Greisenmouth before Halric realized what he had seen. And when it did not sort itself out, he stopped talking about it. Hanwen felt the cold seep through her boots, through the floorboards, through the thin leather of her soles. The fishwives turned back to their baskets the moment Howrick raised his voice. All of them. They will tell you they did not hear her name, that the wind was wrong, that the gulls were too loud. The dockhands. Maria's face went still. That is the part you will not want to hear. Tell me anyway. The ones who loaded the carriage did it faster than usual. They had the grain sacks and oil casks secured before the Levy-Master finished reading. They knew what was coming, Hanwen. Someone told them to be quick about it. The words landed like stones in her chest. Who told them? I do not know, but I know which men they were, and I know they did not look surprised when the warrant named a person instead of a cargo. Hanwen pressed her palm flat against the door, feeling the grain of the wood under her skin. She thought of Lysenne's cold furnace, the open drawer, the missing page. She thought of the woman in good wool who had come to measure her like a bolt of cloth. Maria, I found something in the glasshouse this morning. The seamstress's eyes sharpened. What kind of something? A message. She left it for me, hidden under the workbench. It says to go to Merrowwind, to ask for the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. Maria's breath caught. The Salt Chapel. Sister Moshen. She already knows something. Lysenne must have been sending messages through the chapel before Levy Day, or she knew someone there would remember something important. That is a risk. Sister Moshen keeps secrets like she keeps accounts. She does not give them away for free. Then we pay her price. Maria was quiet for a long moment. The needle lay on the table between them, catching the thin light from the window. Outside, a cart rumbled past, and someone laughed, and the harbor went on breathing as if nothing had happened. I heard something this morning, Maria said finally. Something I was going to take to my grave because I was afraid of what it meant. What did you hear? Old warrant seals. The ones from previous years, the ones the levy office keeps as proof of delivery. Someone went through the records room at the levy office the same morning they took Lysenne, before the levy was even read. They took the seals out of the files and they have not been seen since. Hanwen's blood went cold. Who told you this? The clerk who found the empty files. He came to my shop last night, drunk and shaking, asking if I knew anyone who could get him out of Greisenmouth before Howrick realized what he had seen. And when it did not sort itself out, he stopped talking about it. Hanwen felt the cold seep through her boots, through the floorboards, through the thin leather of her soles. The fishwives turned back to their baskets the moment Howrick raised his voice. All of them. They will tell you they did not hear her name, that the wind was wrong, that the gulls were too loud. The dockhands. Maria's face went still. That is the part you will not want to hear. They feels. I mean, get writing, Hanwen. The day is burning. Hanwen stood and moved toward the back door. She paused with her hand on the latch. Maria, you looked away too. The seamstress did not flinch. Her needle kept moving, steady and relentless. I know. I will carry that until I die. Then help me carry it lighter. Maria looked up at last, and her eyes were wet. I will. Hanwen opened the door and stepped into the narrow alley behind the shop. The gray sky pressed down, heavy with the promise of snow. The harbor sounds rose and fell, indifferent and endless. She walked toward the Salt Chapel, the pouch heavy against her hip, the hidden message warm against her ribs. Behind her, Maria Christ bent over her sewing and began to stitch the names of everyone who had looked away into the hem of a morning dress no one had ordered. Chapter 9. She studied the tray the servant had left. Not the food. She had eaten that hours ago, mechanically, tasting nothing. She studied the arrangement of it, the way the bread had been cut, the position of the cup, the cloth folded beneath the dishes. Nothing out of place. Nothing left behind that should not have been there. That was the pattern. The keep never left traces of anything that did not belong. But there were other traces, the absence of them. She had been watching for 3 days now. 3 days of counting footsteps in the corridor, of noticing which doors stayed closed and which servants passed without meeting her eyes. 3 days of mapping the crust of salt on the window ledges and the way the light moved through the east wing at different hours. 3 days of tracking what Drevan Lirewen touched and what he avoided. He did not eat. Not once, not in her presence, not within her hearing. The breakfast table where they had sat together held no plate for him, and when she had asked Pravek whether the Lord took meals elsewhere, the steward had answered with perfect stillness. His lordship requires very little. Not eats. Requires. She had let that answer sit. She had watched the lines deepen around Drevan's mouth and the shadows hollow beneath his cheekbones. She had noticed how he held his hands, still, always still, as if any movement cost him something he did not want to spend. The trays that came to her room were full. The meats were roasted, the bread still warm, the wine dark and sharp. But when she followed the servant one evening, keeping to the shadows of the corridor, she watched the tray go into the kitchens and then back out again, untouched except for the bread that had been fed to the fire. Drevan was not eating. He was not feeding at all. The truth of it settled into her bones like cold water. She found him in the great hall that evening, standing at the tall window that faced the sea. The glass was black with light, his reflection faint and fractured against the dark. He did not turn when she entered, but she saw the shift in his shoulders, the way he braced for her. "The pattern is wrong," she said. He did not answer. She crossed the stone floor, her footsteps soft against the rushes. She stopped 3 paces from him, close enough to see the thread of silver in his black hair, the way his collar turned slightly looser than it had on the first night. "You told me you had not fed in 8 weeks, she said. "I thought that was a confession." It was not. It was the beginning of a longer silence. "You should be in your room." His voice was low, controlled, the same voice he had used when he told her the warrant was forged. But there was a roughness beneath it now, like fabric worn thin at the seams. "I should be many things," she said. "I should be in Greisenmouth, working my furnace. I should be drinking tea at Maria's sewing table. I should be teaching Hanwen how to pull a gather without twisting the neck of the blowpipe." She took a step closer. He still did not turn. "Instead, I am in a keep where the Lord does not oat, where the servants are called nobody, and where the steward can hear a pin shift in a mattress from 3 floors away." "You built this place, Drevan. You made it so no one could see what you were hiding." She watched his reflection in the black glass, the line of his jaw, hard and still. "I have been watching you," she said. "The trays that come to the kitchens and leave again. The servants who do not ask whether you need anything because they already know the answer. The scratches on the stone banister in the west corridor where you caught yourself and held on until your fingers broke through the grip." His left hand clenched at his side. "The first night, I thought you were dangerous because you were a predator," she said. "That was true, but it was not complete. You are dangerous because you will destroy yourself before you let anyone see you want something you cannot control." He turned. The movement was slow, deliberate, the same kind of restraint she had seen him use in every gesture since she had arrived. But his eyes were darker than she remembered. The garnet deepened almost to black, and the shadows beneath them were the color of old bruising. "You are describing a fault," he said. "You are not naming it." "No, you already named it for me." She held his gaze. 8 weeks. You are starving yourself. For me." The stillness that followed was absolute. He did not move. He did not speak. The great hall held its breath around them, the candles burning low in their iron sconces, the salt wind pressing against the glass. "This is what you meant when you said you could not let me go," she said. "You think keeping me here is the only way to make sure you do not hurt me, and the only way to make sure you do not hurt me is to stop feeding. So you are letting yourself die by inches because you cannot bear to touch me. Lysenne, do not tell me I am wrong." "I will not." His voice was barely a whisper. "Because you are not." The admission cracked something open between them. He took a step toward her, then stopped, as if the distance had been measured in advance and he had reached the limit of what he allowed himself. She saw his hands at his sides, the burn scars pale across his palms, the fingers still and careful. "I have done this before," he said. "I have ridden the edge of hunger until the world went thin and distant. I have locked myself in the West Tower and let the days pass like water through a sieve. I know how far I can go before the control breaks. And you're going to go that far now. I am going to go further if I must." She heard the truth in it, the quiet, absolute conviction of a man who had already made peace with the cost. Why? He looked at her and the answer was in his eyes before he spoke it. Chapter 10. She held his gaze until the candles burned low and the wind threw salt against the glass. He did not look away. That was the first measure of how far the ground had shifted. "Here is what happens next," she said. His jaw tightened, but he did not interrupt. "You will keep me alive. You will keep the hunger contained, and I will keep your secret. But silence has a price." She watched him measure the word, price. She saw the calculation behind his eyes, the old habit of negotiation honed across centuries. "Name it." "Escorting movement through the keep, every wing except the ones you lock. I want to know the shape of this place." "That can be arranged." "Access to records, account books, levy ledgers, correspondence, anything that tells me why I am here." His hesitation was barely a breath. "Which records specifically?" "The ones that name me, the ones that prove the warrant was forged, the ones that show who signed it and who sealed it and who told the dockhands to be quick." She let the last word hang. She had not told him about the dockhands. She had not told anyone. The knowledge came from Han Wen's investigation, but Drevan did not know that, and the flicker in his eyes told her the detail had landed. "Records," he said slowly, "are kept in the archive wing, north side of the keep. I will have Pravec escort you." "No." His brows drew together. "No," she repeated. "Not Pravec. He hears everything. He knows everything. If I am going to read your records, I will do it without his attention on the back of my neck." "You want a different escort." "I want you." The stillness that followed was different from the others, sharper, more alive. "You are asking me to guide you through my own house," he said, "while you search for evidence against me. I am asking you to honor your own claim. You told me the warrant was forged. You told me I was not going home because you were protecting me. Now show me the proof. Let me see what was done." He was silent for a long moment. She watched him wage the argument behind his own ribs, watched the hunger and the caution and the desperate restraint move through him like currents beneath ice. "The archive is gold," he said slowly. There was no cruelty in it, only truth. "You want me to stop looking at you like you are a monster." His breath caught. She watched him take the wound and hold it, watched him refuse to look away even as the words hit. "I will escort you," he said. "I will show you the archive. I will answer what I can, and you will not speak of my hunger to anyone in this house." "I will not. And when you find what you are looking for, you will tell me before you act on it." She considered the condition. It was reasonable. Dangerous because it gave him time to prepare, but reasonable. "I will tell you before I act on it," she said, "provided you do not use that time to hide what I have found." "I will not." The bargain is struck. She held out her hand, palm open. The old gesture from the harbor, where deals were sealed by touch. He looked at her hand. She saw the hunger sharpen behind his restraint, saw him measure the distance between her skin and his. Then he reached out and took her hand in his. His skin was cool. The burn scars across his palm pressed against her fingers, rougher than she had expected. He held her hand for a count of 3, no more, then released her. "The archive opens at dawn," he said. "I will meet you at the East Wing stair." "I will be there." She turned and backed back through the great hall, past the dying candles and the black glass windows, past the salt crusted on the sills and the iron sconces that had not been lit in years. She felt his gaze on her back the whole way, and she did not turn around. The corridor was dark. The East Wing door stood open, as it always did, the room beyond lit only by the thin moon through the narrow window. She closed the door behind her. She did not lock it. There was no lock to turn. She crossed to the window and pressed her palm against the glass. The salt had crusted in patterns like frost, blotching and white, and through it she could see the black light of the sea and the scattered lights of Greisenmouth below. She had bargained well. She had secured movement, access, and answers. She had named her leverage and watched him accept it. But the speed of his concession troubled her. He had agreed too quickly. He had given her escorted access to the archive without demanding anything in return except her silence, which she had already offered. He had let her set the terms, and he had taken them without a single counteroffer. That was not the behavior of a man who still held power. That was the behavior of a man who had already lost a battle he had not admitted he was fighting. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass. She was no longer afraid of him. She had told him that, and she had meant it. But standing in the dark, with the sea below and the keep raving around her, she wondered if she had made a different kind of mistake. She had become essential to him. Not as a captive, not as a meal. As the only person who had ever looked at him and seen the hunger, the control, the centuries of denial, and not looked away. That kind of devotion was not a weapon she knew how to hold. Below her, deep in the stone, she heard the faint sound of water moving through the dark, the same rhythm she had heard every night since she arrived, and she realized she did not know whether the sound came from the sea or from something buried beneath the keep. The question sat in her chest in the second shard of glass. She would find the cellars, she would find the records, she would find the truth. And when she did, she would have to decide whether the man who had opened his cage for her was the one who had built it in the first place. Chapter 11. The salt chapel sat at the edge of Greisenmouth, where the harbor road gave way to shale and seagrass, its walls crusted white from generations of winter spray. Hanwen had passed it 100 times without looking twice, the way everyone did, the way you passed a place that held nothing you needed until the day it held everything. She pushed through the iron-bound door, and the salt hit her throat first, dry and mineral, coating the back of her tongue like a second layer of air. The chapel was smaller than she remembered, narrow and low-ceilinged, with a stone floor worn hollow by centuries of kneeling. A single brazier burned near the altar, throwing shadows up the walls where the salt had crystallized in veins that looked like cracked bone. Sister Mashan Ket stood at the altar with her back to the door, arranging something Hanwen could not see. She wore the gray of wool of the salt order, a heavy belt with iron links, and no veil. Her hair was cropped short, the color of faded pewter, and she did not turn around. "You are early," Sister Moshin said. "I have not finished the morning prayers." "I need help." The chapel does not give help in the morning. The chapel gives help after the noon bell, when the accounts are balanced and the requests have been weighed. Heinwein stepped further in. The door swung shut behind her, and the salt smell thickened. "Lysenne Ottfeld was taken on a forged warrant," she said. "You know it. You delivered glass to her the week before the levy, and you have records of every transaction. I need to see them." Sister Moshin turned. She was older than Heinwein had realized, not in the loose skin or the stoop of age, but in the eyes. They were pale, nearly colorless, and they had the kind of stillness that came from watching people lie for decades and never once being fooled. "I delivered glass," Sister Moshin said. "That is not the same as knowing the warrant was forged." "You know everything that happens in this town. People confess to you. They tell you what they saw and what they did not see, and what they told themselves to sleep at night. You know." Sister Moshin set down the object she had been holding, a small clay dish with dried salt in the bottom, and folded her hands in front of her belt. "Knowing is not the same as proving," she said, "and proving is not the same as acting. What do you want from me, Apprentice Brannock?" "I want the Sot Chapel's old correspondence. I want the records of every levy payment, every delivery, every note that passed between this chapel and Merrowwind Keep for the last 5 years." Lysenne's message, the one crumpled and hidden under the workbench, had been specific. Merrowwind. Gate. Ask for the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. Heinwein had turned the words over in her mind for 2 days, and she still did not know what they meant, but she trusted the hand that had written them. Sister Moshin studied her. The brazier crackled and shifted, sending a drift of salt-scented smoke across the altar. "Those records are not public," she said. "They are confessional correspondence, protected under Salt vow." "I am not asking you to break a vow. I am asking you to let me look at papers that already exist, papers that might prove Lysenne was sold." Sold. Deliberately chosen. Named on a warrant that was written before the levy was announced. Taken because someone in this town decided she was the one who could be spent. Sister Moshin's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a fractional straightening, as if a weight had been adjusted. "You have evidence of this?" The levy office records room was emptied the morning of the levy. Old warrant seals were removed from previous year's files. The Glasshouse ledger page recording Heinrich Tilburn's order was cut out. Dockhands were told to be quick before the warrant was even read. "You have proof of these things?" "I have a clerk who saw the empty files and is afraid to speak. I have a seamstress who heard the dockhands being told. I have a cut ledger page that used to record a custom order signed by Heinrich Tilburn himself. And I have a message from Lysenne telling me to come here." Sister Moshin walked to the front of the altar and stopped an arm's length from Heinwein. The salt smell was stronger up close, almost medicinal, and Heinwein saw that the woman's hands were stained white to the wrists, as if she had been working with the salt for hours. "You are asking me to give you years of confessional records?" Sister Moshin said. "Do you understand what that would cost me if I were discovered?" "I understand." "Do you understand what it would cost this chapel, the trust of every soul in Greisenmouth who has knelt at this altar and spoken their worst truth into the dark, believing it would stay there?" Heinwein met her eyes. "I understand," she said. "But I also understand that the same people who knelt at your altar and spoke their worst truths are the ones who stood at the harbor and watched Lysenne be taken without lifting a hand." Sister Moshin was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "You have your mistress's mouth." "I do not know what you mean." You argue like her. You find the seam in the argument and you push through it. She once told me that a kiln fires the same, whether you are afraid or not. So you might as well be useful while you burn. Hanwen felt something tighten in her chest. She had not heard anyone speak of Lysenne with that kind of recognition since the levy, and she had not realized how much she needed to hear it until now. "Will you help me?" she asked. Sister Maushen turned and walked back toward the altar. She picked up the clay dish and held it over the brazier, tilting it until the salt began to fall into the flames. The fire hissed and spat, and the smell of burning salt filled the chapel like incense. "I will help you," she said, "but not for free. I have coin." "I do not want your coin." The salt hissed. The flames flickered green for a moment before settling back to orange. "What do you want?" Sister Maushen set down the dish and turned to face Hanwen fully. Her pale eyes were steady, and her voice carried the weight of someone who had been waiting for this conversation for a long time. "I want the levy system opened," she said. "I want the books brought into the light. I want every name, every payment, every decision about who goes up that road and who stays below to be written down where the town can see it. I want this to stop being done in the dark." "That is what I am trying to do." "No. You are trying to save Lysenne. Those are not the same thing." Hanwen opened her mouth to argue, then stopped. Sister Maushen was right. She was trying to save Lysenne. She had not thought beyond that. She had not considered what exposing the warrant would do to the town, to the levy system, to the careful architecture of survival that Greisenmouth had built around the winter tribute. "You want to use Lysenne's name to force a reckoning?" Hanwen said slowly. "Whether she wants that or not." "I want to use the truth," Sister Maushen said. "If the truth happens to force a reckoning, then the reckoning was already owed. And if Lysenne does not want to be the face of that reckoning, then she will have to tell me herself, when she comes back." The words hung in the air. When she comes back. The words hung in the air. When she comes back. Not if. Sister Maushen believed Lysenne would return, or she was choosing to act as if she did, and Hanwen was not sure which was more dangerous. "I will show you the correspondence," Sister Maushen said. "But you will not take it from this chapel. You will read it here, and you will write down what you need, and you will leave the originals where they are." "And the price?" "The price is that when you find what you are looking for, you do not use it quietly. You use it in the open. You bring it before the Reeve, the guild masters, the levy office, and the chapel. You let the light in." Hanwen thought of Lysenne's face on the wharf, the pale gray eyes that had gone flat, and knowing as the town turned away. She thought of the dock hands loading the carriage faster than necessary, of the ledger page cut out, of the empty strongbox and the delivered key. "Agreed," she said. Sister Maushen nodded once, then gestured toward a narrow door behind the altar. "The records are in the crypt. Follow me, and do not touch anything I do not hand you. The salt in this chapel remembers every finger that has pressed against it, and I will know if you have taken something you should not have." She lifted the brazier from its hook and carried it toward the door, the flames casting her shadow long and crooked against the salt-crusted walls. Hanwen followed her down into the dark. The stairs were steep and worn, each step hollowed in the center by feet that had been climbing them for longer than anyone in Greisenmouth could remember. The salt smell grew stronger as they descended, and Hanwen felt it settling on her lips, her eyelashes, the exposed skin of her wrists. At the bottom, Sister Maushen stopped and held the brazier up. The crypt was small, no larger than a root cellar, with stone shelves cut into the walls, and bundles of parchment stacked in neat rows, each one tied with salt-stained cord. 5 years of correspondence, Sister Moshin said. Levy tallies, delivery receipts, chapel shelter logs, and every letter that passed between this building and Merriwind Keep for the last decade. You have until the noon bell. That is not enough time. It is all the time I can give you. If you are not out by the noon bell, the door will be locked, and you will have to explain to the guildmaster why you spent the afternoon in a salt crypt with confessional records you had no permission to see. Sister Moshin set the brazier on a stone ledge and turned to go. The pewter box on the third shelf, she said, not looking back. Start there. The door closed behind her, and Han-Wen was alone with the salt and the parchment and the weight of what she had come to find. Chapter 12. Dawn came gray through the east wing windows, the light thin and reluctant, as if the keep itself was not ready to let the day in. Lysenne stood at the top of the spire's staircase, waiting. She had been there for 10 minutes, timing Drevan's approach by the rhythm of the keep. The distant clatter of the kitchen, the scrape of a door on stone, the slow drip of condensation somewhere in the walls. She had counted her own breaths, mapped the draft that came up from below, noted the way the torchlight trembled when a door opened 3 floors down. She was learning the keep by its skin. His footsteps came at last, unhurried, precise. He rounded the corner with the same measured grace he brought to every movement, and she saw the shadows under his cheekbones had deepened even since the night before. His collar sat looser, his hands hung empty at the sides, the burn scars catching the gray light. You are early, he said. I am always early. She did not move from the stairhead. You were not planning to hide anything before I got there. It was not a question. Drevan's mouth tightened almost imperceptibly. I gave you my word. Words are air until I see the pages. He held her gaze for a moment, then turned and led her down the corridor without another word. She followed 2 paces behind, close enough to read the tension in his shoulders, far enough to keep her options open. The north wing was older than the east. The stone here was darker, the corridor narrower, the ceiling lower. The torch sconces were set farther apart, leaving pools of shadow between them that made the passage feel longer than it was. Lysenne counted her steps, memorized the turns, noted which doors had rust on their hinges and which had none. The first test came at a junction where a narrow corridor branched to the left, doorless and unlit. She slowed. That goes to the west tower, Drevan said, not looking back. The ban is still in effect. For now. He said it without emphasis, but she heard the crack in the word. For now. As if the restriction was a convenience, not a rule. She filed the tone away and kept walking. The archive room was at the end of the north corridor, behind a door that did not lock but stood slightly ajar, as if someone had been through it recently. Drevan pushed it open and stepped aside. The room was small, no larger than a counting house, with shelves built into every wall and a single table in the center. Dust lay thick on the higher shelves, but the lower ones showed clean streaks where books had been recently pulled and replaced. A ledger lay open on the table, its pages curling at the edges from damp. Lysenne crossed to it without waiting for permission. The ledger was a bound index of levy records dating back 7 years. She ran her finger down the columns, noting the neat, clerkly script, the dates entered in the same hand for the first 5 years. Then the ink changed. The entries for the last 2 years were written in a looser stroke, the letters sharper, as if the writer had been in a hurry. She stopped at the entry for the current winter. There, at the bottom of the page, a single line had been struck through with ink so fresh it had not yet dried. The covering line was written directly over it, crammed into the margin, the pressure of the pen denting the paper. Tilburn, Halrick, custom glassware order, 3rd of deep winter. The stuck-through entry beneath it was still legible. Ottfeld, Lysenne, personal assessment, emergency tribute. She stared at the words until they blurred, until the ink began to separate into its component strokes. Someone had been here before her. Someone had opened this ledger, read the original entry, and changed it. She turned to Drevan, who stood at the threshold with his hands clasped behind his back, watching her with an expression she could not name. "Who has access to this room?" she asked. "The archive is not locked." "That is not what I asked." He was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Anyone in the household. Anyone with a reason to be in the north wing." "And who has had a reason in the last 3 days?" "Prevex. Who else?" Drevan's jaw worked. He looked at the open ledger as if it had betrayed him, as if the ink on the page was a wound he had not expected to find. "I do not know," he said. "I did not think anyone would come here before you." Lysenne looked back at the altered entry. The fresh ink glistened in the torchlight. The hand was steady, practiced, someone who knew how to route a ledger line without hesitation. She thought of Prevrex's filmed eyes, his ability to hear every movement in the keep, his quiet refusal to answer her questions about the true architect of her abduction. She thought of the dock hands told to be quick, the warrant seals removed from the records room, the cut ledger page in her glasshouse. Someone was still ahead of her. Someone had known she would find this room. She touched the fresh ink with her fingertip. It smeared, leaving a dark smear on her skin. The keep was not just a cage, it was a chessboard, and she was not the only player. Chapter 13. The Salt Chapel crypt smelled of stone and old paper, the air cold enough to fog Hanwen's breath. She worked by the light of a single tallow candle, the pewter box open on the shelf before her, its contents spread across the wooden lid in neat stacks. Correspondence, 5 years of it. She had expected letters, formal requests, levy tallies. What she found instead was a ledger of compromises, a record of every bargain the chapel had struck with the keep and the levy office alike. Grain shipments recorded against shelter logs. Lamp oil deliveries matched to the dates of winter deaths. Names of the dead entered beside the names of those who had paid tribute in their place. And there, buried in the 3rd year, a single slip of paper that did not belong. The handwriting was the same looser, sharper script she had seen on the altered levy entry in Lysenne's Glasshouse ledger. The same pressure at the pen, the same slant. The note read, 3rd winter, North Road, same terms. No signature, no seal. Hanwen folded it into her coat pocket and closed the box. She left the crypt with the noon bell still half an hour off, stepping out into the salt-scoured morning with the pouch of Maria's coins heavy against her hip, and a plan already forming in her mind. A counter-warrant required 3 things: the right paper, the right wax, and a seal that would pass at a distance. She had the first from the chapel's scrap bin. The second she could steal from the levy office before anyone thought to lock the supply closet. The third required a gamble. She crossed the market square with her foot up and her head down, moving through the morning crowd like a fish through weed. The stallholders called to each other over baskets of dried fish and turnips. A cart loaded with salt blocks groaned past her, its driver cursing at a loose wheel. No one looked at her twice. The levy office was a stone building wedged between the chandlery and the quipple's workshop, its door propped open against the damp. Hanwen slipped inside without slowing. The anteroom was empty. A fire smoldered in the hearth, the kettle above it beginning to whistle. She crossed to the supply closet at the back, pulled the latch, and found the wax inside a tin box on the second shelf. Red. Official. The same shade as the seal on every warrant that had ever come from this office. She took 2 sticks and tucked them into her sleeve. The seal impressions were harder. She needed a copy, something she could press into hot wax without the original ever being missed. She found what she was looking for in the desk drawer. A discarded letter opener with the town's emblem stamped into its handle. The same pattern that marked every official document. Not a perfect match, but close enough to pass in bad light at a distance. She was turning to leave when she heard the footsteps. 2 sets, heavy, coming up the front steps. Hanwen pressed herself into the gap between the desk and the wall, her back against the cold stone, her breath held. The door swung open wider. "He is not here," a voice said. Male, rough, the accent of the harbor. "Then we wait." "Telburn said to question her today." "And we will. But first we find out where the girl has been sleeping." Hangwen's blood went cold. They were looking for her. Howrick had sent men to find her before she could move. She listened to them settle into the anteroom, the scrape of a chair, the creak of boots on the floorboards. They were not leaving. They were settling in, waiting for someone to arrive, waiting for orders, waiting for her to walk back through the door she had just come through. There was a rear exit, a narrow passage behind the supply closet that led to the yard behind the Koppel's workshop. She had mapped it the first time she had come to the Levy office, months ago, when she had still believed the system could be worked honestly. She moved. The passage was dark, barely shoulder-width, and she had to slide sideways past a stack of empty crates to reach the door at the end. The latch was rusted. It did not give on the first try, or the second. On the third, she threw her weight against it, and the door swung open onto the alley, releasing her into the gray morning light. She did not stop running until she reached the Glasshouse. The furnace was cold, the workbenches were bare, the cut ledger page still lay where she had found it, the missing entry for Halrick's custom order, a wound in the book that no one had bothered to close. She locked the door behind her, pulled the stolen wax and the letter opener from her sleeves, and began to work. The Counter-Warrant took shape on a sheet of paper she had taken from the chapel's scrap bin, the grain of the fibers close enough to official stock that it would pass under a casual eye. She wrote in the same sharp, deliberate hand she had used to copy seals in Lysenne's workshop, the same pressure at the pen, the same slant. She named the levy unlawful. She named the warrant forged. She named Howrick Kilburn as the signatory of a false document and called for the winter tribute to be suspended pending investigation. She melted the wax over the candle stub she had taken from the crypt, let it drip onto the folded edge of the paper, and pressed the letter opener's emblem into the hot red surface. The seal came out clean. She held the document up to the light and read it once, twice, 3 times. The words were right. The seal was right. The paper would pass. Outside, voices rose in the street. Hanwen crossed to the window and parted the shutter a finger's width. 2 men stood at the corner of the Glasshouse, their backs to her, their heads bent together in conversation. The same men from the Levy office. They had found the rear exit, traced her path, and now they were waiting. She looked down at the Counter-Warrant in her hands. She could hide it. Slide it under the workbench, into the same crack where Lysenne had hidden her message. Let it lie there until the search moved on, until she could retrieve it later and choose her moment. Or she could put it into circulation now. Walk it to the chapel, to Sister Moshen, to the Reed's office. Set the document loose before Halrick's men could stop her. The voices outside grew louder. One of the men pointed toward the Glasshouse door. Hanwen folded the Counter-Warrant into her coat, pulled her hood up, and crossed to the rear window. The frame was old, the latch rusted, the wood swollen with damp. She threw her shoulder against it once, twice, and on the third try the window groaned open wide enough to climb through. She dropped into the alley, landed hard on the cobbles, and ran. The parchment pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She reached the mark. Chapter 14. She did not turn. The hand on her shoulder was warm, the grip firm enough to hold but not to hurt. A man's hand, calloused at the palm, the fingers spread wide across the wool of her coat. The counter-warrant pressed against her ribs. "I would wait," a voice said, low and unhurried, "before you walk through that door." Hanwon stepped with the iron rings still in her grip, the chapel air spilling past her face, salt and cold stone, and the distant smell of candle wax. She did not let go of the ring. She did not turn. "Who are you?" "Someone who has been watching you since you left the Glasshouse." The hand stayed on her shoulder. "Those men behind you are Halrics. They will not follow you onto Constationy ground, but they will wait. And if you walk through that door alone, you will be trapped inside until someone decides to let you out." Hanwon's fingers tightened on the ring. "And if I stay out here?" "Then I help you deliver that document before Halric's men find a reason to take it from you." She turned then. The man was tall, older than she had expected, with a face lined by weather rather than age, and eyes that had learned to wait. He wore a dockworker's coat, the wool patched at the elbows, and his hands were stained with something dark under the nails. That could have been ink or could have been blood. "Who sent you?" she asked. "No one sent me. I saw them chasing you. I saw where you were running." He nodded toward the chapel door. "And I know what you are carrying, because I have been watching the Levy-Master since the morning they took the glassblower." Hanwon studied his face. The lines around his mouth were set deep, the kind of grooves that came from years of silence, of watching things happen and saying nothing. "Why?" He held her gaze. "Because I was at the wharf when they loaded her into the carriage. I was one of the dockhands who was told to be quick." The words landed like a blow. "You helped them?" "I followed orders." His voice did not flinch. "I did not know what the warrant said. I did not know her name was a lie. But I knew the seals were wrong, and I said nothing. And I have been trying to find a way to unsay that silence ever since." Hanwon's hand moved to her coat, to the folded paper inside. "This is a counter-warrant. It names Halric Tilburn as the signatory of a false document. If I can get it to the Reeve's office before Halric's men stop me, the winter tribute will be suspended and an investigation will begin." The man nodded. "The Reeve's office is guarded. Halric has men there too. But the Reeve himself is at the salt warehouse this morning, inspecting the winter stores before the next shipment." "At the salt warehouse?" Hanwon repeated the words, testing them. "That is not where the Reeve usually is." "No, it is where he was told to be." The man's mouth tightened. "A message arrived at his house before dawn, claiming the warehouse had found rot in the winter grain. A false report, I would guess, meant to keep him away from the levy office while Halric's men searched for you." Hanwon's mind raced. The Reeve was out of reach. The levy office was watched. The chapel was a trap. "Then where do I deliver it?" The man stepped closer, his voice dropping. "The Reeve will return to his office at noon for the midday count. He never misses it. If you can reach the levy office yard before the bell, you can intercept him on the steps. Halric's men will be watching the front, but there is a passage through the copper's yard that opens onto the rear of the office. I can take you there." "And why should I trust you?" He met her eyes again, and something in his face shifted, a crack in the practiced calm. "Because I have a daughter her age. And I have been carrying the weight of what I did at that wharf for 8 days, and I do not know how to put it down." Hanwon held his gaze for a long moment. Then she released the iron ring, letting the chapel door swing shut. Show me the passage. The cosper's yard smelled of wet wood and linseed oil, the ground slick with sawdust and rain. The man moved ahead of her, his footsteps sure on the uneven stones, and Hanwon followed with the Counter-Warrant pressed flat against her lips, her breath coming short and fast. They reached the rear wall of the level office without encountering anyone. The man stopped at a narrow door set into the stone, its paint blistered and peeling, the lock rusted open. This leads to the supply annex. From there you can reach the main corridor without passing the front guard. Hanwon reached for the door, then stopped. You still have not told me your name? He hesitated. Garrett Velen. Hanwon Branich. I know. He almost smiled, a brief flicker at the corner of his mouth. I have been watching you long enough to learn your name, your habits, and the fact that you do not give up easily. She pushed the door open. The annex was dark, the air thick with dust, and the sharp chemical smell of dried ink. She stepped inside, and the darkness closed around her. Behind her, Garrett's voice came low through the crack in the door. The Reeve will be on the steps at the noon bell. Do not be late. The door clicked shut, and Hanwon was alone in the dark. She counted her steps through the annex, one hand on the wall, the other pressed to the Counter-Warrant. The dust muffled every sound, and her own breathing seemed too loud in the stillness. Ahead, a sliver of light marked the door to the main corridor. She reached it, pressed her ear to the wood, and listened. Silence. She opened the door a finger's width and peered through. The corridor was empty. She slipped through, pulled the door closed behind her, and began to walk toward the front of the office. Her boots made no sound on the stone. The Counter-Warrant felt heavier with every step, the weight of paper and wax and the names written on it. She reached the end of the corridor and stopped at the edge of the front hall. The Reeves' office door stood open. Inside, Edric Nemez sat at his desk, his head bent over a ledger, his hand moving slowly across the page. I have the 6 cars, completely for the 2, the people that travel, and then Cass's me. To still will also follow the voice to begin. Her boots made no sound on the stone. The Counter-Warrant felt heavier with every step, the weight of paper and wax and the names written in an ink. His jaw tightened. You forged a warrant. I forged a Counter-Warrant. She held his gaze. Against a man who forged the original. Against a man who sold Lysenne Ottfeld to Merriwind Keep under a false name and a false seal, and who has been destroying records and threatened witnesses ever since. Entric was silent for a long moment. Then he reached out and took the paper from her hand. He read it slowly, his lips moving over the words, his thumb brushing the seal once, twice, 3 times. When he looked up, his face was unreadable. This is well written. I had a good teacher. He set the paper on the desk. You know that if I act on this, the levy system will collapse for the winter. The town will have no legal tribute to send to the keep. The Lord of Merriwen will have no guarantee of the grain and lamp oil that keeps the harbor alive through the storms. I know. And you are asking me to choose your word and a forged document over the word of the Levy-Master and the safety of the entire town? I am asking you to choose the truth. Hanwon stepped closer. You were at the wharf. You saw them take her. You looked away and studied a boat's rigging while a woman you have known for 10 years was driven up the cliff road in a closed carriage wearing an ink. His jaw tightened. You forged a warrant? I forged a Counter-Warrant. She held his gaze. Against a man who forged the original. Against a man who sold Lysenne Ottfeld to Merriwind Keep under a false name and a false seal, and who has been destroying records and threatening witnesses ever since. Entric was silent for a long moment. Then he reached out and took the paper from her hand. He read it slowly, his lips move all over the words, his thumb brushing the seal once, twice, 3 times. When he looked up, his face was unreadable. This is well written. I had a good teacher. He set the paper on the desk. You know that if I act on this, the levy system will collapse for the winter. The town will have no legal tribute to send to the keep. Do not tell me you do not already know what Halric Tilburn is. Edric's hand moved to the paper, and then away. I will have this examined, he said. If the seal and the signature hold, I will call a hearing. By when? By the end of the week. The end of the week is too late. Lysenne has been at the keep for 8 days. Halric's men are already burning records. Every hour we wait, he buries the truth further. Edric met her eyes. Then you had better make sure the seal holds. He folded the counter-warrant and placed it in the inner pocket of his coat. Hanwen stood in the doorway, her heart pounding, the paper no longer against her ribs. She had done it. The document was in the Reeve's hands. But as she turned to leave, she heard Edric's voice behind her, low and tight. Hanwen. She stopped. The men looking for you are not Halric's men any longer. He paused. A messenger arrived from the keep an hour ago. The blind steward at Merriwind has sent word to the levy office that their guest is missing. Chapter 15. She woke to the feeling of being watched. The east wing was silent. Morning light fell thin through the window, and the door stood exactly as she had left it, closed but never locked. She lay still for 3 breaths, listening. Nothing moved. But the scrape of the breakfast tray had come earlier than usual, and when she sat up, she saw the food untouched, steam still rising from the tea. Beside the tray lay a single sheet of paper, folded once. She reached for it, unfolded it. The handwriting was not Drevan's. It was cramped and precise, the letters pressed deep into the page. The archive will be opened at the 8th bell. Your escort has been changed. Prefesc Scoloro. Changed. She read the word twice, feeling its weight settle in her chest. She had refused Perex as her escort. She had demanded Drevan. And they had agreed. Now the steward was rewriting the terms before she had even tested them. She dressed quickly, pulled her hair back, and slipped the sea glass into her mouth without thinking. The familiar pressure against her molars steadied her. The corridor was empty. She walked toward the north wing, counting her steps, listening for the echo that meant someone else was moving through the stone. She found Perex waiting at the archive door. Not Drevan. The blind steward stood with his hands clasped before him, his filmed eyes aimed at the wall across from her. He had not needed to see her approach. He had heard her from 3 turnings away. Good morning, Lysenne. Where is Lord Drevan? His lordship is occupied. Prefect's voice carried no apology. I will escort you today. I refused you as my escort. You refused me as your escort in a bargain with Lord Drevan. He tilted his head. That bargain does not overrule the keep's survival. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. She held his gaze. And escorting me to the archive threatens the keep's survival? It threatens nothing. He turned and pressed his palm to the door, sliding it open without apparent effort. But it changes the balance. Lord Drevan is not well. His attention should not be divided between you and the hunger that is consuming him from within. The admission slipped out before she could stop it. You know he is starving himself. Perex's mouth tightened. I have known him for 3 centuries. I knew before you arrived. She stepped past him into the archive, the same dust-covered room, the same single ledger on the table, but the clean streaks in the dust had shifted. Someone had been here again. You moved the books. I did not. Purek's voice was quiet. But you are responsible for what you do with what you know. And you know more about him now than anyone alive. That is not a neutral fact. He turned and walked back to the door. I will be outside, he said. If you need anything, call. If you try to take anything from this room without my knowledge, I will hear it. The door closed behind him. She stood alone in the archive, her hand still pressed to the ledger page, the wet ink of yesterday dry beneath her fingertips. She had come here to find proof of a forgery. She had come here to reclaim her freedom. But Purek had seen what she had not admitted, that she was tracking Drevan's decline the way she tracked the tide, watching for the moment when the controls snapped and she would have to choose. Those are not the only options, she said. Aren't they? He tilted his head. You are the first person he has told the truth to. The first person he has let see his hunger without hiding. The first person he has starved for rather than fed on. If you leave, you take his confession and his secret with you. If you stay, you become the anchor he cannot afford. Either way, the keep changes. She felt the air leave her lungs. I am not responsible for what Lord Drevan chooses. No. Purek's voice was quiet. But you are responsible for what you do with what you know. And you know more about him now than anyone alive. That is not a neutral fact. He turned and walked back to the door. I will be outside, he said. If you need anything, call. If you try to take anything from this room without my knowledge, I will hear it. The door closed behind him. She stood alone in the archive, her hand still pressed to the ledger page, the wet ink of yesterday dry beneath her fingertips. She had come here to find proof of a forgery. She had come here to reclaim her freedom. But Purek had seen what she was still refusing to see. She was already part of Marijuan's balance. The ledger, the keep, the blind steward, the starving lord. They had all adjusted around her presence the way sand sifts around a stone. She was no longer just a captive waiting to leave. She was a variable the household was already measuring. She turned back to the ledger, her hand moving to the next page, her eyes tracing the entries for years before her own name had been written into the levy records. The columns blurred. She blinked hard and forced them back into focus. The proof was here. She would find it. She would use it. But Purek's question stayed in her chest, lodged beneath her ribs like a second piece of glass. Save him or destroying him? She did not know which answer terrified her more. The sound of water moving through stone came from somewhere beneath her feet, distant and patient, as if the keep itself was waiting for her to decide. Chapter 16. She turned the page and found the first crack. Not a dramatic break, not a missing entry or a torn leaf, just a grain tally for the third winter that did not match the cliff. She pressed her finger to the numbers, tracing the ink as if touch could tell her what the paper would not. Then she turned further back to the second winter and found the same pattern. 300 bushels logged, 180 recorded on the chapel side. The gap wider now, not narrower. The first winter had no discrepancy. She flipped back to the earliest records, the first year the looser hand appeared in the ledger. The entries matched exactly. Grain, oil, coin, every bushel and cask accounted for. The gap only started in the second year. The second year was when someone had begun bleeding the levy. She sat back, her hands still on the page, and let the shape of it form in her mind. The levy office sent the full tribute up the Switchback road. The keep logged what it received. But somewhere between the harbor and the cliff, a percentage of the winter stores had been diverted. Enough to feed a household through a hard season. Enough to sell. Enough to make someone very wealthy and very dependent on the system that allowed it. She reached for the next ledger, the one that held the records of human tribute. The pages were thinner, the entries sparser, and the handwriting changed again here, reverting to the neat, clerkly script of the earlier years. But the names were there. 7 of them over 5 winters, each marked with a date of arrival and a date of departure. She read them slowly. First winter, 2 names, both marked returned to town. Second winter, 1 name, marked released to Salt Chapel. Third winter, 2 names, the first marked returned to town. The second, a woman named Chella Bryn, marked only with a date of arrival and a blank departure field. Lysenne's throat tightened. Fourth winter, 1 name, a man called Harv, departure field blank. Fifth winter, her own name, departure field blank. She stared at the blank spaces until the paper seemed to darken at the edges. Then she flipped back to the second winter entry, the woman whose departure field had been filled. Released to Salt Chapel. That meant the chapel had taken custody. That meant Sister Moshan had known. That meant the chapel was not an innocent party in any of this. She pressed her palm flat against the ledger and forced herself to breathe. The water sound beneath her feet pulsed, steady and patient, as if the keep was breathing with her. She had come here for proof of one forgery. She had found evidence of a decade of theft and a trail of people who had never returned. The grain discrepancy was the key. Someone in the levy office had been skimming the winter stores for years, and the only way to hide the difference was to ensure the keep never noticed. That meant someone inside Merriwind was part of the arrangement. Someone who controlled what Drevan saw, what Pravek heard, what the household knew. She thought of the clean streaks in the dust, the tampered ledger entry, the someone who had reached the archive before her and left her name struck through with wet ink. The same someone who had been bleeding the levy for 3 winters and covering it with altered tallies. She reached for a scrap of paper, the blank side of a discarded delivery slip, and began copying the grain numbers. The keep's logged amounts, the chapel's receipt amounts, the gaps, winter by winter. Her hand moved fast, the chunk thin and spidery, but the numbers were clear. She was halfway through the 3rd winter when the door opened. Pravek stood in the frame, his head tilted at an angle she had learned to read as alert rather than casual. His hands were clasped, but the fingers were still, which meant he was listening to something beyond her breathing. "You need to stop," he said. She did not lift the pen. "I have found discrepancy in the grain tallies that span 3 winters. Someone in the levy office has been diverting winter stores, and someone in this keep has been covering for them." "I know." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. She looked up. "You knew?" "I suspected." He stepped into the room, his feet finding the familiar path without hesitation. "The household consumes less than the keep logs, I have noticed for years, but the difference was never large enough to prove intent, and my lord's attention has not been on ledgers." "It is now." "Is it?" He stopped at the edge of the table, his clouded eyes fixed somewhere past her shoulder. "You have found the grain gap. You have found the missing departure dates. What do you intend to do with them?" She looked down at the numbers in her hand. The proof she had wanted. The leverage that could bring down Haurik Telburn and everyone who had helped him. But the proof was not clean. It implicated the keep. It implicated the chapel. It drew lines that connected Merriwind to Greisenmouth in ways neither side would want exposed. "I intend to use them," she said. "To what end?" The question was quiet, and she heard the weight in it. Not a test, a genuine inquiry. "To name what was done to me," she said. "To name what was done to every person whose departure field was left blank. to make sure the people who built this system cannot hide behind convenience any longer. Pravik was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "A messenger has arrived at the gate. The message carries a chapel mark." She went still. "It is addressed to the keeper of the East Wing archives," he said. "The seal is unbroken. The messenger would not say who sent it." He extended his hand. Between his fingers a folded paper sat, pressed with a red wax seal that bore the mark of the Salt Chapel. She reached for it, her fingers brushing his palm, the paper cool and solid against her skin. The seal was intact. The wax was still firm. She turned it over and saw the handwriting on the outside. Her own name. "Open it," Pravik said. "Or do not, but the messenger is waiting for a reply." Chapter 17. Edric Nemes sat alone in the levy office long after the last clerk had gone. The counter-warrant spread across his desk like a wound he could not stop examining. The seal held. The signature matched. The language was precise enough to pass a Reeve's review, which meant Hanwen Branna had either inherited her mistress's skill with detail, or desperation had sharpened her beyond her years. He touched the wax with one finger, still cool. The letter opener's emblem had left a clean impression. A forgery, yes, but a forgery that named a truth. Halric Tilburn had read a false warrant on levy day. Halric had sent a woman up the cliff road under a lie, and Edric had studied a skiff's rigging instead of stopping it. He folded the paper and slid it into his coat. The walk to Tilburn's house took him through the lower market, past shuttered stalls and the last fish sellers packing their catch. The salt wind carried the smell of wet rope and cold stone. He moved fast, his boots striking the cobbles at a rhythm that said purpose, not hesitation. He found Halric in the back room of the counting house, seated before a fire that had burned low. A bottle stood open at his elbow, the glass dark with something that was not wine. Halric looked up when the door opened. His face did not change. He had the kind of composure that came from years of being the man who read the names, the man who decided who went and who stayed. "You are here late," Halric said. "So are you." "I am a Levy-Master in winter. The work does not end at sundown." Edric closed the door behind him and stood with his back to it. "A girl came to my office today. She carried a document that names you as the signatory of a false levy warrant. She claims you forged the paper that sent Lysenne Ottfeld to Merrowwind." The silence stretched. Halric picked up the bottle and refilled his glass. "That girl is Hanwen Branna, Lysenne's apprentice. She is young, grieving, and desperate enough to put her name on a forgery." "Then you deny it?" "Of course I deny it. I do not need to defend myself against the accusation of a child who does not know how the levy works." Edric stepped forward, his hands flat at his sides. "Then tell me how it works. Explain the warrant. Explain why the seal was clean and the paper was new and the handwriting matched your clerk's records." Halric set the glass down and looked at him, and in that look Edric saw something he had not expected. Not fear, not anger, calculation. "You want to know the truth, Edric? The truth is that you do not want this examined, neither do I. Neither does anyone in this town who had ever relied on the winter tribute to keep the vampire fed and the Hartho working." "You sent a woman to the keep under a lie?" "I sent a woman who had no family, no debts that would be called, and no one who would ask the kind of questions that could not be answered." Halric's voice stayed flat, almost gentle. "You know that is how it has always worked. You know that is how it must work. The levy exists to keep Merrowwind satisfied. If the keep is satisfied, the town survives. By sacrificing one person a year. By sacrificing someone who can be spared." Edric felt the words land in his chest like cold water. He had known. He had always known, in the way that men know a roof is leaking, but do not climb to look at the rot. He had studied skiffs on levee day because looking away had been easier than seeing. You are telling me you chose her deliberately. I am telling you that she was not the first, and she will not be the last, and if you call a hearing on that girl's forged warrant, you will burn this town's arrangement with Merowyn to the ground. Halric leaned forward, his hands braced on the table. The vampire does not care which name goes on the warrant, but he notices when the tribute stops, and when he notices, he comes down the road. Edric's throat tightened. That is a threat. It is a fact. Halric's voice dropped. You want to investigate the levy? Investigate. But understand that every ledger you open, every name you call forward, every witness who speaks, will be someone I can connect to a winter when the stores ran thin and the keep needed reasons to stay patient. You would destroy people to protect yourself. I would protect the town from its own conscience. Halric stood, slow and deliberate, and Edric saw that the calculation had not left his eyes. You have a choice, Reeve. You can call a hearing, let the girls speak, and watch the whole system crack open. Or you can let the winter pass, let the questions settle, and let me handle the girl quietly. The words settled in the air like ash. Quietly. Edric thought of Hanwen's face in his office, the raw certainty in her voice. He thought of Lysenne Ottfeld, the glassblower who had built her trade alone, who had no family, who had been chosen because she was useful and solitary and survivable to lose. He thought of the skiff he had studied on levee day, the rigging he had pretended to examine while the carriage rolled past. I cannot let it stand, he said. Halric's expression did not shift. Then you will let it fall. He walked past Edric to the door and pulled it open. I have work to do, he said. The girl is still in the town. There are witnesses who might remember what they saw, and the winter stores are already loaded for the keep's next tribute. He stepped into the dark and did not look back. Edric stood alone in the counting house, the fire ticking low, the window showing only the black outline of the cliffs above the harbor. He had wanted to know the truth. He had learned it. And now the truth was a door he had opened in a room where the floor had already begun to fall away. The bottle stood where Halric had left it. Edric picked it up and held it a moment, the glass cold in his hand, the weight of everything he had not done pressing against his ribs. Then he set it down and followed Halric into the dark. Chapter 18. She found him in the lower corridor where the archive annex met the west stair, standing at the stone balustrade with his back to her and his head bent like a man listening for something beneath the wind. The letter from the salt chapel was still in her pocket, unopened, the seal pressed hard against her thigh. She had meant to read it in the archive alone, but the corridor had pulled her, and now she stood at the curve of the stair with the sound of water moving under stone, and the sight of Drevan Lirewen doing nothing but breathing. He heard her. Of course he heard her. The keep told him everything. I thought you were with Privek, he said without turning. I was. He brought the letter. And I have not opened it yet. Drevan turned then, and Lysenne felt the change before she saw it. The air in the corridor shifted, grew heavier, dimmed. He pulled his hand back and flexed the fingers one at a time, and she saw the old burn scars pull white across his palm as the skin stretched. I am sorry, he said. I did not mean to. You cannot keep doing this. Keeping you safe? Starving. She said it flatly, the word landing between them like a stone dropped in still water. You cannot keep starving yourself and pretend it is protection. You broke stone, Drevan, with your bare hand, because you wanted to walk past me without touching me. His mouth tightened. Would you prefer that I did touch you? No, I prefer that you stay able to choose." The words hung between them. She watched him absorb them, watched the red flicker again at the edges of his irises, and then recede as he pulled himself back from whatever edge he had been standing on. "I can choose," he said. "I am choosing." "You are choosing to break yourself apart because you are afraid of what you will do if you do not." "Yes." "Then give me the keys." He looked up. "What?" "Full access. Not the archive by escort and candle. Full access. Keys to the annex, the correspondence room, the lower records. I am spending my mornings waiting for you to be well enough to accompany me, and you are never well enough because you will not feed." "I told you, I will not feed while—" "Then give me the means to work without you." She stepped closer, close enough to see the tremor in his hands, the fine vibration of hunger running through him like a plucked wire. "You made a bargain. Asked for secrecy. But the access is useless if I cannot reach it without burning the time you need to hold yourself together." He stood very still. The crack in the stone ran between them like a line drawn in the earth. "The annex is not locked," he said. "The records room is. The key is in the archive desk. Bottom drawer, behind the ink bottle." Lysenne felt the words land in her chest like something solid. He had not argued. He had not asked for a counter-term. He had simply told her where to find the key, and the ease of it, the surrender in it, unsettled her more than his hunger had. "Why now?" she asked. "Because you are right." He looked at the crack in the stone, then back at her. "I am breaking apart in a way I did not plan for. And if I cannot stand beside you, I can at least open the doors." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." She held his gaze a moment longer, then turned and walked back toward the archive. The letter from the salt chapel pressed against her thigh, unread, and behind her she heard the slow scrape of Drevan's boots on the stone as he started up the west stair. She did not look back, but she heard him stop at the first landing, and in the silence that followed, she heard the stone of the cracked banister settle, a faint grinding sound, as if the keep itself were shifting its weight under the pressure of what he had. Lysenne did not pause. She found the archive desk, pulled the bottom drawer, and lifted the ink bottle. The key lay beneath it, iron, cold, black with age, in a way that spoke of infrequent use rather than disuse. She slid it into her palm and closed her fingers around it. The sealed chapel letter was still in her pocket. She set the key on the desk beside the ledger and drew the letter out, breaking the wax with her thumb. The paper unfolded stiffly, as if it had been waiting a long time to be read. "Lysenne," it began, in a hand she knew. "The hearing is set for the 6th day past the new moon. Hanwen has delivered her counter-warrant. Edric Nemes will call the town to order in the Guildhall before noon. I have named you as witness. Come down from the cliff. You will not be asked to go back." The signature was Moshin Ketz, and beneath it a single line in different ink, fresher, less steady. "The gate will hold. We will hold it open." Lysenne read the letter twice. Then she folded it, slid it back into her pocket, and picked up the key. The hearing was 6 days away. The gate was open. The evidence was in her hands. And Drevan Lirewen was climbing the west stair with a hunger that had just cracked stone. She did not know yet what she would do with any of that, but she knew, with the same bone certainty that had carried her through the carriage ride and the sea room and every corridor she had walked since, that the time for choosing had arrived, and that every door she had pushed open was about to close behind her in a shape she could not yet see. Chapter 19. The fire found the levy office storeroom before midnight. Hanwen smelled it first, a sharp edge in the salt wind that did not belong to any chimney. She was 3 streets away, crouched in the narrow passage behind the co-op's yard, with Maria's latest chalk mark still smudged on her palm. And the smell stopped her mid-step. Not wood smoke. Oil smoke. The kind that burned hot and hungry and meant to consume. She ran. The storeroom windows blew out as she reached the market square. Glass sprayed across the cobbles in a bright fan, catching the orange light like scattered coins. A crowd already gathered, faces painted in firelight, arms raised against the heat. No one was throwing water. No one had buckets. Halric Tilburn stood at the edge of the flame shadow, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the roof catch. Hunwen saw him before he saw her, saw the set of his shoulders, the stillness of his observation, the way he did not flinch when a beam fell and sent embers spinning into the night sky like a second constellation. He was not watching a disaster. He was watching a job finish. She pulled back into the alley mouth and pressed her spine to the wall. The storeroom held the levy office's supplementary records. Not the main ledgers, those were in Edric's locked cabinet, but the receipts, the delivery slips, the correspondence logs, the handwritten tallies that had not yet been copied into clean books. The paper trail that made the main ledgers tell the truth. Harrick was burning the shadows so the light would look honest. Hanwen's hands shook. She forced them still by gripping her own elbows, the way Lysenne used to do before opening the furnace door to a piece that had been cooling too long. She needed to find Maria. The seamstress's shop stood 2 rows back from the market, its windows dark. Hanwen circled to the rear entrance, the one Maria had shown her on the second night, and found the door hanging open 3 inches. Not forced. Opened from inside by someone who had left in a hurry. She slipped through. The sewing room smelled of beeswax and lampblack and something else, something acrid that did not belong. Hanwen found the source on the work table. A half-melted candle, a spilled ink bottle, and a strip of linen cloth with names stitched in black thread. Maria's morning dress lay across the chair, unfinished, but the hem had been cut. A section of it was missing. The raw edge still cred. Furpidak sounded above. Hanwen snatched the candle from the table, cupped the flame, and moved toward the stairs. The treads were narrow and warped, the kind that screamed under weight, but she stepped close to the wall where the boards held firm and made it to the landing without a sound. Maria's bedroom door was closed. A man's voice came through it, low and flat. "You have until tomorrow noon. Then we stop asking." A pause. Then Maria's voice, smaller than Hanwen had ever heard it. "I told you, I don't have it." "Then burn what you do have." The door opened. Hanwen pressed herself flat against the wall at the end of the landing, but the man who emerged did not look. He was broad, sick-necked, dressed in the same heavy wool as the men who had chased her through the co-op's yard. He pulled the door shut behind him and walked past her blind spot without turning, his boots heavy on the stairs. Hanwen went into the rear door closed. Then she moved. Maria sat on the edge of the bed with her hands in her lap, her knuckles white where she gripped a folded square of paper. She looked up when Hanwen entered, and for a moment her face did not know whether to crumple or harden. "He said, they know," Maria whispered. "He said Halric has a list of everyone who talked to you, everyone who looked at you sideways near the chapel, and that the storeroom is only the beginning. He sent you a warning. He sent me a threat." Maria opened her hands. The paper was not paper. It was linen, a scrap cut from the morning dress hem, covered in names stitched in black thread. "I told him I had nothing. But I had this. I had all of this." Hanwen took the linen. The stitches were small and even, each name recorded in the same patient hand that had measured seams and pinched hems for 20 years. "How many?" "Everyone who was at the wharf when they took her. everyone who looked away, and everyone who helped load the carriage. I have been stitching since the night she left. You have been building a list of witnesses. No. Maria met her eyes. I have been building an accusation. The storeroom fire roared outside, muffled by the walls but still present, a constant low thunder. Hanwen folded the linen into her coat pocket beside the Counter-Warrant. Where else does he keep records? Maria blinked. What? The main ledgers are with Edric, but Halric has a private counting house. He keeps his own books, his own tallies, his own correspondence logs, the handwritten tallies that had netter entitlably down for nudie time. And it's right into the dia, righty and topped to the entra. And then those tor tastes. I need to see what he is protecting before it is gone. You cannot go to his counting house. He will have men watching. He will have men watching the storeroom. The counting house is on the north end of the market, past the smoke line. He will expect everyone to be running toward the fire. Maria stood. Her hands were still trembling, but her voice had steadied. Then I will be the one running toward the fire. Hanwen stopped. If his men are watching the crowd, they will be watching the crowd. Maria said. They will not be watching the counting house if they think I am still in my shop, afraid and hiding like I am supposed to be. You are not supposed to be anything. I know. Maria pulled a shawl from the hook by the door, the same gray weed she had worn the first night Hanwen came to her. I have been stitching names into a dress for 8 days. I think I have earned the right to be something else. They moved through the dark together. Maria went east toward the market square, her shawl pulled high, and her walk slowed to the shuffle of a woman too frightened to run. Hanwen watched her pass under the first torch, saw a man in heavy wool glance at her and dismiss her, and then she turned north. The counting house was a narrow 2-story building wedged between a chandler's shop and a sail loft, its door reinforced with iron straps and its windows shuttered from inside. Hanwen circled it once, twice, looking for a seam. She found it at the back, a coal chute, wide enough for a slim person to slide through, the hatch held by a single iron latch and a rusted hinge. The latch gave under her weight. She landed on a pile of coal sacks that broke her fall and scraped her palms raw. The cellar smelled of damp stone and old paper and the sharp mineral tang of sealing wax. She found the stairs by touch, climbed them on silent foot, and pressed her ear to the door at the top. Nothing. She pushed it open. Harrick's private office was neat in the way a trap is neat before it springs. Ledgers stacked in precise rows, a desk cleared of everything but an inkwell, a pen, and a single open book. The candles still burning on the corner table, as if he had stepped out expecting to return. Hanwen crossed to the desk in 3 strides. The open book was a log of correspondence, the last entry dated that morning. Messenger sent to Merowyn. Reply awaited. Confirmation of dispatch. Her hands moved before she told them to. She pulled the book from the desk, folded a page at the entry, and slid it into her coat. Then she opened the drawers, one by one, emmet of Turnibrath to a tail. I have been stitching names into a dress for 8 days. I think I have earned the right to be something else. They moved through the dark together. Maria went east toward the market square, her shawl pulled high, and her walk slowed to the shuffle of a woman too frightened to run. Hanwen watched her pass under the first torch, saw a man in heavy wool glance at her and dismiss her, and then she turned north. The counting house was a narrow 2-story building wedged between a chandler's shop and a sail loft, its door reinforced with iron straps and its windows shuttered from inside. Hanwen circled it once, twice, looking for a seam. She found it at the back, a coal chute, wide enough for a slim person to slide through, the hatch held by a single iron latch and a rusted hinge. She held a piece of blackened paper, its edges crumbling, its surface still holding words. I found this in the gutter outside the storeroom, she said. It must have blown out before the fire caught. Hunwen took it. The handwriting was the same looser, sharper script that had altered Lysenne's ledger entry, that had written, "Third Winter, North Road," same terms. The words were few but legible. Confirming delivery. The chapel will not speak. The road is clear. Burn this. Hanwen looked up. The market square was full of people now, buckets finally passing, the fire beginning to shrink under their weight. Howrick was gone, but his men watched from the edges, their eyes tracking every face that came too close to the ashes. She folded the paper into her coat, beside the ledger and the linen and the seal of Marin's steward. "Paper for paper," she said, her voice low. "Flame for law." Mira did not ask her meaning. She only nodded, and the two of them stood in the smoke-thick dark, watching the last of the storeroom fall, knowing the fire had not ended anything. It had lit the ground for what came next. Chapter 20. The key turned in the lock with a sound like a bone breaking. Lysenne stood at the threshold of the records room, the iron cold against her palm, the weight of Sister Moshin's letters still pressing against her ribs. Behind her, the archives stretched in dust and silence. Before her, a door that had not been opened in years. She pushed. The hinges sang. The room beyond was smaller than she had expected, narrow enough that she could touch both walls with her arms half extended. A single window, high in the stone, let in a blade of gray light that fell across a desk, a ledger, and a wooden box bound with black ribbon. She crossed to the desk without letting herself think about what she might find. The box was not locked. She untied the ribbon, lifted the lid, and found a single sheet of paper folded twice, the creases softened by handling, the edges darkened by age. She unfolded it and recognized the handwriting immediately. The same neat, clerkly script that had recorded Greisenmouth's levy accounts for years before the looser hand had taken over. Winter Tribute, 5th year of the current accords, issued by authority of the Greisenmouth Levy Office, Hallrick Chilburn, Levy-Master. One person, assessed at full winter value, to be delivered to Merrowwind Keep on the first day of the levy in accordance with standing terms. Name of the assessed, Ottfeld, Lysenne. Occupation, glassblower, independent, no household. Reason for assessment, emergency tribute, personal debt to the winter stores. No dependents, no outstanding obligations, no party with standing to contest. Her own name, written in someone else's hand, reduced to a line in a column. A reason invented after the fact. A value assigned by a man who had never asked her what she owed. She read it 3 times. The first pass, shock, the cold numbness of a body that has not yet understood it is wounded. The second pass, comprehension, each word landing like a separate blow, emergency tribute, personal debt, no party withstanding to contest, the calculation dressed in bureaucratic language but stripped of every pretense. The third pass, anger. It rose from her chest like water from a hidden spring, not hot yet, but building, pushing against the walls she had built around herself for years. The careful accommodation, the habit of yielding, the belief that if she was useful enough, she would never be spent. She had been useful. She had been spent anyway. Lysenne set the warrant down and opened the ledger beneath it. The account book was older than the warrant, its leather cover cracked, its pages yellowed at the edges. She turned to the most recent entries and found what she had not known she was looking for. The calculations. Hallrick had not chosen her at random. The ledger listed every adult in the North Quarter, their trade, their household size, their debts, their connections. Beside each name, a column of figures that measured something other than coin. Dependence, political weight, cost of disappearance. She found her own entry. Ottfeld Lysenne. Trade. Glass. Specialized, cannot be replaced quickly but can be replaced. Household, none. Debts, none. Political connections, none. Cost of removal, low. Loss of inquiry, negligible. Recommendation, acceptable. He had weighed her like a sack of grain. He had measured her against other names, other lives, and found her the cheapest to lose. Lysenne's hand moved across the page, tracing the column, reading the names of people she had worked beside, bought thread from, shared a bench with at the winter market. All of them considered. All of them weighed. She was not the first. She was the one who cost the least. The sound of footsteps did not register until they stopped at the threshold. She looked up. Drevan stood in the doorway, his frame filling the narrow space, his face a study in shadows. The collar of his shirt hung loose. His eyes, dark garnet, watched her with an expression she could not name. "You found it," he said. His voice was careful, stripped of weight. She did not answer. She did not trust her throat. He stepped into the room, moving slowly, as if approaching something that might shatter. When he reached the desk, he did not look at the ledger. He looked at her. "Tell me what you see." She heard the question beneath the question. "Tell me what it does to you. Tell me what you need. Tell me if I am still the monster in this room." She held up the warrant. "He wrote my name. He decided I was acceptable. He walked to his counting house and wrote it down like he was ordering lamp oil." Drevan's jaw tightened. "And the ledger," she continued, her voice cracking at the edges. "He calculated me. Low cost of removal. Negligible risk of inquiry. I am a line in a column. That is how Greisenmouth sees me. That is what I am worth." "You are worth more than that." "To you?" The word hung between them like a blade. Drevan did not flinch. "Yes." Lysenne set the warrant down and looked at him, at the hollowed cheeks and the loosened collar and the dark veins visible at his temples, at the monster who had kept her captive and the only person in the room who had never lied about what he wanted. "Then tell me what that means," she said. "Tell me what I am to you. Not what you want me to be, not what you hope I will become. Right now, standing in this room, holding the proof that my home sold me for the price of a winter's grain, tell me what I am." Drevan's breath came slow and careful. "You are the first person I have not wanted to feed on," he said. "You are the first person whose judgment I have feared more than my own hunger. You are the first person who has ever made me want to open the gate." The words landed in the narrow space between them, heavy and raw and terrifying. Lysenne held his gaze, and then she looked down at the ledger, at her name in the column, at the calculation that had cost her everything she had built. "The gate is open," she said slowly. But Chapter 21. Lysenne looked down at the ledger, at her name in the column, at the calculation that had cost her everything. "The gate is open," she had said, "but I am still inside." The words sat between them like a held breath. She looked up at Drevan, at the hollowed cheeks and the loosened collar, at the monster who had kept her captive and the only person in the room who had never lied about what he wanted. "You opened the gate," she said slowly. "But you did not open it until I found the proof. You did not open it until I had the warrant in my hands, until I knew what Howrick had done, until I had no more questions about why I was here." Drevan's jaw tightened at his sides. The old burn scars across his palms caught the candlelight, pale against the darker skin. "You are right," he said. The words landed like stones. Lysenne blinked. "What?" "I said you are right." He stepped closer, not to the desk, but to the narrow window that looked out over the cliff road. I did not open the gate because I wanted you to stay. I told myself it was protection. I told myself the town could not be trusted. I told myself I was keeping you safe from the hunger I had not yet mastered. He turned to face her. Those were all true. They were also reasons I used to avoid the one thing I could not admit. Which was? That I wanted you here. The silence stretched between them, filled with the sound of water moving through stone beneath the keep, the distant crash of waves against the cliff. Lysenne's throat tightened. You wanted me here, so you kept me. You told yourself it was protection, that it was safety, that it was anything except what it was. Yes. And you are telling me this now because I have no more lies to offer. His voice was raw, stripped of the careful composure he had worn like armor. Because you have the warrant, you have the ledger, you have the proof that Greisenmouth sold you, and you are standing in my keep, holding the truth of what you are worth to them. He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the dark veins at his temples, the faint tremor in his hands. And I am standing here, knowing that I did what they did. I kept you because it suited me. I called it protection. I called it necessity. I called it everything except what it was. And what was it? Possession. The word fell between them like a blade. Lysenne's breath caught. She had expected deflection, argument, some justification that would let her keep her anger clean. She had not expected this. You are telling me you possessed me? Yes. And you are not going to defend yourself? No. Her hands gripped the edge of the desk, the wood pressing into her palms. You are going to stand there and admit that you kept me because you wanted me, and you are not going to tell me it was different, that it was better, that you are not like Howrick. I am not like Howrick. Drevan's voice was quiet, but I am not innocent. I kept you. I told myself it was for your safety. I told myself I was protecting you from the town that sold you. I told myself I was the safer cage. He met her eyes. I believed it. That does not make it true. Lysenne's chest burned. The anger she had been holding, the clean rage she had aimed at Howrick, at Greisenmouth, at everyone who had looked away, it had nowhere to go now. Drevan was not fighting back. He was standing in front of her and letting her see exactly what he had done. You made me the only honest place I have left, she said, her voice cracking. Because you were honest about what you wanted. You never pretended to be good. You never pretended the Tage was freedom. Drevan's expression flickered. You showed me the violence of what you are, she continued, and you let me decide how to hold it, and that is more than Greisenmouth ever did. They pretended I was safe. They pretended the levy was lawful. They pretended I mattered until the moment I did not. She picked up the warrant, the paper trembling in her hands. And now I am standing here, holding the proof that my home sold me, and the only person who had ever told me the truth about my value is a vampire who kept me in a cage. The words hung in the air. Drevan did not speak. Lysenne looked at him, at the monster who had starved himself rather than feed on her, the lord who had opened the gate and then stood aside to let her choose. Drevanmouth told me I was worth a winter's grain, she said slowly. You told me I was worth keeping. Neither of those is consent. Neither of those is freedom. But at least you said it to my face. She set the warrant down. You told me the gate is open. You told me I can leave. And I believe you. Drevan's breath caught. But I am still inside, and I am still trying to decide what that means. She turned away from him toward the shelf where the ledger sat, her own name on the column, the calculation that had cost her everything. I need to think. Drevan did not move. I will give you the room, he said. He walked to the door, his footsteps slow, careful, as if he was leaving something behind that he did not want to lose. At the threshold, he stopped. "Lysenne." She did not turn. "When you decide what that means," he said, "I will be in the West Tower." The door closed behind him. Lysenne stood alone in the records room, the warrant in her hands, the ledger open beneath it, the sound of water moving through stone beneath her feet. She had expected to leave Merowyn with proof of what Greisenmouth had done. She had not expected to find a place that showed its violence without lying. And she had not expected to feel, standing in the room where her captivity had been calculated, that Merowyn might be the first place that had ever told her the truth. Her hand moved to the edge of the ledger. She turned to the next page and found a name she had not expected to see. Chapter 22. He climbed the west stair with his hands open at his sides, empty, the way he had trained himself to carry them when hunger pressed close. The stone was cold through his boots. The air thinned as he rose, salt giving way to the dry chill of the upper keep, and he counted the steps because counting was something he could control. 97, 98, 99. He had walked this stair more times than he could remember. Every collapse, every retreat, every time the hunger crested and he locked himself away until it ebbed. The West Tower had held him together for 2 centuries. It had held him when the first vampire house fell to its own appetite, when House Veldare tore itself apart in a single night of feeding, the survivors scattered and the territory seized before dawn. He had read the report, studied the pattern, seen the cracks that had opened decades before anyone noticed. Careless hunger. Permission given to appetite. A house that stopped believing it could fall. He had stood in this stair and promised himself he would never be that. The door at the top was iron-bound, the handle cold, and he turned it without hesitation. The room inside was spare, a cot, a table, a single window cut into the stone facing the sea. No fire, no lamp, nothing that could burn, nothing that could be thrown, nothing that could be used as a weapon. He had designed it that way. He closed the door behind him. The darkness settled like a familiar weight. He had watched other houses for centuries. House Mordain, who fed on fear and kept their captives for weeks, draining them slowly and calling it art. House Calistrat, who hunted the coastal towns when winter stores thinned, leaving bodies in the tide line and pretending the storms had taken them. House Vales, who had courted human lovers and then consumed them when the bloom faded, weeping as they fed. He had watched them rot from the inside. He had watched the territories shift, the tribunals strip titles, the families scatter. He had watched appetite destroy what discipline had built, and he had sworn that Merowyn would never follow. His house was be the one that held. His hunger would be the one that bent to his will. He would starve before he let himself become what they became. And he had. For weeks. For months. For the 8 weeks before Lysenne arrived, and every day after, he had held the hunger at the base of his throat and refused to let it rise. Because that was the creed. Denial was virtue. Restraint was proof. If he could master himself completely, no one would ever have to fear him. He pressed his palm to the stone wall and felt the cold seep into his skin. The truth was simpler than he had let himself admit. He had not starved himself because it was virtuous. He had starved himself because he was afraid of what he would become if he stopped. He had seen the hunger in other houses, recognized the shape of it in his own chest, and built the cage so tight that nothing could escape. Not his need, not his want, not the part of him that had looked at Lysenne in the carriage and thought, mine, before he could stop it. The word still burned. He had stood in the records room and let her see it. He had named it possession. He had offered no defense because there was none to offer. He had kept her because he wanted her. And every justification he had built around that want was a lie dressed in silk. He turned from the wall. The window showed the sea, dark and restless, the waves breaking against the cliffs in long white lines. The keep was quiet beneath him. He could hear the servants moving in the lower halls, the distant scrape of a door, the sound of water moving through the foundations. He could hear everything. That was the worst part. He heard footsteps on the stair. Not Peref, too light, too quick, too uncertain. A messenger then, or one of the younger servants, sent with news that could not wait. The footsteps stopped at the door. "My lord." He did not turn. "Speak." "The steward bids me tell you that the woman has found something in the records room. A name. He says you will want to see it." Drevan's chest tightened. A name. Lysenne had found a name in the ledger. The unexpected name, the one she had not expected to see. He had known it was there. He had known from the moment he saw Howrick's handwriting in the levy entry, from the moment he recognized the shape of the conspiracy. The ledger was not just a record of grain theft and forged warrants. It was a map. A map of every corruption that had touched Merriwind, every hand that had reached into the keep and taken something it should not have taken. And one of those hands was his own. Not directly, not in the way Howrick had written, but there, in the margins, in the dates and the names and the careful omissions, was the shape of a choice he had made years ago. A choice he had told himself was mercy. A choice that had set the pattern that led to Lysenne's name in the column. He had not tightened the cage himself, but he had looked away when the first bars were forged. The instinct rose before he could stop it. Not to free her, not to let her walk out with the proof and never look back, but to protect her, to lock the gate, to seal the records room, to put walls between her and the thing she was about to uncover, because if she saw the whole truth, she would understand how far the corruption reached. She would see that the cage had been built long before she arrived. She would see that he had let it happen. And she would leave. The thought hit like a blade between the ribs. He wanted to keep her safe. He wanted to keep her close. He wanted to close his hand around the truth and hold it shut so she never had to look at it. And then he understood, with a clarity that cracked through him like frost through stone, that that was exactly what he had done from the beginning. Protection. Necessity. The same words, the same lie, dressed in different cloth. The messenger waited at the door. Drevan stood in the dark of the west tower, the sea crashing below him, the name burning in his chest. He had told Lysenne he would wait. He had told her the gate was open. But the gate was not open. Not if he could still think like this. Not if his first instinct when she found the truth was to find a way to lock her in. He turned from the window. "Tell the steward I am coming." His voice was steady. His hands were still. But as he walked to the door, he felt the hunger shift beneath his skin, patient and waiting, and he knew that the only thing more dangerous than what he was what he would become if he did not let her go. Chapter 23. The messenger stood in the doorway of the records room, a girl of perhaps 17 with salt-stained cuffs and a leather satchel strapped across her chest. She was breathing hard, as though she had run the whole length of the corridor. "Letter and we've heard back, and I catch your back in a homely 10-minute dramats that I combined himself." The letter was longer than the first. 3 pages written in the same neat, unadorned hand, every line measured and deliberate. Lysenne read it standing, the ledger forgotten beneath her fingers. Sister Mauchen was offering terms. Sacred hearing held under Salt Chapel law with binding authority that even the keep could not override. Temporary protection, guaranteed by the chapel's vow, for as long as the proceedings lasted. A platform to speak the truth of the forged warrant before the harbor Reeve, the guild masters, and every witness who had looked away. But the price was written plainly, not hidden between lines. Lysenne would have to stand publicly as proof of the Levy corruption. She would have to name names. She would have to let herself become evidence, a body that had been taken and held, a case to be examined and judged. The hearing would not be about her life, for trade, the shape of the hour she had lost. It would be about what had been done to her, and that was a different thing entirely. She would be useful again, useful to the chapel, useful to the reckoning, useful in a different cage. The thought landed like a stone in her stomach. She is asking me to be the proof, Lysenne said, not to the messenger, not to anyone. Yes. The voice came from the doorway. Prévec. He stood with his filmed eyes aimed at a point just past her shoulder, his mouth set in the permanent disapproval that seemed to be the only expression his face knew. He had not been there a moment ago. He moved like that, like a draft through a room you thought was sealed. The chapel has been waiting for a case like yours, he said. A victim who survived, a warrant that can be proven false, a conspiracy that reaches into the marrow of the town. Sister Mauchen will use you the way she uses every tool, cleanly, precisely, without remorse. You read the letter? I did not need to. I know her methods. Lysenne looked down at the pages in her hand, the letters blurred and sharpened as her focus shifted. She could feel the weight of the ledger beside her, the names still front the ink, the shape of the choice pressing against her ribs from the inside. You told me I had to choose, she said. Save him or destroy him. This is something else. Prévec's head tilted. Is it? I am not asking what you think of the chapel. I am asking what happens if I say yes. He was quiet for a long moment. The corridor beyond the doorway was empty, the air still, the keep holding its breath around them. The chapel's protection is real, he said. Salt vow binds even the houses. Sister Mauchen can hold a hearing that no vampire lord can interrupt, no Levy-Master can bribe, no Reeve can adjourn. She can give her a stage, an audience, and a seal that cannot be broken. But the chapel is not the only power that watches these flips. If you stand before the guildmasters and names a conspiracy, you will name the keep as well. You will name the lord who held you, the steward who knew, the hunger that has been fed by silence and grain and human lives for longer than anyone in that room has been alive. And there are other houses, older houses, houses that have been waiting for Merriwind to show a crack. His voice dropped, not softer but thinner, like ice over deep water. Accept the chapel's terms, and you invite the vampire tribunal to take an interest. They will send assessors, they will demand records, they will examine every transaction, every levy, every breath that has passed between Greisenmouth and this keep for the last century. And when they find the shape of the corruption, they will not punish Halric Tilburn. They will strip Drevan of Merriwind. They will seize the territory and install a new lord, one who has no reason to starve himself for a woman he should never have kept. The silence that followed was absolute. Lysenne could hear her own heartbeat, slow and deliberate, counting out the space between one breath and the next. You are telling me that if I speak the truth, I will destroy him anyway. I am telling you that the truth is not a clean weapon, Prévec said. It does not strike only the guilty. It burns through everything it touches, and you cannot aim at once it leaves your hand. She looked down at the letter again, Sister Mauchen's handwriting, precise and unadorned. The promise of sanctuary, the weight of the price. The messenger shifted her weight from one foot to the other, waiting. Lysenne thought about the name in the ledger, the name she had not expected to see. The name that had rewritten everything she thought she understood about the conspiracy, about the reach of the corruption, about who had known and who had looked away. She thought about Drevan in the West Tower, the hunger moving beneath his skin, the way he had said possession like a confession and meant it like a wound. She thought about the gate, open but not open, not as long as she could still think like this. "What would you have me do?" she asked. Privek did not answer for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was barely more than a murmur, as though he was speaking to himself. "I have served Merrywind for 3 centuries," he said. "I have watched my lord starve himself into Shada rather than become what he fears. I have held the keep together with silence and routine and the careful management of secrets. And I have known, for every one of those years, that the truth would eventually arrive at the gate and demand entry." He turned his filmed eyes toward her, and for a moment she thought she saw something behind them that was not calculation. Something older, something almost like grief. "I do not know what you should do," he said. "I only know that if you choose the chapel, you must understand what you are inviting. The tribunal is not Halgrick Tilburn. The tribunal does not negotiate, it does not forget, and it will not be satisfied with one sacrifice." The messenger cleared her throat. "Sister Maushan said I was to wait for your answer?" Lysenne looked at the letter in her hand. 3 pages, a promise of sanctuary, a price that kept growing the longer she looked at it. She looked at the ledger, the names still burning in the ink. She thought about the gate. Open, but not open. And she understood, with the same clarity that had cracked through Drevan in the West Tower, that every offer of protection came with a cage built into the terms. The keep, the chapel, the truth itself. All of them wanted her to be something useful: proof, witness, symbol, weapon. She did not know how to make them see her as a person, but she knew she was not ready to give them an answer. Not yet. Not until she understood what the knave in the ledger meant. "Tell Sister Maushan I have received her terms," Lysenne said. "Tell her I am considering them." The messenger's face flickered. "She said you would need time. She said to tell you that the hearing cannot wait past the new moon, and that if you have not answered by the 3rd night, the offer will close. Then she will have her answer by the 3rd night." The messenger nodded, turned, and walked back down the corridor, her footsteps fading into the stone silence of the keep. Lysenne stood alone in the records room, the letter in one hand, the ledger open beneath the other. She looked down at the name again, and she realized, with a cold that had nothing to do with the sea air, that she would need to decide much more than where to stand before the hearing. She would need to decide what she was willing to become to make the truth matter. Chapter 24. The Glasshouse stood apart from the keep's main body, a long iron and glass structure built into the southern cliff where the rock fell away to open air. Most of its panes were dark, their colored surfaces absorbing moonlight rather than throwing it back. But the furnace at the far end still breathed heat. Lysenne found him there, standing before a workbench scattered with glass scraps, their edges catching the light like frozen blood. He had not heard her approach, or had chosen not to turn, and for a moment she watched the way the warmth from the furnace moved through the fabric of his coat, the set of his shoulders, the slight forward tilt of his head. She had not planned to come here, had not planned to seek him out at all after the records room, after the letter, after Prevek's warning still burning behind her ribs. But her feet had carried her through the corridors without permission, past the archive, past the east wing stair, through the narrow passage that connected the keep to the Glasshouse, and now she stood in the one place in Merrywind that felt even slightly like home. "I did not expect to find you here," she said. He turned. The furnace light caught his face, hollowed and sharp, the dark veins at his temples more visible than they had been that afternoon. His eyes moved over her with the careful precision of someone measuring distance, risk, hunger. I did not expect to be found. She stepped past him, letting her fingers brush the edge of the workbench, the cold glass scraps, the tools that lay in the same arrangement she kept them in her own works up below. The familiarity hurt in a way she had not anticipated. I needed to think, she said, where there was heat. And I needed to feel cold. She looked at him. Did it help? No. The word hung between them, honest and unguarded in the way that had become more dangerous than any lie he could have offered. She moved deeper into the glasshouse, past the workbench, past the shelves of colored collet, and the rack of iron rods, until she stood before the furnace itself. The heat washed over her face, loosening the salt stickness in her skin, and she closed her eyes for a moment and let it feel like memory. Behind her, she heard him follow. Lysenne. His voice had changed. The formal register had dropped away, leaving something stripped and uncertain beneath it. She opened her eyes but did not turn. I need you to tell me something, she said. Anything. She turned then, slowly, and faced him across the span of 2 strides. The furnace light was behind her, casting her shadow forward, and she watched his gaze track it across the stone floor before returning to her face. What do you want from me? He did not answer immediately. The silence stretched, filled with the pulse of heat from the furnace and the distant sound of the sea below the cliff. She watched his throat move as he swallowed. I want you to stay, he said. By your own choice, with the gate open behind you, and nothing holding you here but the fact that you have decided to remain. That is not what I asked. His jaw tightened. I know. I asked what you want, not what you are willing to settle for. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the garnet dark of them seemed deeper, less guarded, more like the man who had confessed possession in the records room and meant it like a wound. I want to touch you, he said. I want to know what it feels like to be wanted by someone who is not afraid of what I am. I want to stop measuring every breath I take near you by the distance between restraint and ruin. Her chest tightened. And if I give you that? She said slowly. What do I get in return? Whatever you ask, whatever I have, whatever I can become. She held his gaze, searching for the lie, the qualification, the hidden clause that would turn consent into debt. She found nothing but the same stripped honesty he had offered her in the records room, the West Tower confession, every moment between them that had cracked the pretense of captivity wide open. I have terms, she said. Name them. You stop the moment I say so. Any touch, any kiss, any moment. The instant I speak, it ends. No argument, no negotiation, no waiting for me to change my mind. Yes, you never hold this over me. You never use desire as debt. You never tell me that because I wanted you once, I owe you anything. I will not. And you do not feed on me tonight. Not if I bleed, not if I forget myself, not if you forget yourself. You keep that door closed, or I will close it myself with the glass in my hand. She saw him register the implication, the shard she still carried, the weapon she had never surrendered. I accept your terms, he said. Everyone. She stepped back so fast the edge of the workbench caught her hip, sending a scatter of glass scraps across the floor. The window believes float blustly simple sustains. We jointed the committee, spade a difference, and we declare by their own staining. But wilt your visible, We are even decreting you to screams down. I want you to stay, he said. By your own choice. With the gate open behind you and nothing holding you here but the fact that you have decided to remain. That is not what I asked. His jaw tightened. I know. I ask what you want, not what you are willing to settle for. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the garnet dark of them slinked deeper, less guarded, more like the man who had confessed possession in the records room and meant it like a wound. I want to touch you, he said. I want to know what it feels like to be wanted by someone who is not afraid of what I am. I want to stop measuring every breath I take near you by the distance between restraint and ruin. Her chest tightened. And if I give you that, she said slowly, what do I get in return? Whatever you ask, whatever I have, whatever I can become. She held his gaze, searching for the lie, the qualification, the hidden clause that would turn consent into debt. She found nothing but the same stripped honesty he had offered her in the records room, the West Tower confession, every moment between them that had cracked the pretense of captivity wide opponent. I have terms, she said. Name them. You stop the moment I say so. Any touch, any kiss, any moment. The instant I speak, it ends. No argument, no negotiation, no waiting for me to change my mind. Yes. You never hold this over me. You never use desire as debt. You never tell me that because I wanted you once, I owe you anything. I will not. And you do not feed on me tonight. Not if I bleed, not if I forget myself, not if you forget yourself. You keep that door closed or I will close it myself with the glass in my hand. She saw him register the implication, the shard she still carried, the weapon she had never surrendered, and she understood that he was offering her the only thing that made the gesture real. He was offering her the choice to stop. She curled her fingers into the fabric and pulled him down. The kiss was not gentle. It was hunger girding hunger. Months of the Drevan's hand was still extended toward her, frozen mid-reach, his expression shifting from the dazed weight of the kiss to something sharper, more alert. The footsteps grew closer. They had time to separate, to arrange themselves, to pretend that what had just passed between them had not happened. But the taste of him was still on her lips, and the heat in her chest was still burning. And she knew, with the same clarity that had brought her here, that pretending had become impossible. The footsteps stopped at the door. The handle turned. That's the purposeful of Stan's importing Deagle. His churus Kramik stood in the threshold, one hand still on the handle, his filmed eyes fixed somewhere past them both. The silence stretched thin and sharp, a blade held at the edge of pressure. Lysenne's heart hammered against her ribs. She kept her hands still at her sides, her breathing measured, her face turned toward the steward as if nothing had passed between her and Drevan but the night air and a conversation about glass. Kramik did not speak. He stood there, his head tilted at that precise angle he used when he was reading a room through sound alone. The scrape of gravel underfoot when she had stepped back, the scatter of glass scraps against the stone floor, the too quick rhythm of her breath. He knew. She saw it in the way his mouth tightened, the barest compression of his lips, a judgment rendered in silence. My lord, he said, and his voice was flat, professional, the same tone he used for delivery schedules and meal arrangements. There is a matter requiring your attention in the lower archive, a delivery discrepancy from the third winter stores. Drevan did not move. His hand was still half extended toward her, frozen mid-reach, and she watched him lower it with the careful deliberation of a man regaining control of his limbs. Now, he said, The steward judged it urgent enough to interrupt your evening. The word interrupt landed like a stone dropped into still water. Pravnik knew exactly what he had interrupted. He was choosing not to name it, which made the silence more damning than any accusation. Revan turned toward the door, and for a moment his eyes met her. There was something raw in them, the residue of the kiss, the hunger still banked beneath his skin, the awareness that they had been caught in a moment that could not be explained away. "I will find you in the morning," he said. It was not a question. He walked past Prekrek without another word, his footsteps receding down the passage, and then Lysenne was alone with the blind steward in the glasshouse. Prevek did not follow immediately. He stood in the doorway, his head still tilted, listening to the furnace heat and the sound of her breathing and the silence that had settled between them like a weight. "The glasshouse is warm at this hour," he said. "The furnace is lit." "It was not lit when I passed through earlier." She said nothing. There was no defense that would not sound like guilt, and guilt was the one thing she could not afford to show him. Prefect stepped into the room, his footsteps precise, unhurried, the footsteps of a man who had walked these stones for 3 centuries and knew every uneven edge by heart. He stopped at the workbench, his fingers brushing across the surface, finding the scatter of glass scraps she had knocked loose when she stepped back. He picked one up, turned it between his fingers, set it down. "There is a crack in the furnace lining," he said. "I noticed it this afternoon. The heat escapes unevenly now, and if it is not repaired, the whole chamber will eventually fail." She waited. The metaphor was not lost on her. "These things do not announce themselves," he continued. "They accumulate. A hairline fracture here, a misaligned seal there, small negligences that no one bothers to address because the furnace still burns, still heats, still does what it was built to do. Until the night it does not." He turned toward her and his filmed eyes found her with that unsettling precision that made her forget he could not see. "Hidden appetites rot structures from the inside, Miss Ottfeld. Even structures built to last centuries." He laughed without another word. The door closed behind him, and the latch clicked into place with a finality that felt, for a moment, like an ending. Lysenne stood alone in the glasshouse, the furnace heat pressing against her skin, the taste of Drevan still on her lips, and she understood what Prekrek had not said. He would not report what he had interrupted. He would not confront Drevan directly. He would wait, watch, and measure every movement between them with the cold precision of a man who had held the keep together through silence, and was not about to let a glassblower from the harbor undo 3 centuries of careful balance. She pressed her palm against her mouth, feeling the lingering cool of Drevan's kiss, and wondered if Prefect was right. She found Drevan an hour later in the lower corridor outside the archive, standing alone in the shadow of a tallow lamp that had burned down to a thin pool of wax. His hands were at his sides, his collar still loosened, the dark veins at his temples visible in the low light. He looked up when she approached, and she saw the question in his eyes before he spoke. "Did he say anything to you?" "He told me the furnace has a crack in the lining." Drevan's mouth tightened. "That is not what he meant." "I know." She stopped a few feet from him, close enough to see the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers curled and uncurled at his sides, like he was fighting the urge to reach for her again. "Prefect has been at Morrowind longer than I have," he said. "He knows every passage, every weakness, every place where the stone has shifted. If he decides that you are a threat to the keep, he will move against you with the same efficiency he uses to manage the accounts." "And what will you do if he does?" The question hung between them, heavier than the heat of the glasshouse, heavier than the kiss they had shared. Drevan looked at her, and she saw the hunger behind his eyes, the want that he was still holding back, the effort it cost him simply to stand still and let her ask the question. "I do not know," he said. The answer was honest. That was what made it terrifying. She thought of Prekbek's words, the careful, deliberate way he had spoken of cracks and hidden appetites, and she realized that intimacy in Merowyn had not brought her closure to freedom. It had made the keep more unstable, had given the steward a weapon he could use against her, against Drevan, against the fragile trust they were still learning to build. The heat of the glasshouse was gone now, replaced by the cold of the corridor, the shape of the strategy she had not got learning to name. "What did Prevek want?" she asked. "To tell me that the records from the third winter have been tampered with. Someone accessed the lower archive after we left." The words landed in it a punch. She had been in the glasshouse with Drevan, her attention fixed on the taste at his mouth, the weight of his hand against her jaw, while someone else was moving through the archive, erasing or altering the evidence she had risked everything to find. Who? He does not know. The tampering was careful, precise, the work of someone who knows how to move through Merowyn without leaving traces. Someone inside the keep. Drevan did not answer. He did not need to. She stood in the corridor beside him, the tallow lamp burning low, the shadows stretching long across the stone, and she felt the walls of Merowyn closing in around her again, not as a prison of locks and bars, but as a web of silences and secrets and hidden hands. The gate was open. But someone inside the keep was still working to make sure she never reached it. "I need to see the lower archive," she said. Drevan looked at her and she saw the warning in his eyes before he spoke. "It is not safe. Nothing in this keep is safe." She turned and walked toward the archive stair, and she felt him follow, his footsteps a half-beat behind hers, the shape of his presence a warmth she could not afford to trust. The lower archive door was ajar, the lock splintered, the hinges still whirl from the force that had broken them. Inside, the records were scattered across the floor, the ledgers open to pages that had been torn, the ink still wet where someone had erased the evidence of the third winter's grain theft. She stood in the doorway, the cold of the corridor pressing against her back, the shape of the conspiracy rearranging itself in her mind. Someone was still ahead of her. Someone had known she would find the truth, and that someone had just made sure the proof would not survive the night. She turned to Drevan, the question already forming on her lips, but the look on his face stopped her cold. He was staring at the broken lock, his expression shifting from surprise to recognition to something she could not name. "You know who did this," she said. He did not answer, but the silence was louder than any confession. Chapter 26. The first copy went to old Nan Perrin, who ran the Chindley at the North Queue, and had lost a nephew to the levy 4 winters past. Hanwen pressed the folded paper into her hand between boats of sailcloth, watched her read it once, then again, then look up with eyes that had stopped being old. "Is this true?" "Every word." Old Nan folded the paper into her apron pocket. "Then I know where to send it." The second copy went to Kellum the Cooper, whose apprentice had been taken in the second winter and returned with a scarred throat and no voice to tell what happened. The third went to the fishmonger's widow, who still owed Halric Tilburn for a loan she had taken out the year her husband drowned. Hanwen moved to the lower harbor like a thread through loose cloth, pulling connections she had spent days mapping in her head. Dockhands who had watched the carriage load. Debtors who had heard Halric boast after enough wine. Mothers who had learned to check the levy list before letting their children play near the wharf. The counter-warrant passed from hand to hand, and with each transfer the paper grew heavier, carrying names and dates and the shape of a lie that had been holding Greisenmouth together for 5 winters. By dusk, the first copy reached the guild hall. By the bells for the evening watch, 3 more had appeared on tavern tables, in a chandler's ledger, and pinned to the chapel door with a fish knife. Han Wen stood at the edge of the salt chapel yard, the wind pulling at her hair, and watched the town begin to stir. Not loudly at first. No shouts, no breaking glass. Just heads bent closer in doorways, footsteps that hesitated before turning down streets they usually avoided. The kind of movement that could not be seen from the levy office windows, because it happened in the spaces between buildings, in the shadowed alleys where a whisper carried further than a shout. She had done what Sister Maushan asked. The evidence was in the open. Now she had to survive long enough to see what it woke. Mira found her at the chapel steps an hour later, breathless, a shawl pulled tight over her shoulders. "They are reading it at the sailmaker's rest," she said. "The keeper posted it next to the tally board. Men are arguing over it, and not quietly." "Good." "It is not good. Halric will know by midnight who started this." Han Wen looked at her friend's face, the fear she was trying to hide beneath the sharp edges of her practicality, and felt something twist in her chest. "I will not give him your name. He does not need a name. He needs a body to blame, and I am the one who was seen running toward the fire last night." Miria's voice dropped. "His men came to my shop an hour ago. They did not break anything. They just stood outside and watched, so I would know I was being followed." The wind shifted, carrying the smell of salt and smoke from the burned storeroom. Han Wen thought of the names stitched into Miria's morning dress hem, the witnesses who had watched Lysenne taken and said nothing, the slow accounting that was still being written. "Then you should not be seen with me. I am not leaving you alone in this." "Miria, no." The word cut through the wind. "I looked away once. I watched them take her and I said nothing, because I was afraid, because everyone was afraid, because that is how these things work. You let one person be spent and you tell yourself it is the price of safety. But it is not safety. It is just someone else paying." She drew a breath, her hands trembling. "I will not do it again." Han Wen reached for her hand and held it. The wind was cold, the chapel stones damp with salt spray, and somewhere in the lower town a door slammed hard enough to echo. "Then help me with the next copies?" she said. "There are households that have not seen it yet. Jouses where the levy has been paid in coin, not in people. They need to know what Halric has been doing in their name." Miria nodded, and together they moved into the darkening streets. The houses Han Wen sought were not the grand ones. They were the narrow buildings tucked between warehouses, the rooms above shops, the rented corners where families lived on the edge of counting. These were the households that sent their children to the fish market at dawn and their eldest sons to the repair yards, the ones who paid their debts in sleep and salt and hoped that next winter would be kinder. She knocked on 5 doors. She left copies at 3 more, pressed under loose boards or slipped through gaps in the frame. At the last house, a woman answered with a baby in the crook of her arm and a candle burning low behind her. She took the paper without asking what it was. "Read it without moving." Then she looked up at Han Wen with an expression that was not anger and not fear, but something older and more patient. "I have been waiting for someone to say this aloud," the woman said. "I have a brother in the North Quarter. He is not strong and he cannot read. If they come for him next winter because we could not pay, I want them to know he was not a debt." Han Wen felt the words land in her chest like stones. "Keep the paper," she said. "If anyone asks where you got it, tell them the truth. Tell them I came." The woman nodded and the door closed, and Han Wen turned back toward the chapel with the wind at her back. The first arrest came an hour before midnight. Han Wen heard it from 2 streets away, the crack of a door breaking inward, a shout cut short, then the sound of boots on cobblestone moving fast. She pressed herself into a doorway, counted the footsteps as they passed, and recognized the shape of Halric's foreman at the front of the group. They were heading toward the chandelier. She ran. Not toward the chandelier where old Nan was about to have her door broken down and her paper seized. Toward the chapel, where Sister Mosher kept the records and the sanctuary, and the only legal authority that could stop what was coming. Her boots slapped against wet stone, the wind tearing at her coat, the sound of shouting growing behind her. She rounded the corner and saw the chapel doors ahead, dark and closed, the fish knife still pinning the counter-warrant to the wood. She reached for the handle. A hand closed around her arm before she could grasp it. She spun, ready to fight, and found herself staring into the face of a man she did not recognize. Lean, sun-darkened, with coal dust dumbing his eyes, and the hard stillness of someone who had learned to wait in the dark. "The chapel is watched," he said. "Hawrick's men are behind you. If you go in now, they may have you before the door closes." She tried to pull free. His grip did not loosen. "Who are you?" "Someone who owes Lysenne Ottfeld a debt." The name hit her like cold water. "What debt?" "She made a glass pane for my mother's shop when we could not afford the guild price. She said I could pay when the catch was good." His voice was flat, the voice of a man who had spent a long time deciding to speak. "That was 3 winters ago. The catch has not been good, but she never asked for the money." Hanwen stared at him, rain beginning to fall, cold against her face. "If you want to survive the night," he said, "you will come with me." Behind them, the shouting grew louder. He pulled her into the shadows, and she let him. Chapter 27. She did not look at him. She could feel him standing in the doorway, waiting for her to ask the question he had already refused to answer. The silence stretched like hot glass, thin and ready to break. "What do you need?" he asked instead. She turned. The dark veins at his temples had deepened since morning, shadows gathering beneath his cheekbones like stormlight before a squall. He was starving himself into collapse, and he was asking her what she needed. "Paper," she said. "Ink. A new lock for this door." He waited. "And the key to the east gate." Something flickered across his face, surprise or pain or both, too fast to read. "You have the archive key," he said carefully. "The records room, the Glasshouse passage. What do you want with the gate?" "Insurance." She said it flatly, the way she had learned to say prices in the guild hall, a number that invited no negotiation. The east gate opened onto the cliff path that led down to the Switchback road. If she held that key, she held the distance between Merrowwind and Greisenmouth in her palm. Drevan studied her for a long moment. His hands hung loose at his sides, no tension in the shoulders, no shift into threat. He looked like a man deciding whether to let go of something he had carried too long. "Paper and ink will be brought to the archive within the hour," he said. "The lock as well. The gate key I will give you myself." "No servants," she said. "No one watching me carry it." "Then I will bring it." He said it without argument, without counteroffer, without the careful fencing that had marked every conversation between them since she arrived. The east gate opened onto the cliff path that led down to the Switchback road. If she held that key, she held the distance between Merrowwind and Greisenmouth in her palm. Drevan studied her for a long moment. His hands hung loose at his sides, no tension in the shoulders, no shift into threat. He looked like a man deciding whether to let go of something he had carried too long. "Paper and ink will be brought to the archive within the hour," he said. "The lock as well. The gate key I will give you myself." "No servants," she said. "No one watching me carry it?" "Then I will bring it." He said it without argument, without counteroffer, without the careful fencing that had marked every conversation between them since she arrived. The east gate opened onto the cliff path that led down to the Switchback road. If she held that key, she held the distance between Merrowwind and Greisenmouth in her palm. Drevan studied her for a long moment. His hands hung loose at his sides, no tension in the shoulders, no shift into threat. He looked like a man deciding whether to let go of something he had carried too long. "Paper and ink we will brought to the archive within the hour," he said. "The lock as well. The gate key I will give you myself." "No servants," she said. "No one watching me carry it." "Then I will bring it." He said it without argument, without counteroffer, without the careful fencing that had marked every conversation between them since she arrived. The ease of it made her chest tighten. "Why now?" she asked. "Because I am tired of pretending I have the right to refuse you." The words landed like a door closing, soft and final. She watched him turn and walk down the corridor, his footsteps steady, his back straight, and she realized with a cold clarity that he was not granting her freedom because he believed in it. He was granting it because he had run out of reasons to say no, and he trusted her not to use it against him. That trust felt heavier than the cage ever had. The paper arrived first, carried by a kitchen girl who did not meet Lysenne's eyes, and left before she could thank her. The ink came next, a sealed bottle and a pen with a fresh nib. The lock arrived last, brass and heavy, with a key already fitted to its mechanism. She worked by candlelight in the archive's back alcove, where the broken lock could not be seen from the door. She copied names, dates, grain tallies, the correspondence between Howrick's office and the keep, the sealed notes that Pravek had logged, the receipts that proved the chapel had been paid in silence. She did not write down the name she had found in the ledger. That name she carried in her mouth like the sea glass shard, held against her molar, ready to bite down on when the moment came. The work took hours. Her fingers cramped around the pen, her eyes burned from the low light. But when she finished, she had 3 pages of evidence condensed into clear, unbreakable lines, enough to make the forged warrant look like what it was: a lie written in a dead woman's hand. She folded the pages into her sleeve and stood. The corridor outside the archive was empty. The keep had settled into its night rhythm, the distant sound of servants moving through the lower halls, the wind scraping against the stone. She walked toward the east wing with the newly fitted key pressed against her palm. The gate was at the end of the east passage, a narrow iron door set into the cliff wall. She had seen it from the sea room window, the dark line of the path threading down toward the Switchback road. She had imagined herself walking it 100 times. She fitted the key into the lock. It turned without resistance. The gate swung open on oiled hinges, and the salt wind hit her face, cold and sharp and full of the harbor she had not seen in weeks. The path stretched below her, steep but passable, leading down through the dark toward the lights of Greisenmouth. She could walk it tonight. 3 hours, maybe 4, and she would be standing on the wharf where she had been taken. She had the evidence in her sleeve. She had the name in her mouth. She had the hearing date before the new moon, the proof that the warrant was forged, the witnesses Maria had stitched into her dress. Everything she had fought for was right here, on the other side of an unlocked gate. She stepped back and closed it. The key stayed in her hand, cold and solid. She did not know yet why she had not walked through. But she knew it was not for Drevan, not entirely, not the way she might have told herself a week ago. It was because the path was too easy, because someone had left it open for her, and she wanted to know who. She turned the key over in her fingers and caught the light of a distant lantern moving along the lower corridor. Drevan was coming. He was alone, and he was carrying something small and dark in his hands, and he did not look surprised to find her standing at the gate with salt spray in her hair. "I brought you the key," he said. She held up the one already in her hand. "Someone already did." He stopped. The lines of his face tightened, and she saw the recognition pass through him like a blade, quick and clean and fatal. "Who knew I would ask for it tonight?" she said. He did not answer, but his hand had gone still around whatever he was carrying, and his eyes had gone dark. And she knew with a certainty that sat like glass in her stomach that the gate had been opened before he had ever decided to give her the key. Chapter 28. The wind had shifted by the time Lysenne turned the east gate key back in the lock, carrying things sharp up from the harbor. Smoke, she thought at first, then wood ash, then nothing distinct enough to name. Drevan stood where she had left him at the end of the corridor, the key he had brought still in his hand, his face a mask of controlled stillness. The recognition that had passed through him at the gate had not faded. It had settled into something deeper, something he was holding very still so it would not move. "You should go inside," he said. "You should tell me who unlocked it." "I don't know." The answer came too fast and too flat, and she heard the lie in the space between the words. He knew, and he was protecting someone again. The same silence he had held at the broken archive lock, the same refusal to name the hand that had moved against her. "You are lying," she said. He did not deny it. The wind pulled at the salt lamp above the gate, swaying the light across his face, and she saw the exhaustion beneath the composure, the frayed edges of a man who had been holding too many things together for too long. "Go inside," he said again. "Please?" She went, not because he asked, because she needed time to think, and she could not think standing in front of a gate that someone else had opened for her while she was still deciding whether to walk through it. The keep swallowed her. The corridors were empty, the servants gone to their quarters, the silence thick as wool. She walked past the archive alcove where her 3 pages of evidence were still folded into her sleeve, past the sea room where the candle she had left burning was now a pool of wax and wick, past the east wing stair where the blind steward could hear her from 3 turnings away. She did not stop until she reached her door. The new lock was fitted. She turned the key and stood in the dark, listening to the wind scrape against the stone. And she did not know whether she was waiting for footsteps or for the absence of them. Below the cliffs, the fire had already been burning for an hour when Hanwen reached the chapel steps. She had lost track of time in the unknown man's grip, pulled through alleys and passages she had never seen, past coal sheds and dry wells, and a butcher's yard where the blood had not been washed from the stones. The man had not spoken once. He had simply moved, fast and sure, his hand on her arm, his coal-dusted eyes scanning every shadow. When he finally released her, they were standing at the edge of the lower square, and the sought chapel was burning. Not the full structure, the outer door, the threshold, the prayer boards nailed to the wall. Someone had doused the wood with lamp oil and lit it, and the flames were eating the old oak in long, greedy tongues. "The bell," Hanwen said. The man was already moving. She followed him across the square, her boots slapping wet cobblestones, her breath sharp in her throat. A crowd was gathering at the chapel's edge, faces lit by the fire, hands raised to shield against the heat. No one was moving to put it out. "Where is the bucket chain?" Hanwen shouted. No one answered. She pushed through the crowd, past the fishmonger's widow, past the cooper's apprentice with his scarred throat or voiceless mouth, past old Nan Perrin, who had a bruise blooming across her cheek and a copy of the Counter-Warrant clutched to her chest. "Where's the water?" "They took the buckets," someone said. "Halkek's men. They took the buckets in the well rope." Hanwen turned. The man she had followed was at the chapel door, bleeding at the flames with his coat, the wool catching and smoking, his hands blackened. He was not trying to save the building. He was trying to reach the threshold before the fire consumed whatever was nailed to it. A body lay at the foot of the steps. A woman, her dress still smoldering, her face turned away from the light. The man stopped beating the flames. He dropped his coat and knelt beside her, his hands hovering over her shoulders, not quite touching. The crowd fell silent. Hanwen pushed forward until she could see the woman's face. Miria. Her hair was singed at the edges. There was blood on her temple, dark and wet, and her right hand was still gripping a strip of linen stitched with names. "She came to warn me," the unknown man said. His voice was low, scraped raw by smoke. "She said Halric knew about the dress, knew about the stitched names. He sent men to her shop and she ran." Miria's chest moved. A breath, shallow but present. "She is alive," Hanwen said. "For now." The man lifted Maria carefully, cradling her against his chest, and the crowd parted to let him pass. Hanwen followed, her hands shaking, her mind running in circles that kept catching on the same thought. Halric had found the names. He had found Maria's mourning dress, and he had sent men to burn it, and Maria had run toward the chapel instead of away, and she had not made it inside. The outer door collapsed as they crossed the square, sending a plume of sparks up into the night sky. The flames caught the threshold, the lintel, the old wood that had held the salt prayers of a generation. Hanwen turned back once. The chapel was burning, and no one was putting it out. The unknown man carried Maria through the coppersmith's gate, down a passage that sloped toward the harbor, and into a room that smelled of line and salt and old sweat. A curing shed, Hanwen realized. The walls were lined with salted fish hung from rafters, their eyes glassy, their bodies stiff. He lay Maria on a pallet of netting and turned to Hanwen. "There's a ledger cache," he said, "under the levy office. A false floor beneath the counting room. Maria told me before she collapsed. Halric burned the storeroom. He burned what he wanted people to think was everything." The man's hands were still blackened, the skin blistered at the knuckles. He did not seem to notice. "She said Lysenne taught her to look for what does not burn, to watch for what people cannot bear to destroy, because they need it too much." Hanwen stared at him. "You are the one she made the pain for. I am the one who helped load her into the carriage?" His voice cracked on the words, and he did not look away. "Her name is Darren's. I owe her a life, and I have spent 3 winters carrying the weight of a debt I was too afraid to pay. Maria found me tonight because she knew I would help." He lifted Maria's hand, still clutching the stitched linen. "Halric has killed 1 witness tonight. He will come to my Mang thoroughly." He looked for service. The missingly past, he have drained it before every bone. Before he burned the floor too. Darren shook his head. "We go," he said, "but we do not both come back." Chapter 29. The key turned in the lock, and Lysenne stood on the other side of the door, her palm pressed flat against the wood, feeling the vibrations of the keep settle around her. She had not slept. The east gate hung open in her memory, the cliff path visible, the lights of Greisenmouth strung along the harbor like beads on a thread. She could have walked. She had chosen not to, and the shape of that refusal still sat in her chest, unfamiliar and heavy. Now the morning light came thin and gray through the salt-filmed windows, and she was still inside. She found Drevan in the lower corridor, where the archive met the west stair, standing exactly where she had left him the night before. He had not changed his clothes. His collar was still loosened, the dark veins at his temples still visible, and his hands hummed at his sides, with the fingers slightly curled, as though he had been gripping something and forced himself to let go. "You did not leave," he said. "You knew I would not." I knew I had no right to expect it. The words landed cleanly, without the slight hesitation she had learned to read as evasion. She studied his face for the flicker, the tell, the sign that he was shaping his answer to please her. She did not find it. "Tell me about the warrant," she said. "You have read it. Tell me about the law that made it possible." Drevan's expression shifted, not to resistance, but to something slower, more careful. He straightened, and for the first time in days, she saw him summon the formal register he had worn like armor when she arrived. "The warrant system was written to prevent predation," he said. "A vampire cannot take what is not offered. The levy must be sealed by a human authority, witnessed by a chapel representative, and delivered by an appointed agent of the town. Without those signatures, the claim is void." But it was void. Yes. And the signatures were forged. Yes. And you still kept me. He did not answer. She stepped closer, close enough to see the pulse in his throat, the muscle that moved when he swallowed. "If I had not challenged you," she said, "if I had been the kind of woman who accepts a cage because it is velvet-lined and the captor speaks gently, would you have held the warrant?" The corridor was silent. Somewhere below, water moved through stone, the same sound she had heard in the archive, the hidden passages that ran beneath the keep like veins. "I want to say no," Drevan said, "but you do not know. I know what I have become capable of telling myself." The honesty was worse than a lie. It sat between them, raw and unguarded, and she felt the weight of it press against her ribs. "You said the warrant system was written to prevent predation," she said, "but it also gives you cover. A sealed paper, a witnessed signature, a lawful claim. The town can sell anyone it wants, and the vampire who receives them can pretend the crime happened somewhere else before the ink touched the page." Yes. And that is why the chapel matters. His eyes met hers, dark garnet in the gray light. "Salt Sanctuary is older than the warrant system," he said. "It was built to close the loophole the warrants left open. If a person reaches the salt threshold and claims refuge aloud, no vampire can touch them, no Levy-Master can reclaim them, no seal can override the claim. The chapel holds the gate. Unless the chapel is burned." The words landed harder than she had expected. Drevan's face tightened. "What has happened?" Lysenne pulled the scrap of paper from her pocket, the one Darren's had pressed into her hand before she climbed the Switchback road. She had not shown it to Drevan yet. She had been saving it, waiting for the moment when she needed to see whether he would tell her the truth. The paper was creased and smudged, the ink uneven, but the message was clear. "Salt Chapel outer door adorned. Maria Quist alive but injured. Halric is burning evidence, not witnesses." Drevan read it in silence. When he looked up, his hand moved toward her, then stopped. "You have known since last night," he said. "I have known since Darren's carried Maria to the curing shed. And you did not leave. I am still deciding what leaving means." The corridor held them. The gray light shifted as clouds moved over the keep, dimming and brightening in slow pulses. "You asked about the law that made the warrant possible," Drevan said. "There is one more piece. Invitation." "What about it?" "A vampire cannot cross a threshold without being invited. It is the oldest binding, older than warrants, older than sanctuary. A threshold freely offered is the only way we enter. But once we are inside, the invitation cannot be revoked without consequence." Lysenne's breath caught. "You are telling me that if I let you into my room, into my space, into my body, the invitation becomes permanent?" "No," he said. I am telling you that the law of invitation is the one rule I have never broken. I have never crossed a threshold I was not invited to cross. I will not begin with yours." She stared at him. "You are telling me you could have entered my room at any time." "I am telling you I have not." "Because I never invited you." He said nothing. She thought of the night she had spent behind the new lock, the hours of waiting in the dark, the careful preparations she had made in case he came. She had assumed the door was the barrier. She had assumed the lock meant safety. She had been wrong. He had never needed to break the lock. He had been waiting for her to open the door. "The warrant was forged," she said slowly. "The chapel burned. The town sold me, and the vampire who holds me tells me he will not enter without my permission. But the permission he is waiting for, the invitation he wants, is the one thing I cannot give him and still call myself free." "Yes. And you know that." "I have always known it." "Then why are you telling me now?" Drevan's voice dropped, barely audible. "Because I would rather you know exactly how the cage is built than discover it when it's already too late to walk away." The silence between them stretched. Below the keep, the water moved through stone, patient and endless. Lysenne looked at the paper in her hand, at Maria's name smudged by smoke and salt. "If I open the door," she said, "I will not be able to close it." "No." "And you want me to open it anyway?" His face was unreadable. "I want you to know that the choice is real," he said, "and that I will not pretend it is easy." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she turned the key in the lock, pushed the door open, and stepped through. Chapter 30. Edric found the Counter-Warrant still open on his desk when the first gray light touched the harbor. He had not slept. The paper lay where he had left it, the ink dry now, the forgery visible in every careful stroke. Hanwen Brannock had learned her mistress's precision well. The seal was wrong by a fraction, the signature a fraction too smooth, but the names were true. The dates were true. The grain tallies, the lamp oil counts, the human lives logged like winter stores, all of it true. He had known, of course, not the details, not the ledgers, but the shape of the lie. Every harbor Reeve who lasted more than a season learned to feel the difference between a town that feared its lord and a town that feared its neighbor's silence. Greisenmouth had been afraid of Vitikvar for years. He had let that fear excuse his own. The knock came before he could stand. Garrow opened the door without waiting for permission, his face the color of wet ash. "Reeve, the north quarter is stirring." "Stirring how?" "Whispers, doorways. The chandlery is empty. Nan Perrin's goods are still inside, but she is gone. The Kopas's yard has a lamp burning in the back window, and no one answers when you knock." Edric set the Counter-Warrant flat on the desk. "Halrick's men?" "At the chapel since midnight. They took the buckets and the well rope when they left, so if anyone tries to draw water, they will see the rope is gone first." That was a message, a warning dressed as practicality. If you fight the fire, you fight us. "Where's Halrick now?" "He's counting house. The windows are dark, but the chimney is hot." Edric thought of the storeroom fire, of the smoke that had rolled across the lower square while no one fought it because no one had been given permission. He thought of Mireia Quist, of the dress she had been stitching, of the names her needle had marked into linen like a second skin. "Send word to the chapel," he said. "Tell Sister Maushan I need to speak with her before noon." "She will not come. The chapel is watched." "Then I will go to her." Garrow's mouth tightened. "The Levy-Master will not allow." "The Levy-Master does not command the harbor Reeve's movements." The words came out harder than he had intended. Garrow flinched, then nodded and disappeared into the corridor. Endrick stood alone with the Counter-Warrant and the sound of gulls crying over the empty wharf. He had spent years telling himself that the lie was sustainable, that one woman sacrificed to the keep was better than the whole town starving, that the system had been tested by time and winter and the impossible weight of survival. He had told himself that looking away was not the same as consent. He had been wrong. The proof sat on his desk in Hanwen Brannock's careful hand, and the longer he stared at it, the more clearly he saw the shape of his own cowardice. He had known the levy was rigged. Not the details, not the names, but the mechanism. He had known that some families were protected and some were exposed. He had known that the ledger balanced because certain people were never weighed. And he had looked at the skiff's rigging on the day they took Lysenne Ottfeld, because looking away was easier than seeing what his complicity had cost. The second knock came before he could leave. The foreman stood in the doorway without Garrow's caution, his boots wet from the harbor stones, his coat still smelling of smoke from the chapel fire. Behind him, two of Halrick's men waited in the corridor with their hands visible and their eyes flat. "Reeve," the foreman said, "the Levy-Master requests the town guard seal the north quarter until noon." "For what cause?" "Prevention of civil disturbance. The Counter-Warrant has been circulating, and the Levy-Master believes the harbor would benefit from calm." "By locking people in their homes. By keeping the peace." Endrick looked at the foreman's hands. The nails were clean, the knuckles were not. "And if I refuse?" The foreman's expression did not change. "The Levy-Master will proceed without your seal. He regrets the breach of protocol, but he considers the situation urgent." The words landed like a door closing. Halrick was not asking, he was informing. The courtesy of the request was a formality, a chance for Endrick to choose which side he was on before the choice became irrelevant. The second knock came before he could leave. The foreman stood in the doorway without Armory's caution, his boots wet from the harbor stones, his coat still smelling of smoke from the chapel fire. Behind him, two of Halrick's men waited in the corridor with their hands visible and their eyes flat. "Reeve." The family mended it his night. "Ways, the cheese and diamond actually is so trap." Torsen pops out from the dale, then the third, his sound blaved to the nighty streets like a wave building before the storm. "I told him to stop. He told me to tell you that the north quarter is not sealed, and that he intends to read the names until someone comes to arrest him." Endrick closed his eyes. The reckoning had begun, and he had given it permission. Chapter 31. Drevan stood at the window in the lower corridor where she had left him the night before. The same clothes hanging looser on his frame, the same collar unfastened at the throat. The dawn light through the salt-crusted glass caught the dark veins at his temples and traced them like river roots on a map. He turned when her footfall reached him, but the motion was slower than she remembered. Not measured. Slow. "You are still here." "I stepped through the door." She said, "I did not leave the keep." A flicker crossed his face, something between relief and grief, gone before she could name it. "I know." Lysenne walked closer, close enough to see that the shadows beneath his cheekbones had hollowed into something deeper than exhaustion. His hands hung at his sides, the old burn scarf pale against skin that seemed thinner than it had been 3 nights ago. "When did you last feed?" The question landed like a stone. He did not flinch. 8 weeks, I told you." 8 weeks ago. Not since. Not since. She studied the distance between them, measured the tremor in his fingers where they rested against his thigh. "You are starving yourself to death." "I am starving myself to keep from feeding on you." His voice carried no accusation. "There is a difference." "Is there?" He looked at her then, and she saw something raw at the edges of his eyes. Not hunger, exposure. He had peeled back every layer of pretense and was standing in the open without armor, waiting for her to decide what the nakedness meant. "I can feel the count," he said. "Every hour, every heartbeat. The keep has a rhythm I have known for 3 centuries, and I have learned to read it the way Pravec reads the air. But now the rhythm is all I have. If I stop counting, if I let the clock dissolve, I will not be able to hold the shape of myself long enough to remember why I am holding it." The words hit her like a door closing. This was not a confession. It was a warning. "You are telling me you are going to break." "I am telling you I am choosing not to break." He drew a breath that seemed to cost him. "I do not know how much longer the choice will be mine." Lysenne stood very still. She had wanted leverage. She had wanted power inside a situation built to strip it from her. She had watched his starvation and called it useful, called it leverage, called it the only currency she had in a cage she did not choose. She had not called it what it was. He was dying for her. Not romantically, not symbolically. He was standing in a cold corridor with his veins darkening and his hands shaking and his pulse, if vampires had pulses, counting down toward a threshold she did not understand. "You cannot sustain this," she said. "I have sustained worse." "For how much longer?" He did not answer. The silence stretched until she thought she would have to ask again, and then his knees buckled. She caught him. Not planned, not calculated. Her body moved before her mind finished the thought, and she had his arm across her shoulder before he hit the stone. Her other hand braced against his chest, steadying him. He was cold. Not cool, not the faint chill she had felt in the glasshouse when their hands touched. Cold, the way the sea is cold in deep winter, the way stone bleeds cold after the sun leaves it. "Get off me," he said. "You are about to fall." "I am about to fall. That is different from falling. Get off me before I cannot tell the difference." She heard the edge in his voice, the fraying at the seams, and she stepped back. He straightened slowly, one hand braced against the window frame. His knuckles were white. The stone under his palm had cracked in a thin web, the fissures spread him like frost. "Pravec," he said, and his voice carried again. "Pravec, take the servants from the corridor." The blind steward appeared from the alcove where he had been standing silent, his filmed eyes fixed on the sound of Drevan's breathing. "My lord, now." Pravec's mouth tightened. He turned and walked down the corridor, his footsteps precise, and Lysenne heard the soft closing of doors as the household withdrew. They were alone again. Drevan's hand was still pressed to the cracked stone. He was holding himself upright by will alone, and she could see the cost written in every line of his body. "You told me the cage was built by law," she said, "warrants and invitations and thresholds. But the cage is also this." She gestured at him, at the hollows and the shaking and the visible effort of staying conscious. "You are the cage. You have made yourself the lock, and you are starving yourself to keep the door closed." His eyes met hers, his fingers closing around her wrist. Not tight, not trapping, holding. 3 centuries, he said, and I have never met anyone who looked at the bars and called them by name. "I am not looking at the bars," she said. "I am looking at the lock." His mouth moved, but no sound came out. And then, in the silence between them, a bell began to toll from the harbor below. Not the rhythm of morning prayer, not the tide signal, a hard, furious ringing, carrying up the cliff road toward the keep. Drevan's hand tightened on her wrist. "Something has changed," he said, and then the keep's own bell began to answer. Chapter 32. The bell still rang. Lysenne felt it in her chest, in the stone under her feet, in the way Drevan's hand tightened on her wrist before releasing. "What is that rhythm?" she asked. "I do not know." His voice had changed. The frayed edges pulled taut, something older rising beneath the exhaustion. "That is not a signal I have heard in 3 centuries. He moved past her before she could answer, striding down the corridor with the uneven gait of a man who refused to let his body dictate direction. She followed. The keep's bell answered the harbors in long, rolling peals that seemed to shake the air itself. Prefect stood at the junction where the east wing met the main hall, his blind face turned toward the sound as if he could read its meaning in the vibration alone. "My lord," he said, "that is the lower key bell. The rhythm is not authorized." "I know what it is not," Drevan said. "Tell me what it is." "A warning." Prefect's voice dropped. "Or a summoning. The old codes used 3 long tolls to call the north quarter to assembly. 4 meant danger from the sea. This is neither." Lysenne caught up to them, her breath short. "The Counter-Warrant. Helmwen's copies. If the town is rising, that bell means they are doing it now." Drevan's eyes met hers. The dark veins at his temples had deepened, threading purple-black against pale skin, but his gaze was sharp, focused in a way she had not seen since the first night. "I gave you the East Gate key so you could leave," he said. "I did not consider that the town might come to you instead." The ward landed like a stone in still water. Before she could answer, he turned and walked toward the main hall, his stride lengthening. She followed, Prefect's footsteps soft behind her. The bell kept tolling, and she felt the rhythm pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Drevan stopped at the base of the great stair, where the hall opened into the keep's ceremonial heart. Torches guttered in their sconces. The windows showed nothing but dark water and the faint glow of fires below. "I need to know what is happening," he said. "I cannot even to get my Archester fits. Don't meet either. I know what it is not." Drevan said, "Tell me what it is." "A warning." Prefect's voice dropped. "Or a summoning. The old codes used 3 long tolls to call the north quarter to assembly. 4 meant danger from the sea. This is mitre." Lysenne caught up to them, her breath short. "The Counter-Warrant. Helmwen's copies. If the town is rising, that bell means they are doing it now." Drevan's eyes met hers. The dark veins at his temples had deepened, threading purple-black against pale skin, but his gaze was sharp, focused in a way she had not seen since the first night. "I gave you the East Gate key so you could leave," he said. "I did not consider that the town might come to you instead." The words landed like a blow. She looked down at the key in her hand, felt the weight of it, the gift of it. Not a cage, not a leash, a door she could open. "If I take this," she said slowly, "what do you expect in return?" "Nothing. That is not true either." He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the tremor in his hands, the exhaustion he was holding back by will alone. "I expect you to use it. If Halrich's men breach the gate, if I lose control, if anyone tries to take you again." He paused. "I expect you to be able to defend yourself against me." The air went cold. "Against you," she repeated. "If I cannot hold myself together through the night, if the hunger wins, I want you armed. I want you capable of stopping me before I become the thing I have spent 3 centuries trying not to be." His voice cracked. "I want you to survive this, even if I do not." Lysenne closed her fingers around the key. She thought of the sea glass shard she had hidden in her mouth on the carriage ride up. The only weapon she had been able to carry. The only thing she had trusted to protect her. This was different. This was him handing her the means to kill him. "I will not need to use it," she said. "You do not know that. I know I will not will to use it on you." His breath caught. She reached out and pressed the armory key back into his palm, folding his fingers around it. "I do not want a weapon to use against you," she said. "I want to know that you trust me enough to give me one. That is what I needed. Not the steel, the choice." He stared at her. "You are the only person who has ever returned a key to me," he said, and meant it. She held his gaze. The keep's bell stopped ringing. The silence that followed was thicker than the sound had been, pressing in from all sides. Through the hall windows, she could see the first gray crake of dawn spreading over the harbor, but below that gray, along the Switchback road, a line of torches was climbing toward the gate. Prefect spoke from the stair behind them. "My lord, loiters." Drevan turned. His hand was still closed around the key, and his eyes were fixed on the torches moving through the dark. "Whose colors? I cannot see the seal from here." Prefect's voice was careful. "But the pace tells me they are not messengers. They are not riding to report. They are riding to demand." Drevan's fingers tightened on the key until the iron creaked. Then he looked at Lysenne. "Get your evidence," he said, "and get the armory key from the hook beside my chamber door. If they are coming for you, I will not hand you over unarmed." She did not ask who they were. She already knew. The torches climbed the road, and the dawn broke cold over the harbor, and the key in Drevan's hand caught the light like a promise or a warning. Chapter 33. The torches climbed. Drevan stood at the hall window, the armory key still caught in his grip. Dawn bled gray along the horizon, and the sound of hooves began to echo off the Switchback stone. "Prevec." His voice carried command worn thin by exhaustion. "Open the archive. All of it. She goes where she wants." Prevec did not move. "My lord, there are things in those records the household has never—" "I know what is in those records." Drevan turned. The dark veins at his temples pulsed against skin gone the color of old paper. "I have spent 70 years letting you manage the truth, so I did not have to face it. No more." The silence that followed was a living thing. Prevec's filmed eyes fixed on a point between Drevan and Lysenne, measuring, calculating. "The household will not understand," he said. "They have been protected from the weight of what the levy truly— they have been hidden from." Lysenne cut in. "There is a difference." Prevec's jaw tightened. His hands remained still at his sides, but she saw the fine tremor in his fingers. Drevan nodded at her. "She is right. The hiding ends now. The archive, Prevec. Her seal. No conditions." The steward stood frozen for 3 full heartbeats. Then, slowly, he inclined his head. "As you command, my lord." He turned and walked toward the archive corridor, his steps precise, his spine rigid. He did not look back. Lysenne held Drevan's gaze. "What changed?" "You returned the key." His voice was rough. "I have spent centuries believing that knowledge was something to be guarded, that if I controlled what people knew, I could control what they became. But you looked at the cage and chose to stay anyway. That is worth more than all the secrets I have kept." The archive felt different this time. The inner door stood open, the lock that had resisted her for days now hanging loose in its housing. Prevec had placed a lamp on the center table and withdrawn to the threshold, where he stood with his arms crossed and his mouth a thin line. Lysenne moved past him without acknowledgement. She worked with a glassblower's precision, feeling the texture of the paper, the weight of the bindings, the differences in handwriting that told her which pages had been added later. She found the ledgers connecting Helrich's accounts to the town. Not just the North Quarter's poor, protected families. Names she recognized from the harbor guilds, names that had never appeared on a levy sheet because they had never been at risk. The villains, the casters, the family that owned the chandlery chain on the upper wharf. The levy system was not a survival mechanism, it was a protection racket. The wealthy paid Howrick in silence, and the poor paid in flesh. Her hands shook as she turned the pages. Then she found the correspondence log. It was buried beneath a false bottom in the lowest drawer, bound in cracked leather, the entries written in a hand she did not recognize. She read through 3 winters of records, matching dates to the disappearances she had heard whispered about in the harbor taverns, and then she found the name. Not a victim, a signature. The payment slip was dated the day after her own abduction, a finder's fee, documented in the same hand that had written the forged warrant. The name beside the seal was one she knew, Garrett Velen, the man who had led Hanwen through the alleys, the man who had shown her the back entrance to the levy office, the man who had claimed he owed Lysenne a debt for a glass pane made for his mother's shop 3 winters ago, the man who had sold her path for silver. Her blood turned to salt in her veins. She read the entry a second time. Delivery path secured, pursuit directed to false route, balance settled in full. He had not helped Hanwen, he had steered her. Every step Hanwen had taken toward the truth had been mapped by the same hand that had signed the warrant. The chapel fire, the ledger cash, the stitched names, dress. All of it fed through a man who had been paid to ensure the rebellion went exactly where Howrick wanted it to go. Lysenne's hands went cold. She lifted her head. From the courtyard below, a horn sounded, long, low, demanding. Prevec spoke from the threshold. "The riders have reached the gate." She folded the payment slip into her palm. The paper was sharper than the glass she used to cut. She had wanted the truth. Now she had to survive it. The horn sounded a second time. Drevan's footsteps approached from the corridor. He stopped at the archive door, his face hollow, his eyes fixed on her. "What did you find?" She held up the paper. His expression did not change. He already knew. "Garrett Velen," she said. "Your household paid him to deliver my apprentice into Howrick's hands." The silence stretched. Then Drevan turned to Prevec. "Is this true?" The steward's filmed eyes did not waver. "The payment was made 3 years ago, before you brought her to the keep. Before any of this began. He was already on Howrick's payroll. We simply used the arrangement." "You used it," Drevan repeated, "without telling me. You were starving yourself into collapse. You were not in a position to manage the household's survival." The horn sounded a third time. The gate groaned. Lysenne looked at the paper in her hand, at the name, at the seal she did not recognize. Then she looked at Drevan. "The riders," she said, "are they here for the archive?" He met her eyes. "They are here for you." Chapter 34. The horn's echo hung in the stone like a third pulse. Lysenne stood at the archive table with the payment slip still folded in her palm, the paper sharp as a blade she had not yet learned to use. The gate groaned again from the courtyard, iron against iron, and she heard voices rising beyond the wall, not words, but the shape of demand. Drevan had not moved from the threshold. His face was hollow, the dark veins at his temples tracing paths she had not seen 3 days ago. His collar hung loose, the hollow of his throat visible. He looked like a man who had been burning from the inside and had finally run out of fuel. "You knew," she said, "about Garrett, about the payment." "I knew there was a leak." His voice scraped low. "I did not know the name until you found it." "But you knew something." He did not deny it. The horn sounded a fourth time, shorter, sharper. Prefect spoke from behind Drevan, his blind gaze fixed on nothing. The gate will not hold if they mean to force it. The bar is old. The hinges were laid before I came to the keep. Lysenne looked at the paper in her hand, then at the ledgers spread across the table. The proof of 3 winters, the names of the dead, the names of the bought. And Drevan, who had kept her here, and who had also opened every door she had asked for. "Who are they?" she said. "Town representatives," Drevan answered. "Chapel witnesses. Possibly Halrick's men dressed as both. The horn call is not military. It is legal." Legal? They are here to claim you, under the Counter-Warrant, under sanctuary law, under what authority they have cobbled together while the town burns. The gate groaned again. Someone on the other side shouted. Lysenne's hand closed around the payment slip until the edge bit into her palm. She had spent weeks building a case, gathering proof, learning the shape of the cage until she could name every bar. She had not expected the door to open while she was still holding the evidence. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. Drevan's eyes met hers. The question hung between them, and she realized she had never asked it before. She had demanded, bargained, set terms, but she had never asked what he wanted, because his wants had always been the problem. He crossed to the table and set his hand flat on the open ledger. The tremor in his fingers was visible now, a fine vibration that traveled up his wrist. "Go down to the gate," he said. "Tell them you are here by your own will. Show them the proof you have gathered. Let them see what Halrick Tilburn did and what I allowed." "And if I refuse?" "Then I will tell them you are not their property to claim." His voice cracked on the word property. "That the warrant was forged, that the evidence exists, that you stay or leave by no one's law but your own." Lysenne's chest tightened. "You would say that to them, after everything." "I would say it because of everything." He turned from the table, and she saw how much the movement cost him, the way he braced against the edge, the pause before he straightened. "The gate has been locked since you arrived," he said. "Not because I meant to keep you here forever, but because I did not know how to let you go and still survive the night." He pulled a key from his coat, not the Armory Key, a different one, longer, black iron, the head shaped like a sea-worn stone. "I ordered the gate opened before the riders arrived," he said. "I gave the order the moment you returned from the archive with Garrett's name." The key hung from his hand. Lysenne stared at it. "You opened the gate before they demanded it." "I opened it because you found the truth." His voice dropped lower, almost a whisper. "The truth belongs to you. The cage never did." She took the key. The metal was cold, heavier than it looked. She closed her fingers around the head and felt the weight settle into her palm, and for a long moment she could not move. "If I walk through that gate," she said, "I may not come back." "I know. And if I stay, it cannot be because you need me to anchor you through the night. I will not be your medicine, Drevan. I will not be the reason you hold yourself together, because if I am, then the moment I stop being enough you will break and I will be blamed for the wreckage." He did not flinch. "Then stay because you choose to," he said, "or go because you choose to. But do not stay because the cage is comfortable, and do not go because you think I cannot bear it." Lysenne looked down at the key, at the ledgers, at the payment slip still caught between her fingers. The gate groaned a fifth time. Someone was shouting her name. She turned toward the door. Prahek had stepped aside, his filmed eyes tracking her movement by sound alone. His mouth was shut. His hands were still. She walked past him into the corridor. The Dug is silent. The servants had withdrawn. The torches had burned low. She loafed through the halls she had mapped in the first days, the corridors where she had counted footsteps and measured salt, and learned the shape of a cage so precisely that she could have drawn it blind. Now the cage had a gate, and the gate was open. She reached the courtyard as the morning light broke over the outer wall, worn and gray, carrying the silt of the harbor below. The gate stood wide. Beyond it, the switchback road dropped toward Greisenmouth, the rooftops visible through the haze, the chapel tower still smoking. A dozen figures waited on the road. Men in town guard colors, a woman in chapel gray. Behind them, a cart with a canvas cover, and someone standing beside it with a lantern still burning in the dawn. Hanwen. She was alive. She was standing. Lysenne's bright crot. Hanwen saw her. Her apprentice lifted a hand, palm open, the gesture she used to signal safety in the glasshouse when the furnace was too hot and the work was going right. The gate was open. The road was real. And behind her, in the keep, Drevan was standing alone in the archive, with the ledgers spread across the table and the hunger eating him from the inside. She could walk forward. She could turn back. The key was still in her hand. She did not know which choice was freedom, and much was another cage she had not learned to name. The Chilk woman stepped forward and spoke. Lysenne Ottfeld. By the authority of the Salt Chapel and the Harbor Reeve, we are here to bring you home. The word home landed like a stone dropped into still water. Lysenne looked at hand in the ledgers, at the lations when he described that change on the carbons in what the wheat would not founded. The gate can stead onto the canic and lev to the gravel power. I went into the front isn't, they teached him to fish had a pretty groan of me. I know. And if I stay, it cannot be because you mean me to anchor you through the night. I will not be your medicine, Drevan. I will not be the reason you hold yourself together, because if I am, then the moment I stop being enough, you will break and I will be blamed for the wreckage. He did not flinch. Then stay because you choose to, he said, or go because you choose to. But do not stay because the cage is comfortable, and do not go because you think I cannot bear it. Lysenne looked down at the key, at the ledgers, at the payment slip still caught between her fingers. The gate groaned a fifth time. Someone was shouting her name. She turned toward the door. Prefkak had stepped aside, his filmed eyes tracking her movement by sound alone. His mouth was shut. His hands were still. She walked past him into the corridor. The key was still in her hand. She did not know which choice was freedom and which was another cage she had not learned to name. The chapel woman stepped forward and spoke. Lysenne Ottfeld. By the authority of the Salt Chapel and the Harbor Reeve, we are here to bring you home. The word home landed like a stone dropped into still water. Lysenne looked at hand in the ledgers, at the lations when he described that change on the carbons, when the furnace was too hot and the work was going right. The gate was open, the road was real. And behind her in the keep, Drevan was standing alone in the archive with the ledgers spread across the table and the hunger eating him from the inside. She could walk forward. She could turn back. The key was still in her hand. She did not know which choice was freedom and which was another cage she had not learned to name. The chapel woman stepped forward and spoke. Lysenne Ottfeld, by the authority of the Salt Chapel and the Harbor Reeve, we are here to bring you home. The word home landed like a stone dropped into still water. Lysenne looked at hand in the wedgers, at the lationed with how they dropped into the idea of hewer hope. And little Aslal, tashly sip his broth. The remembered which exists that her serisms do, grow desker my up at the scrip, comlik erifis fate that chains little lives. Lysenne took a regard surst, creasing the memory shows with the front percents anyone making her fleep. Whyest I cannot lose it for the blound, it's just like do ever somebody's. The capone may, Brett's is just little kide, it describes for the squy sway and with theer telling me that it's crazen or real, and just like they can't may, but if it's turning to a perished is it buried from some lad bland by the Veld Street Reeve. It is not the lightnix which 2000 you'd. Waste the whole time accorded to Revit is in flute, is as away, Leblis Krell, Leblis Fote, Black. I sit there bran like the infinite shotter smile, and that wevered should be dispokesly already whilst Leblis Fannerly. Wine is this walks of desire on my summant sman of body eyes that Mavericken, it's faces that will make sure all you heaven then about me. Wish your all lides may be clear without it the Christ steam for the recovers, and if I self a shutch out a med. Well, it's all that makes me what I've corrupted with, use my dest commerce and tickles. It realize it's okay. Yester wave. Lysenne's palm closed around the key, and the world split into two roads. One led forward, through the gate, down the switchback, into Han Wen's waiting arms and the Salt Chapel woman's gray robes. The other led back into the keep, where the torches had burned low and the corridors were silent, and Drevan stood alone with the hunger hollowing him from the inside. Neither felt like home. The chapel woman took another step forward. Her robes were the color of ash, and her hands were stained white to the wrists. Salt work, chapel work, the kind that left marks no scrubbing could remove. She held a scroll in both hands, the wax seal catching the thin morning light. Lysenne Ottfeld, she said again. By the authority of the Salt Chapel and the Harbor Reeve, we are here to reclaim you from unlawful confinement. The Counter-Warrant has been filed and witnessed. The Levy-Master's seal has been challenged before the Guildhall. You are no longer bound by any document bearing Helric Tilburn's name. The words landed like hammer blows. No longer bound. Lysenne had dreamed of hearing those words for weeks, had chewed on them like the sea glass shard she used to carry, sharp and secret and hers. She had imagined the relief of it, the unspooling of the knot in her chest, the simple act of walking through a door she had not been given permission to use. But the relief did not come. Instead, she felt the weight of the key in her hand and the knowledge that she had carried it out of the keep by her own will, and that Drevan had given it to her before anyone demanded it. "Where is the Levy-Master?" she asked. The chapel woman's mouth tightened. Helric Tilburn has not been seen since midnight. His counting house is dark. His men have withdrawn from the north quarter. Withdrawn or regrouped? A pause. The chapel woman did not answer. Han Wen stepped forward, the lantern still burning in her grip. Her face was smudged with ash, her coat torn at the shoulder, but her eyes were bright and hard. "He burned the chapel," Han Wen said. "He sent men to kill witnesses. He is not done, Lys. He is just not here yet." The words landed differently than the chapel woman's, rougher, truer. Han Wen had always spoken that way, flat and unsparing, the way she talked about a bad batch of glass when no one else would say it. Lysenne looked past her, down the switchback road. Smoke rose from the lower slope. Not from the chapel tower, which still smoldered against the gray sky, but from a point lower down, where the road curved around the cliff face and disappeared into the tree line. A column of black smoke, thick and urgent, climbing into the dawn. "What is burning?" she asked. Han Wen followed her gaze. "The third switchback. Darren said it before we started up. He said if Helric's Wren meant to follow, they would have to come through fire to do it. Darren set the road on fire. He said the ledger cache was empty when we reached it. Someone had already cleared the false floor. He said that meant Helric knew we were coming and that we needed time, not evidence." Han Wen's voice dropped. "He stayed behind to light the brush. I do not know if he made it out." The key bit into Lysenne's palm. She looked at the smoke, at the road, at the cart with the canvas cover, and the town guard shifting their weight, and the chapel woman holding the scroll like a weapon she had already fired. The keep's bell began to ring. not the answering rhythm from the night before. A different note. A single, steady toll that carried over the courtyard and down the cliff face, the signal for a gate to close. Lysenne turned. Drevan stood in the keep's inner doorway. He had not followed her into the courtyard. He stood in the shadow of the arch, one hand braced against the stone, the other pressed to his chest where the bite scar lay hidden beneath his shirt. The dark veins at his temples had spread, threading into his hairline like rotes searching for purchase. He did not speak. He did not need to. The bell was not his order. She knew that. Profric would have signaled the gate before Drevan could countermand it, would have sealed the keep against the riders the moment the chapel woman produced the scroll. It was what Profric did, what he had always done. Protect the house by closing the doors before anyone could make him open them. But the gate was still open, and Drevan was standing in the shadow, not moving, not calling for the bell to stop, not walking forward to claim her or demand her return. He was waiting. The chapel woman spoke again, her voice sharper now. Lysenne Ottfeld. The gate will not stay open forever. The steward is already moving to seal it. If you want to come home, you must decide now. Home. The word was a stone, and Lysenne had been dropping stones into still water her whole life. She knew how ripples worked. She knew that a single choice could move through water and stone and memory long after the thrower had walked away. She looked at Hanwen. If I come back, she said, what happens to Merriwind? Hanwen's face flickered. What does it matter what happens to Merriwind? Answer me. The tribunal will move, Hanwen said. They have been waiting for a reason. The chapel woman has already sent word. If the levy is broken and the Lord is shown to have held a captive under a false warrant, they will strip him of the territory by the next full moon. And him? Hanwen did not answer. The chapel woman did. Lord Drevan Lirewen will be given a choice, she said. Stand trial before the tribunal and answer for the conditions of your confinement, or forfeit no land and leave the coast. Either way, the keep will be claimed by another house within the month. Lysenne's hand tightened on the keep. She had known this. Profric had told her. Sister Moshen's letter had laid it out in precise, unsparing terms. The sacred hearing would not punish Hauric Tilburn. It would destroy Drevan and Merriwen with him, and the older houses that had been waiting for the crack would pour through it like salt water through a split hull. She had known. And she had still opened the letter. The bell tolled again, closer now. The gate began to swing, a slow gloaning motion that pulled the iron lattice across the opening. The chapel woman turned sharply. The gate is closing. You have to choose. Lysenne looked at the smoke on the road. At Hanwen, ash-smeared and desperate. At the key in her hand, still warm from the wreck of a man who had opened the cage before anyone could force him to. I did not finish the archive, she said quietly. Hanwen's face went still. What? There are more ledgers, more names. The payment slip was one piece. There are others. If I leave now, the truth leaves with me, but the full record stays here, and Profric will burn it before the tribunal sets foot in the courtyard. Then let him burn it, Hanwen said. You are free. The counter-warrant is real. You do not need the ledgers to prove with Hauric did. It is not about proof. Then what is it about? Lysenne looked at the gate, which was closing with the slow inevitability of a tide she had not realized she was standing in. It is about having the whole truth, she said, not the piece that lets me mack away clean. The chapel woman stepped between her and the gate. The truth you already have is enough to break Hauric Tilburn, she said. The Lord's fate is not your responsibility. You were taken. You were held. You do not owe him your freedom to settle his accounts. I know. Then step through the gate. Lysenne looked at the keep. She thought of Drevan in the archive, his hands trembling, his voice raw with the admission that he had never known how to let her go and survive the night. She thought of the look on his face when she had returned the armory key, the way his fingers had closed around it, like it was a thing he had never expected to hold again. She thought of the cellars beneath the keep that had not been aired in a very long time. There was still truth in the dark, and she was the only one who would find it. "Close the gate?" she said quietly. Han Wen's face clot. "Lysenne, close the gate and tell the steward I am not finished." The chapel woman figured him into the coved slote. He came a hest, his arms arrayed. She still liked evidence, lose ahead, imagining himself issuing. "Wyson sleeping, your Rylant still added coming lost. You don't refuse. Get the glue. That he gave us requiredly, I only would be through the grav class." Wyson sleeping. Finally, she did understand. Lysenne turned the key over in her hand, feeling the weight of it, the shape of it, the knowledge that Drevan had pressed it into her palm with no conditions and no guarantees. "I will come down," she said, "but not with half the truth in my pocket and the rest burning behind me." The gate groaned. The iron lattice was 3/4 closed, the gap narrowing with each passing second. Han Wen took a step forward, her hand outstretched. "Lysenne, please, do not stay for him." "I am not staying for him." She met Han Wen's eyes, and for a moment she saw the girl she had taught to pull glass from the furnace, the girl who had watched her be taken and had refused to let the harbor's silence be the last word. "I am staying for the ledgers," Lysenne said, "and for the name I found in the third winter entries, the one I have not told anyone about." Han Wen's face changed. The gate groaned again, the iron grinding against stone, the gap barely wide enough for a person to slip through. "What name?" Han Wen asked. Lysenne held her gaze. "Yours." Chapter 36. The gate groaned to a halt, iron kissing stone, and the courtyard fell into a silence that did not settle. Prevec stood at the inner arch, blind eyes aimed at the gathered party like a man sighting down a blade. Behind him, the keep's bell had stopped, but the air still held the vibration of it, a hum just beneath hearing. "The gate is closed," he said. "By whose authority does a chapel envoy claim a lawful guest of Merowyn Keep?" The chapel woman stepped forward, gray habit catching the morning light. "By the authority of Salt Sanctuary and the Counter-Warrant filed with the Guildhall at midnight. Lysenne Ottfeld is no longer bound by any document bearing Halric Tilburn's name. She is bound by the Keep's hospitality. She was taken by fraud." Prevec's mouth tightened. "That is a matter for house law to determine, not chapel jurisdiction, and not a town guard with a forged seal." The town guard at the gate, a man Lysenne recognized from the wharf, face weathered, eyes uneasy, shifted his weight. "The counter-warrant is witnessed by the harbor Reeve and the Guildmaster. It carries weight." "It carries ink," Prevec said. "House law does not answer to ink." Lysenne stepped forward. The key was still in her hand. The proof was still in her pocket. The gate was closed, and she was still inside. "Stop!" Her voice did not carry. It did not need to. The courtyard had already gone still, waiting for the decision she had already made. "No one speaks for me," she said. "Not the keep, not the chapel, not the town guard with a forged seal and an uneasy conscience. If there is a dispute over my freedom, I will settle it." The chapel woman turned, pale eyes sharpening. "You have already chosen. You said you were not finished with the archive." "I said I was not leaving with half the truth." Lysenne held her gaze. Those are not the same thing. Privex inclined his head, a fraction of movement that might have been approval or might have been calculation. Then name your terms, he said. The courtyard breathed. Lysenne felt the weight of every gaze on her, the town party at the gate, the servants gathered in the shadows of the inner arch, the steward with his sightless eyes, the man behind her whose silence was growing heavier by the second. She turned. Drevan's divny inner doorway, braced against the stone dome, the dark veins at his temples had spread into his hairline, root thin and black. His hands were pressed flat against the arch, fingers scraping against the stone, the veins at his temples pulsing dark. His breath came in a slow, measured rhythm, each exhale longer than the last, as if he was counting every second of air. Privex turned toward the sound. Lord Drevan. Privex said, You should withdraw. Drevan did not move. He stays. Lysenne said. Privex's filmed eyes shifted toward her. You do not command the keep. I am not commanding, I am stating a condition. If the dispute is over my freedom includes the right to name who witnesses it. The chapel woman stepped forward, her gray habit brushing the stones. Lysenne Ottfeld, no one here disputes your right to speak. But the gate is closed, and every moment you remain inside this keep is a moment the tribunal can use to argue that you stayed by consent rather than coercion. If you intend to claim sanctuary, you must claim it now, before witnesses, in clear terms. I am not claiming sanctuary. Then what are you claiming? Lysenne looked at the key in her hand, the sea stone shape of it, the weight of what Drevan had surrendered when he pressed it into her palm. Proof of the levy system, she said. Access to the full archive. A public reckoning that does not end with one vampire lord stripped at his temporary and the rest of the conspiracy buried in a burned ledger. The chapel woman's pale eyes did not blink. That will take days, perhaps longer. The tribunal will not wait. Then the tribunal can wait for me. Privex's voice cut across the heavy air. The tribunal will not wait. They will arrive within 2 days, and when they find a human woman claiming rights over archive access, while the Lord of the Keep stands in the doorway on the edge of a feral turn, they will see only evidence of mismanagement and weakness. They will not ask whose corruption brought you here. They will see a house in crisis, and a lord who cannot hold it. Then give them something else to see. Privex's clouded eyes fixed on her, and for a moment the courtyard held its breath. What do you propose? Lysenne turned to face the gathered party, the town guard, the chapel woman. Hanwen, still standing at the edge of the cart, her hand pressed against her ribs where the ledger had been. The archive opens to the town. Chapter 37. The courtyard held its breath around her words, the silence stretching until it felt like a second gate closing. Then movement at the back of the town party. Someone pushed through the press of bodies, a woman in a scorched coat, her hair singed at the edges, one sleeve torn away to reveal a bandaged forearm. Miria. She looked smaller than Lysenne remembered. Thinner. The bones of her face stood sharp where they had once been soft, and her hands were wrapped in linen stained through with the fingertips. But her eyes were the same, quick, measuring, already reading the courtyard before anyone could speak. I brought witnesses, she said. The kind Haurik could not burn. The chapel woman turned. Miria Quist, you should be in a sickbed. I should be in a lot of places. Miria's gaze found Lysenne, and something moved behind it. Relief, grief, a fracture she was holding closed by will alone. You look alive. So do you. Barely. Miria lifted her bandaged hands. I grabbed the ledger edges before the fire took them. The paper survived. My skin will catch up. Breath sefted in the inner doorway, his blind eyes tracking the new voice. What witnesses? Miria stepped aside. 3 figures moved through the gate behind her. The first was a woman Lysenne recognized by her walk before she saw her face. Nan Perrin, the Chandlery keeper, her back bent but chin lifted like a blade. Behind her came Kellum the Coor, his apprentice's arm wrapped through his own, the younger man's throat a mack of scars that pulled tight when he swallowed. And last, a girl Lysenne did not know. 13, maybe 14, with a wool shawl pulled over her head and a ledger pressed against her chest like a child. Miria gestured to the girl. This is Ilara Venn. Her father was the levy clerk before Garrow. He kept a second set of records. The girl's voice came thin but steady. He told me if anything happened to him, I was to take the book to the Salt Chapel. He said Howrick would burn the originals eventually, but he could not burn what he did not know existed. Lysenne's pulse caught. What is in that ledger? Ilara Venn opened the cover. The pages were filled with 2 columns. One listed names, trades, and the amount each family had paid in grain or coin or lamp oil since the first winter. The other listed names crossed through, with a single notation beside each. Spared. Terms met. Nan Perrin stepped forward. My nephew was in the first column, paid his levy in full every winter. The second column never had his name because Howrick could not squeeze more out of him than he already took. Callum's apprentice touched his scawed throat. The girl turned a page. There is a third column, Ilara said. At the back, names of families who never appeared in the levy records at all. The courtyard went still. How many? Breffic's voice. 23 households. The girl's hands trembled, but her voice did not. All from the upper harbor, all with enough coin to buy silence. Miria's bandaged fingers moved to the collar of her scorched coat. She pulled something from inside, a folded square of linen, the edges blackened, the fabric stiff with dried blood and soot. I pulled this from the chapel floor before the roof fell, she said. It is the stitched names. Everyone who looked away when Lysenne was taken. Everyone who watched the carriage climb the Switchback road and went back to their counters and their nets and their warm beds. She unfolded it. The linen was covered in stitching. Row after row of names, each one a different hand, a different thread color, a different witness. There are 41 names on this cloth, Miria said, and not one of them belongs to a family in the third column. The crowd at the gate had grown. Lysenne saw them now, townspeople who had followed the riders, who had gathered at the foot of the Switchback road, who had climbed in the dark to see what the Counter-Warrant meant. Fishermen, dock workers, the widow from the Chandlery, the co-work's wife. They stood in the torchlight and they were not looking at Howrick. They were looking at each other. 23 households, Nan Perrin repeated, louder now. Spared while our children were sent up the road. Spared while the levy clerk's daughter buried her father in an unmarked grave. Spared while Maria Crust burned her hands pulling evidence from a file Howrick set to erase them. A man at the edge of the crowd stepped forward. Lysenne did not know his face, but she knew his coat, the patch at the elbow, the oak stands on the cuffs. Garrow, the levy office clerk. His voice cracked when he spoke. The third column. I kept it for him. I wrote the names. The crowd turned. Garrow's face was white, his hands shaking, but he did not stop. Endrik Nemes told the truth. He looked away for 5 years. I wrote the lies for 7. I wrote the receipts, the delivery slips, the correspondence logs. I wrote the warrant that took Lysenne Ottfeld from her furnace and put her in a carriage. He pulled a folded paper from his coat. And I wrote this. He held it out. Endrik took it. Read it. His face drained of color. This is a receipt, he said slowly, dated 3 winters ago, for a sale of a glass pane to the Upper Harbor residence of the Venn family. The girl, Ilara Von, went still. Lysenne felt the words land like stones. Ilara's father was the levy clerk, Edric continued. He documented Hauric's system for 5 years. He kept the secret ledger. And when he started asking questions about the 3rd column, Hauric bought him. With a glance pane Lysenne Ottfeld had made for a poor family's shop window, diverted to the Venn household as payment for silence. The girl's ledger slipped from her hands. It hit the stones with a slap. Maria's voice came low and raw. The people who were spared did not know they were being bought with other people's lives. Most of them. But they knew they never saw a levy collector at their door. They knew their children never disappeared. They knew, and they did not ask why. The courtyard was silent. Then, from the back of the crowd, a woman's voice. My son was taken in the 2nd winter. Another. My husband in the 4th. My sister. My father. The names fell like hammer blows. Lysenne stood at the center of them, the key still in her hand, the gate still at her back, and she realized with a cold, clear certainty that the reckoning she had demanded was already here. It was not Hauric Tilburn's ruin that would break Greisenmouth. It was the moment the spared families looked around and understood that every person standing next to them had cost someone else their life. Endrik's voice cut through the gathering dark. The gate stays open, he said. The archive opens at dawn. And every name in that ledger, every column, every line, every silence bought with coin or glass will be read aloud in the guild hall tomorrow. In front of the town, the keep, and whatever tribunal arrives to witness it. He turned to face the crowd. And when the reading is done, Greisenmouth will have to decide what kind of town it meant to be all along. The torchlight flickered. The wind off the black ghost carried salt and smoke. And somewhere below, on the Switchback road, a new set of torches began to climb. Chapter 3:8. The courtyard became a single held breath. Garrow stood with his hands still outstretched, the confession hanging in the air like smoke. The levy clerk. 7 years of forged receipts and false warrants. The man who had written Lysenne's name onto paper she never signed. Edric held the receipt for the glass pane and did not look away from it. 3 winters ago, he repeated, the Venn household received a pane, Lysenne Ottfeld made for a fishmonger's widow in the lower harbor. The widow never saw her order filled. Ilara's father never asked where the glass came from, and Hauric Tilburn never entered the Venn name into any levy record. The girl had not picked up her ledger. She stood with her arms pressed against her sides, her face white, her gaze fixed on the stones at her feet. The ledger lay open where it had fallen, and Lysenne could see the columns, the neat rows of names, the cross-through entries, the blank spaces where 23 households had never existed at all. Nan Perrin's voice cut through the quiet. Where is Hauric Tilburn? No one answered. The torches on the Switchback road climbed higher, closer. The new flames moved in a tight cluster, too organized for townspeople, too slow for riders in panic. Someone was coming up the road with purpose. Lysenne turned back to the courtyard and saw the crowd had shifted. They were no longer looking at the ledgers or at Garrow or at the stitched cloth in Maria's burned hands. They were looking at the inner doorway of the keep, where a figure stood braced against the stone. Drevan. He had come down the main hall stair. She had not heard him move, had not seen him descend, but he was there now, one hand pressed flat to the arch, the other hanging loose at his side. The dark veins had spread further, threading across his jawline, climbing the column of his throat. His collar hung open. His breath came slow and shallow, like a man measuring each one. Pravec appeared at his shoulder, blind eyes tracking the sound of the crowd. "My lord," he said quietly, "you should not. I should not be standing," Drevan said. His voice was scraped raw, barely above a whisper, but the courtyard heard it. "I should not have let the gate open. I should not have given her the key. I should have been a monster. It would have been easier." He looked at Lysenne. "But I could not stay in the dark and listen to her defend herself alone." The cod did not move. Miria's hands tightened on the stitched cloth. Nan Perrin straightened her bent back. Callum the Kupab put his scarred apprentice behind him, a gesture so instinctive and protective that Lysenne felt it in her chest. She walked toward Drevan. Not fast, not slow, just steady. The gate key still in her hand, her boots crossing the stones that separated the courtyard from the keep's threshold. She stopped an arm's length from him, close enough to see the tremor in his fingers, the way his pupils pulsed at the edges when he looked at her. "You came down," she said. "I heard Garrow confess." His throat worked. "And I could not let you face what comes next without a witness who knows what you survived." Pravec made a sound that might have been protest or might have been resignation. "The tribunal will be here within the hour," he said. "Those torches on the road are not townspeople. They are dressed in mourning colors, and they ride with a herald." The courtyard stirred. Endrick stepped forward, the receipt still in his hand. "Then we have an hour to find Howrick Tilburn and bring him to this gate before the tribunal decides what Merowyn's fate should be." Pravec made a sound that might have been protest or might have been resignation. "The tribunal will be here within the hour," he said. "Those torches on the road are not townspeople. They are dressed in mourning colors, and they ride with a herald." The courtyard stirred. Endrick stepped forward, the receipt still in his hand. "Then we have an hour to find Howrick Tilburn and bring him to this gate before the tribunal decides what Merowyn's fate should be." Pravec made a sound that might have been protest or might have been resignation. "The tribunal will be here within the hour," he said. "Those torches on the road are not townspeople. They are dressed in mourning colors, and they ride with a herald." The courtyard stirred. Endrick stepped forward, the receipt still in his hand. "Then we have an hour to find Howrick Tilburn and bring him to this gate before the tribunal decides what Merowyn's fate should be." His lids just get a sympathetic head, accepting the table, steep draw. Something for form. Arama, the Pleguard's contact, everyone do not head building to the block. The contact, this road, is the moments who slow this pitting. The tettle Kate, it really cares a belief. The term tease and only callers road. This was ever they were blamped, his moment taking each ets at Red's lock. Such the ingful net orders fact to that. A little axe of och crowd. Nad the bot against my spot, bloning into my cribble through our eerie proviver. And I did know for the plain. A fire. It wasn't this walk, Slewed. Per Maya's Maya. The picketing mare incurgedly slatly emphasis and it still became the effort. "I am the morst ours of the manical Ellis for we is ending. Perfectly hurting my work recongation with the sun that is got my perfect. Alice Smeed here against my walk and I stepped out at the rescoin in the new of the gate devil's heis. The asights like the recourt disquiried answered him this final pap sixpiration. spiels, steep and bitted his business. Let's say the throde ments in the arm? Wait 2 days, forget me the road study, you're righty? But the throde bet us for the boy that it was sitting back to guest. But the sun puppet completely wouldn't made. Not on the one, why by missing a referent against. My height star dockard side did that dickret, and I just occur. Drevan, 2 readers rampling nups. Okay, this hovey says a Roger. Chapter 39. The herald's horn faded into the salt wind, and the courtyard held its breath. Lysenne stood at the threshold, the gate key cold in her palm. The black iron shape of it pressed against her skin like a question she had not yet answered. Behind her, the keep rose dark against the winter sky. Before her, the switchback road wound down toward Greisenmouth, toward the harbor where boats had not sailed since the Counter-Warrant spread through the lower quay like a lit fuse. Hanwon stood at the edge of the crowd, her face stripped of its usual defiance. Lysenne. Her voice cracked on the name. The gate is open. The warrant is broken. You have the proof. Come down before... She stopped, swallowed. Before the keep finds a new way to keep you. The words hit like thrown stones. Lysenne felt them land, felt the truth in them. She had what she came for, the forged warrant, the ledgers, the names, the testimony that Harik Tilburn had sold her to Merriwind like a barrel of lamp oil, cheaper to lose than any protected household. She could walk through the gate, take the counter-warrant, and never set foot on the switchback road again. The tribunal would strip Drevan of the territory within a month. She would watch from below as the basalt keep changed hands, its new lords arriving in lacquered carriages with formal seals and colder laws. She would rebuild her furnace in the glasshouse by the harbor. She would make panes for the fishmonger's widow and lamps for the chandlery. And she would learn to sleep without dreaming of dark-veined hands that had held her steady through the longest night of her life. That was the shape of it. The shape of freedom. She did not move. Behind her she heard Drevan's breath, shallow, measured, each one a calculation, a cost. She turned. He was still braced against the arch, his fingers pressed into the stone as if it were the only thing holding him upright. The dark veins had spread further in the time it had taken the herald's horn to fade, threading across his cheekbones now, climbing toward his eyes. His pupils pulsed at the edges, a rhythm she had learned to read. He was slipping. Not fast, not yet, but the feral drink was closer than it had been at dawn, and he knew it. She saw the knowledge in the way he held his jaw, the way he refused to meet her gaze for more than a heartbeat at a time. "Years ago," he said. The words were quiet, not a command, not a plea, a fact offered without ornament. Hanwon stepped forward. "She is going. We are all going. The tribunal will not touch you if you come down now, Lysenne. You have the paper. You have the proof. You are not bound to anything that bears his name." "I know." Lysenne heard her own voice as if from a distance, steady, clear. The voice she used when molten glass was cooling too fast, and one wrong breath could shatter a week of work. She looked at Hanwon, at the cracked exhaustion in her apprentice's face, the soot still embedded in her collar, the raw edges of her hands where she had pulled evidence from flames. "You burned the switchback road," Lysenne said. "You lit a fire to block pursuit, and you did not know if Darren survived it." Hanwon's chin lifted. "I would do it again. I know. That is why I'm asking you to trust me now." The courtyard went still. Hanwon stared at her. The protest was already forming, sharp and ready, but Lysenne held her gaze until it faltered. You found my name in the ledger, Hanwen said. You have not told me what it said. You have not asked me what it means. I will, when this is over. When what is over? Hanwen's voice rose. The tribunal is at the gate, Lysenne. She gestured at Drevan, jagged and desperate, is starving into something that will not remember your name. If you stay, you are not saving him. You are choosing to burn with him. The words hung in the salt air. Lysenne felt them, felt the shape of the choice Hanwen was offering. The road down, the town that had sold her but was now rising in her name. The life she could rebuild from ash and evidence. Then she felt the other thing, the shape of Drevan's hand releasing the arch. The way he straightened, not because he could bear his weight, but because he refused to let the tribunal see him fall. I am not choosing to burn, she said. She turned to face him fully. I am choosing to see what happens when a monster keeps his word. Drevan's eyes met hers. The dark had spread further. His pupils were swallowing the garnet, the black bleeding outward like ink on wet paper. But beneath it, she saw the man who had held the gate open, who had given her a key and told her to walk, who had starved to himself rather than feed on her, and was now paying the price in the only currency he had left. Lysenne. His voice was barely gare. If I lose control, you will not. You cannot know that. I know you have not broken your word yet. She stepped closer, close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the way his hands curled and uncurled at his sides, fighting a battle she could only witness. I will set the terms, she said. The same terms as the Glasshouse. You stop when I say stop. You do not feed on me. And you let me be the one who decides when this night ends. His throat worked. And if I fail? Then you fail. She held his gaze. But you fail having tried. That is more than the town ever did. Behind her, she heard Hanwen make a sound, a broken thing, caught between protest and grief. The herald's horn sounded again, closer now. Lysenne did not look away from Drevan. We have minutes before the tribunal reaches the gate, she said. Can you stand long enough to meet them at the threshold? He looked at her for a long moment. Then he straightened, slowly, his hand leaving the arch to hang at his side. The veins were dark at his throat, dark at his temples. His breath still came shallow, measured. But he nodded. And after? He asked. Lysenne held the key. After, we see if the salt holds. Levisham's tress delisses him to the gate and wape. Flit. The sound ripping through the courtyard like a blade through wet silk. Lysenne did not flinch. She stood at the gate with the key in her hand, the iron warm from her grip, and watched the torches climb the switchback road. 7 of them, maybe 8. Moving in formation, steady and unhurried, the rhythm of people who knew they would not be refused. Behind her, the courtyard held its breath. Hanwen had gone still. Maria had stopped stitching. Even the Quapper's scarred apprentice had turned from the crowd to watch the lights rise through the dark. Only Drevan remained fixed on her. She felt his gaze like pressure against her skin. Not demanding, waiting. The way a man waits when he had already spoken his last word and knows the answer belongs to someone else. Lysenne tended out in the theme change. Why son want to sleep to a road? Lysenne turned. Hanwen stood at the edge of the torchlight, her face wet, her hands raw from rope burns and paper edges. She looked younger than she had any right to look, desperate in a way that made Lysenne's chest ache. I burned the road for you, Hanwen said. I would burn the whole cliff if it meant you walked down it alive. Do not make that mean nothing. It does not mean nothing. Lysenne's voice came out steadier than she felt. It means you love me. It means you would set the world on fire before you let it take me. I know that. Then come home. I am home. The words hung between them. Lysenne saw the moment they landed, saw Hanwen's face change, the protest collapsing into something rawer, something that looked like grief wearing a mask of understanding. You are choosing him, Hanwen said. I am choosing myself. She said it without looking at Drevan, said it because it was true, because the shape of the sentence had been forming in her chest since the moment she found the warrant in the archive, since she realized the town that sold her had already decided what she was worth. I am choosing to stay because the gate is open, she said, because I have the proof, because I can walk down that road whenever I want, and no one in this keep can stop me. And because I want to see what happens when a man who has spent 3 centuries holding himself together finally lets someone hold him. Hanwen's jaw worked. And if he breaks? Then I will know I was not wrong to try. Lysenne stepped forward and pressed the key into Hanwen's hand. The iron was warm. The shape of it familiar now, the weight of it something she had earned. Keep this, she said. If I need to leave before dawn, I will find you at the gate. If I do not come, you will know I chose to stay. Hanwen stared at the key in her palm. You are giving me the escape route. I am trusting you to hold it for me. It was the only thing she could give that would mean anything. The proof that she was not a prisoner. That the door was not locked. That every hour she spent inside Lirewen was chosen, not endured. Hanwen closed her fingers around the key. If he hurts you, she said, I will burn this keep to the foundation stones. I know. Lysenne turned away before she could see Hanwen cry. The courtyard had thinned. Maria stood with the Quupar and his apprentice, the linen cloth folded in her burned hands, watching the torches climb. Sister Moshin had moved to the inner stairs, her gray coat catching the wind, her colorless eyes tracking the tribunal's approach. Drevan had not moved. He stood at the arch where she had left him, one hand braced against the stone, the other hanging loose at his side. The dark veins had spread further. They traced his jaw now, threaded down his throat, disappeared beneath his collar. His pupils had swallowed almost everything, but his eyes found hers. You gave her the key, he said. I did. You cannot leave now. I can leave whenever I want. She stepped closer. I just cannot do it quietly. Something flickered in his face, not belief in that hope, something older than both, the shadow of a man who had spent centuries waiting for someone to hand him a reason to keep fighting. The tribunal will be at the gate in minutes, he said. They will see me like this. They will see. I know what they will see. She stopped in arm's length from him, close enough to feel the cold radiating off his skin, the faint tremor in the air around him. I am not going to hide you, she said. I am not going to pretend you are not starving. But I am also not going to let them use it. How do you plan to stop them? By telling the truth. She held his gaze. The truth is that you held the gate open. The truth is that you gave me a key and told me to walk. The truth is that you have not fed on me, have not touched me without invitation, have not broken a single promise you made. If the tribunal wants to strip you of Lirewen, they will have to do it with that on the record. Drevan's breath caught. You would speak for me. I would speak for myself. She felt the weight of the words as she said them. And my testimony will include the fact that a vampire lord opened his hand before he was forced to. That is not a confession of weakness. It is evidence of restraint. The torchlight shifted as the tribunal's party rounded the last switchback. We have maybe 3 minutes, she said. Can you stand that long? He looked at her. Really looked, the way he had in the Glasshouse, the way he had when she returned the Armory Key, The way a man looks at something he has spent centuries believing he would never deserve. For you, he said, I can stand for hours. The horn sounded again. This time it did not fade. The tribunal had reached the gate. The tribunal carriage crested the fatal switchback, its lacquered black panels catching the torchlight like polished obsidian. Lysenne counted 8 riders in grey, their crests bearing the interlocked links of Lirewen's house sigil beneath a crown she did not recognize. The carriage itself was windowless, sealed, the kind of transport that carried judgment rather than passengers. She did not step back. She stood in the open threshold with Drevan at her side, his breath shallow and measured, his weight braced against the arch. The dark veins had spread further. They traced his jaw now, threaded down his throat, disappeared beneath his collar. His pupils had swallowed almost everything. But his eyes found hers. You gave her the key, he said. I did. You cannot leave, Knight. I can leave whenever I want. She stepped closer. I just cannot do it quietly. Something flickered in his face. Not relief, not hope. Something older than both. The shadow of a man who had spent centuries waiting for someone to hand him a reason to keep fighting. The tribunal will be at the gate in minutes, he said. They will see me like this. They will see I know what they will see. She stopped an arm's length from him, close enough to feel the cold radiating off his skin, the faint tremor in the air around him. I am not going to hide you, she said. I am not going to pretend you are not starving. But I am also not going to let them use it. How do you plan to stop them? By telling the truth. She held his gaze. The truth is that you held the gate open. The truth is that you gave me a key and told me to walk. The truth is that you have bebedden whoever has already went to. He was Stester in the collar, which I knew, if you had no one don't put down it alive. You would be at the gate. For everything. You are under through billing with our wades and smiles as this gas gets all with these thing compromise. His physical is fire are sweeping 3D sex. He seems to steppling for the carriage myself. We do want to talk about it basically. It was not quietly stretching for God, but I step, trying to be finely stran. There may be a sit advances, there is no master radio. Looking, listening, exhausting, inevitably. To step this 2 sealed in her dopping, his last emotion alone. That would be till the roto his bore. I used to be steeled at the go, but I am perfectly no for you we don't step or see. I am considering the first time to step to the spirit of the living. The massive reason where we find of them, because you were getting the litter or if I did this, you would work yet alive.